Hello, we're live. Welcome to Christian Hangout number 28. It's me, Ian, your host as usual, and this time I'm outnumbered by Canadians because I've got Bill Marchant and William Scott with me. Say hello, guys.
Hello,
How's it going?
All right. Can you tell their voices apart, everybody? Say something, Bill.
It's the accent. We are similarly voiced people.
Yes, that's true. Somebody said that about us.
I think that was me, actually.
I'll speak in the totally Canadian way here, eh?
You're a total hoser, man.
I'm a hoser. Yeah.
Hey, check out that hockey there, eh?
Hacky. Yeah, you think of the movie Fargo. Basically, Margie speaks for some reason. I guess the Fargo would speak like.
Well, yeah, Minnesota, North Dakota, I think that area, they have the same type of accent up there.
Yeah, yeah.
And Wisconsin kind of too. But yeah.
Minnesota is the only state that has, what is it? The higher percentage of Canadians than Mexicans.
Really?
It's something weird like that.
You mean that have actually immigrated to there?
Yeah.
Huh?
Minnesota's the only one that has them as a higher percentage of the population. The only one that has them as the largest immigrant group is North Dakota.
Huh?
Yeah, that would explain the accent.
Totally.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting how even across lines of country lines, you can still have those similarities. So yeah, I guess we were talking right before we got on the air about this new bill in Canada that people are saying that it bans criticism of Islam, although some people are debating whether that's precisely what it does. I just heard about this today, so I don't really know the details. Do you guys know more about this, exactly what it is? Like what the law says?
Well, the problem isn't exactly what the law says, because the law's going to say something like, you probably shouldn't criticize Islam, don't do that. In like nice terms, our problem in Canada is our courts like making laws as broad as they possibly can be when it comes to kind of left-wing things like not criticizing Islam, and as narrow as they possibly can be when it comes to things like guns, where we can't have any guns, or as few as they will possibly allow us, given the wording of the statutes. So, yeah.
Okay.
The wording itself isn't the problem. It's how it's going to inevitably be interpreted.
Right. So they make it as vague as possible so they can interpret it however they want.
Exactly.
The tyranny of rule of law.
Yeah. It's basically, this is sort of the reimposition of blasphemy laws, effectively, right? So.
Yeah, somebody on Twitter was saying that only like 14% of Canadians supported this law, but it still passed overwhelmingly.
Oh yeah, they don't give a shit what we say. They do not care what the average Canadian says as soon as they are in there, because they know that we won't remember what like the issues were in the 4 or 5 years it is until the next election, right? Like you guys have the staggered representative elections every 2 years, so there's a much more immediate reaction to what's going on. If something happens within 2 years, then you might get some blowback from it and lose some seats, whereas in Canada it's you wait out the entire term.
So how long are the terms? You say they're 4 or 5 years?
Yeah, I don't remember how much it is exactly, but
it's about 4, but the election can be called any time.
Oh,
so it varies. They will do it strategically. Either sometimes they'll have to call it because the government's said to have failed. What's the exact term? Non-confidence. If there's a non-confidence vote in the government, then they're sort of required to. It means if the government has put forward legislation and it doesn't pass, that means that they don't have the confidence of the House. So then they essentially have to call an election. And the same government might get reelected. It's not, but it does. I mean, that's what happened with Harper for not so much non-confidence each time, but strategically they will also try to call an election in order to because polls say they're going to win. So they might do it after 2 years. But we had way too many elections. We were like there was election fatigue. And then and then finally Harper actually got a full mandate, and then now we've got Sparkle Pants in for probably for a full 4. Although he's losing some cred with the left, because he's really he's just a BSer. He's not really he says what he should say to his liberal constituency and his Prague constituency, but he actually ends up doing some stuff because, well, he's got to make some money. He's got to fund all Dem programs, right? So
yeah.
Anyway,
just sad. Even though I'm not Canadian, I still feel like I want Canada to be Canadian.
Yeah, make Canada free again.
Yeah. Make Canada Canada again.
Yeah, exactly.
Make
it a dominion again. I want to be. I was always kind of bummed out when I moved here, and it was like, oh, it's not a dominion. I mean, I heard about what a dominion was, and that we'd left that status behind. I thought, that's too bad. I'd rather be a dominion of the empire. But
so it was just French, English, and natives, basically.
What's that?
So historically, the population was French, English, and natives, or like Indians,
and Métis as well, which. Probably Métis is mixed between either French and First Nations, or mostly Scottish and First Nations.
Okay.
And that was the Louis-Riel revolt. So they kind of feature more, what's the word, more politically than they do, I think, in terms of being actually a large demographic. They just kind of have a history of engaging, well, actually with violence back in the I can't remember when it was. 1830s, is that right, Bill?
Yeah, that's, well, a little bit later than that, because MacDonald was the one that hung Riel, right?
Oh yeah, 1860s. Yeah. Or 70s, early 70s. Yeah, 1867 is Confederation.
But it's kind of weird. I just realized that same dynamic is true of just about anywhere. That, like in the States, the main population of African Americans that did anything that were like the thought leaders and the political motivators and that kind of thing, none of them were purely African American. All of the highest ones were like 50-50, right? White and African American. And it's just weird that we're the only ones that have a separate category for those. And when you separate them out as a separate category, they become, you can see it much more clearly that they're the ones that are leading things politically, that they're the ones doing, being active in the political scene. I just thought that was kind of interesting.
Yeah, I think that yeah, just mentioning that, I think the reason in Canada was because they were actually, it wasn't that they were actually rejected by the First Nations populations because they weren't racially, they saw them as mixed, so they weren't welcome on, even when the reserve systems formed and so forth. I mean, that can't be so much true anymore, because I know
racist, and
I know First Nations people that are called First Nations who are clearly Métis First Nations.
Oh yeah,
but they are, a later product. This is kind of a historic reality of early Canada. If you happen to be the product of a First Nations and a non-First Nations parents, as long as the parent, it used to be just the men, as long as you receive your First Nation status through one of your parents, you're First Nations. They don't call you Métis. It's kind of a weird kind of mixed reality. It's not certainly, yeah, it has something to do more with historic. But you can still apply for Métis status. People still do it.
I don't remember if it's 1 or 2 generations away from being able to do that, because it's your grandparent has to be Métis in order to get Métis status.
Oh, really?
At least one of them. And my grandfather's mother could have applied for Métis status because her grandmother was Beothuk, that extinct tribe out in Newfoundland.
Oh, yeah.
So that she was descended from those ones. So I'm the whitest person I know, but I am only one generation off from being able to do that. Apply as a First Nations.
with an extinct tribe's blood flowing through your veins.
Mm-hmm.
Must be quite the feeling. It is kind of weird to think about how many extinct tribes there are and how much, to what extent they live on today.
Oh, I love that though. Whenever someone starts talking about the Native American genocide or anything like that, the Dorset people were completely wiped out by modern Inuit, just completely destroyed. They inhabited most of what is now Alaska and the Yukon and Northwest Territories and Nunavut, right up to Newfoundland, where it was the Beothuk. And in around 1300 AD, or 1400, I think. No, I don't remember exactly when it was. Somewhere around there. The Inuits crossed the land bridge and just wiped them out. And they don't exist anymore. They're not, no one, like obviously they took war brides and their genetics still live on to an extent, but their culture is entirely gone. They got wiped out. And it wasn't us. It was the Inuits.
Did the Inuit war? Or just then? Were they just stronger in certain ways? Is there or were they actually like a warring tribe? Or did they war amongst themselves even? I don't know. I've always your image of the Eskimo is just this sort of peaceful, hunter-gatherers, never, engages anybody.
Yeah, I don't know how it happened, whether it was just them out competing the other ones and like kicking them off the land, or if it was like full on war, because we don't have like written records from then or anything, but they can trace like the tools and stuff. I was reading that on what was it, West Hunt, the Gregory Cochran's blog, the geneticist guy.
Yeah, I know him.
Yeah. So he talks about them every once in a while. And I don't think that he's ever said definitively how it happened, because I don't think that we can know, but yeah, it happened.
They outcompeted them, whatever that means. Yeah.
So man, the reason your genocide is going on is because you just can't compete with these superior races.
Well, in a way, I mean, in terms of will, we aren't competing well. I mean, yes and no. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. When I guess we still think we're on top, and we are in not in a way we are actually still, but we don't yet understand that has to be protected at some point. At least not.
Yeah, we still have the target on our back.
Not in large enough numbers. Yeah. We're just we're really kind of stupid. And like generally, we're under kind of a weird spell, and we're kind of, collectively not able to kind of. There isn't a will. There isn't a. I guess that Rudyard Kipling poem about the Saxon awakening actually does really kind of make sense about we don't want to fight until we're really up against the wall. Seems to be a disposition to put things off, because we sure as hell should be fighting right now in many ways. Certainly louder than we are. I mean, for those of us who are kind of awake to this, I guess that's obvious, but.
Yeah, I mean, I look at what's happening in Europe. It's like a part of my soul is being killed when I see this stuff happening. because it's like I've thought about my European ancestry and just how amazing it is that, you know, the countries where my ancestors come from are still there. And now, even though I've never been to Europe, it's like my own personal history as a human being is there. And so if I were my great grandfather, for instance, was born in a small town near the border of Austria and Hungary. And sometimes I thought it would be cool to kind of go and visit that town. Then I thought, what if by the time I finally did that, like it had been overrun by Muslims or something? I mean, it'd be like a piece of my own history is just gone, like without a trace. And so it's like, yeah, just feel a connection to the past that way. And so when I see this stuff happening, I'm thinking, like, you're not just killing somebody else's country, you're killing a piece of me.
Yeah.
So why shouldn't we fight for that? Why shouldn't we stand up for that? Not just protest on Twitter or something, but why shouldn't we be willing to take up arms if we need to? Even, I mean, it's funny because like the countries of Europe do have armies. They do have, like, they could fight back if they wanted to. They just don't.
Yeah, that's the thing. You need the will. You definitely need the political will, and for some reason, despite the fact that even in a lot of countries, the popular will is there, the political will isn't. They just don't care. It doesn't affect them enough. They're in their gated communities, and they don't have to see it. What was that? Someone was talking about the stats in Sweden of where the furthest left politicians in parliament lived, and the more left you got, the more gated their communities were, the more removed they were from the actual day-to-day things in like Malmo or wherever. And that the furthest right ones were the ones that actually lived in the places where it's affecting the population.
That's very interesting. Where did you see this?
I don't remember. This was probably a year ago now.
Okay.
Yes. Didn't they have an election like a year ago? Jimmy got a little bit better in the standings. Or they refused to call an election. Whenever that happened was when I saw it. Mm-hmm. And it was, I think it was on Breitbart. And they just looked at the housing for the politicians at the behest of Jimmy. Or Yimmy, or however you pronounce his name.
Henrik covers this off and on. They mention this on Red Ice.
Oh, okay.
I mean, they mention it. It's sort of
Swedish,
anecdotal.
right?
Yeah, they mention it kind of anecdotally, but I think they also provide, and that woman Helga, I think's her name, that she's on there often. There's shows in Swedish, so it's not easy to follow, obviously, and it's not subtitled, but they talk about it a lot. Anyway, I can't remember her name. Something. I mean, I remember her name is Helga, but I can't remember. She's actually been on Stefan Molyneux as well quite a few times. He has her on now and again. No, Ingrid, that's her name, Ingrid.
Oh, I think I might know the person you're talking about. I can't. Like, is she that woman who has a bunch of children, or?
She might.
I remember something about that a while back. There was kind of a. No, maybe I'm thinking of something else. Never mind. I don't know. But I do remember a couple years ago they were trying to raise money for some family in Sweden, I think, or some people on the alt-right were doing that. I can't remember what the person's name was though.
Oh yeah. I mean, I think that it was. I mean, yeah, I think I know who you mean. That was sort of secondarily related. They were just sort of like weirdly picked on by the police. Their son was harassed. It was this weird situation over there and then the father ended up jailed because he was defending his son. It was weird. It was just a really weird kind of one of these like jurisprudence gone mad kind of situations that happen every once in a while, where they just escalation starts and they just don't back down.
I think that's one of the weirdest things hearing about like the European, the worst bits of it is how not rightist their police are. Like, because we're so used to seeing in the United States the kind of right-wing cop, like not all the time, but there's a general trend that the cop might be racist, the cop might be sexist, the cop might be like a Trump voter, you know? And that seems to not be the case in like Europe. That seems to not be a pattern in the same way over there as it is here. You notice that? Is that just me?
No, I agree with being surprised about that. Yeah, it's very. You hear them talking, and they're very. Yeah, they're Marxist cops. You know, it's weird.
There was a recent episode of The Daily Show where they were talking about cops and how, in some ways, they're very insular, and so it's kind of hard to really gauge what they're all about as an outsider. Like, they tend to have sort of like a fraternity of cops, but they're not as they're kind of closed off to most people.
Yeah, I get that, but I'm talking about like the cops in England that arrested the dad that was trying to get back his daughter from the rape house. You know, I just don't see that ever happening in the States.
Yeah.
Like FBI raid maybe, or like CIA raid, but I don't see like your average cop in Texas doing anything but shooting the rapists, you know?
I really just don't know what to expect from cops. I mean, but yeah, I have heard things about cops in the UK, how bad they are, from reading Theodore Dalrymple. Like, I remember one time he said that they saw some kids lighting a dumpster on fire, and so they called the police to do something about it, and they just said, hey, stop bothering us with this trifling stuff. So, like, they just don't want to help people there. Like, a lot of people don't even bother calling the police anymore because they know they're not going to do anything. Just, that is kind of mind-boggling.
Yeah, what's the stat on the murder rate in England too?
You know, I don't even know.
400 times since 1908. Their murder per 100,000 is like insanely higher than it was in 1908. Like, why? Why are you doing that?
I haven't heard that stat, but it doesn't surprise me because that's kind of what happens with diversity. But yeah, I mean, it's funny. They actually used to be able to own guns back then too.
When did it start spiking? Is that a slow climb, or is that a?
Good question.
I don't remember. I don't think I ever saw a graph or went to the website where the graph was supposed to be. I can find the stat if you want.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see that.
Yeah, let me go find that. Talk amongst yourselves. Talk amongst yourselves.
To see when the first cases are brought out. I mean, on this Islamophobia thing, this law that's basically the blasphemy laws. You know, whether or not how broadly that is interpreted and who gets. I think
you're gonna go after Ezra Levant.
Yeah, they could. Yeah, and then that's, you know, that is our most vocal and vociferous Islamophobes are, right? Whether they be Christian or Jewish, that they're the ones who actually will make the really hard statements because they, though they don't articulate it, they see it in religious terms. Whereas your average, even alt-righter is more culturally offended rather than kind of metaphysically offended.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll actually get a much stronger statement. I joined something, Gateway or something, some news site all the time, which I show up on the bottom right hand corner of my screen. And it's soon, because the first time I went there, I said, oh, here's something on Islam. I was somebody speaking clearly, and I went a couple times, and then by the end, oh, okay, I realized this is a Zionist site. That's why they're talking like this, because now they're also critiquing BDS, right? Is it BDS? Boycott, divest, sanction,
Yeah,
BDS.
sanctions.
They're and critiquing all kinds of pet issues for Semites and for Christian Zionists and stuff. So I still go to them because it's interesting. But on the other hand, I mean, anytime you have kind of cantankerous, highly focused people, they do. They might not tweak the news, but present it to support their view. But they're bringing up data. Like, there's no better way to find out, information on the JQ than from a hardcore anti-Semite. It doesn't mean they're right. It just means they're going to be a good source of information, right? Because they're going to have done the most. So, yeah.
I found the source. It was from the Moldbug essay, Why Carlyle Matters. It talks about the murder rate in England. It was 50 times. It's 50 times higher now than when Carlyle wrote Shooting Niagara, which I believe was the late 1800s somewhere. Yeah. So yeah, 50 times, not 50% higher, but 50 times higher is what the murder rate is now. And how do you do that? How do you justify doing that? Don't you step back and look at what you've done a little bit and think, hey, maybe we took a wrong turn somewhere?
Yeah, and you think that and they always sing in their own song about not having guns, right? This is
Get rid of the guns. Just get rid of them.
This point that so is the American murder rate per whatever unit per capita is higher, right?
Oh yeah, way higher. But it's
if you get rid of black crime, it
exactly
goes back.
I think they're a little bit lower. I think that they're on par with us, not England, and we're a little bit lower than England. If I remember correctly. I did all of this research like 2 years ago now and remember bits and pieces of it, but it was something like that. They have a normal on the low end European murder rate. We have a normal on the low end European murder rate, and England has a slightly higher European murder rate. But again,
if you controlled for the
demographics,
they would probably lower back down. So you have to compare like to like, which is that stat is fascinating. I mean, that basically, black crime rates in same as they are in Sierra Leone. It's like, okay, wow, that's a fascinating statistic.
That was VDare that had that chart just comparing black murder rates to other African countries' murder rate, and it just fits right in the middle. And the white American murder rate, and it just fits in right in the middle of Europe. Right? VDare, I think?
Yeah. So could it be or Amran? I think Amran's probably
too. Might have been Amran. But wherever it was, that was just interesting. Really interesting.
Yeah. It's kind of funny. If we're doing a little BDS here for a minute, are we? I mean HBD, sorry.
Oh.
We already did BDS.
Yeah.
HBD isn't real. Didn't you see Zootopia? Okay, no, sorry. Anyway, go on.
You were going to say something, and I started talking.
No, it's fine. If you want to go on, it's fine.
I have this guy I work with who's a classic. I've probably mentioned him before. He's a good guy. He's a good friend of mine. We have a great time working together when I do work with him. He is an actual hippie from the day. He isn't really anymore. Well, he still has long hair at 60, whatever. But he's a big NPR, even though he's Canadian. I think a lot of the Canadian liberals actually listen to more NPR than they do to CBC these days. But I kind of let him know my views. I haven't really held back anything from him because he's he at least will listen and talk. But he's always kind of returns it back. And today he was saying, "Oh, I was just listening to something on NPR this morning, and it was this report on," and they seem to be rolling out the information, the narrative for their client base, because lo and behold, they're dealing with IQ, right? But some study they had was done on, I didn't actually see the thing, I'm just reporting what he reported to me, but it was based on like these particular kind of, I think there were sugar beet harvesters in India. And the point of the study was to show that when people had kind of food security and just financial security, they were they had more ability to respond positively or to respond better in cognitive testing. So they did a test on these populations of people from the time when they had, and for whatever reason, these people are only paid, like he said, once a year, but we'll stick with that. So once a year, they got all their money, and then they spent the rest of the year managing that money somehow. And so there was obviously a period of time in the year where they were desperate and a period of time in the year when they were flush. So they did cognitive IQ testing on them at the 2 different times, and lo and behold, of course, they responded better when they weren't, when they actually had some money and food, right? So this is supposed to be, the test that mitigates all. And from his perspective, how it works on him is that it makes it uncertain. He said it was, and they did much better. Well, I'd imagine there's probably a 5-point variation. There's probably not a 25-point variation or 2 standard deviation variation. They don't score a 70 IQ in times of hunger and 110 in times of food, right? I mean, it's not going to vary that much, but I didn't actually see it. I want to actually look it up. Probably like sugar beet harvesters IQ or something in India. Probably could find it. But this is the thing. It allows it to mitigate, and that's all it needs to do to their client, to the NPR client base, who are starting to hear a little bit about HBD because the alt-right is rising and its influences, and these, there's hardly can be a conversation or notice board where somebody like me or somebody else is in there, taking an opportunity to make some claims about biological realism of some form or other, whether it be sex or race, right? And so this is it. All that you need to do is supply this kind of mitigation, and now IQ testing is just uncertain. It can vary, and the reason that and so then you're supposed to take that information about these sugar beet farmers and take it back to America and apply it to the racially diverse population, and why, therefore, the reason you have to just kind of like project the reason that blacks and Hispanics score less well than whites and Asians on IQ testing is because blacks and Hispanics are in a constant state of panic about survival. I mean, that's the implication, right? And it's just not true, but that's good enough. Or they're worrying about slavery or whatever, right? They'll just imply as if poor white kids don't have stresses, right?
Well, I mean, what about Jews? They're always worrying about another Shoah. They do all run an IQ test.
They do just fine.
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah. Anyway,
I mean, even to think about that, even if you were to use that logic of that nutrition is causing bad behavior or low IQs, I mean, there's still, it's kind of like a circular thing. Like people have pointed out that, like, people say that poverty causes crime, but really, in some ways, crime causes poverty, because, like, if you have a crime-ridden neighborhood, people don't want to open businesses there. They don't want to invest resources there. It's just because it's not a good investment. So it's like it's cause and effect. Kind of
I'm sure Ferguson is more of a wasteland now than it was, 2 years ago.
I've heard Ferguson isn't really as bad as people think it is, but it's still demographically not ideal.
They just had a good street party. What was it, 2 summers ago now? Be 2 this summer.
I guess it was 2014 where all that stuff happened, wasn't it?
Oh yeah,
that was
right.
The year of the Dindu.
The chip outs. 2014.
Yeah, that was. I remember at the end of the year, I think it was alternative right did a podcast called The Year of the Dindu. And I think they had Mike Enoch on. Sorry, what was that?
Yeah. What's that?
It was I thought maybe Bill was saying something.
No.
Okay.
I didn't say a word.
Okay. But yeah. But I mean, you also hear the stuff about food deserts in these ghettos. It's like, well, I mean, you know, if you're not gonna open a Whole Foods there just so it can get robbed. So I don't know. Just like,
yeah, and how many blocks can it be till there actually is a grocery store? Like, I mean, desert.
yeah. Or like, well,
yeah,
it's like they claim that like in the ghetto they don't offer good food there. They don't have fresh vegetables. They only have like junk food. And it's like, well, maybe that's because it's what you're buying. That's what sells there.
Yeah, how come there aren't any people setting up fresh food? You know, how come there aren't any green grocers there?
Yeah.
I mean, this is just if there was a lack of this, somebody would start a green grocery company here or store. We actually have one down the street. Like, some old guy has been running it for 30 years or something. It's the only thing he does. He sells vegetables out of this thing in the middle of the village, and people go to him because it's, you know, there's a kind of romantic connection with, you know, going someplace and buying your produce from the produce guy, you know.
Yeah.
Sort of this kind of boutique urban living, which has been going on way before hipsters, but it's kind of funny. The guy actually looks like the Big Friendly Giant, almost exactly like from the books. Anyway, so yeah, I mean, if there's nothing stopping them from producing businesses that supply their people with, other than lack of will and drive and safety, I guess.
Demand.
And demand. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. You're not, so.
Yeah. You know, I remember I saw this it's kind of a funny but kind of triggering at the same time video on YouTube a while back, where there's this black woman going into some convenience store that these Indians are running, and she's complaining about, I know they've talked about this on TRS, how they're these sort of ethnic chains where like a lot of Indians run 7-Elevens because they have this kind of ethnic networking thing going. And so you have a lot of different industries, I guess, that have kind of a nepotism thing where they'll favor people of certain ethnic groups over others. And like this black lady is saying like, how come this is my neighborhood and all you Indians are running these places? I want to start a business here, but I can't do it. It's like, I want to start, if I go to the hair salon, I got Vietnamese people working on me or something like that. And it's just like, it made me think like, this is really what it's come down to, where all these different minority groups are basically fighting over territory in the country they didn't found. I don't know, maybe I'm not describing it very well.
Yeah, no.
I can find that video.
Yeah, they're the ones. So it's the other immigrants. It's the immigrants that have found the kind of niche in the African American market, or the little chunk of it to you know, get some, because I doubt they're only serving their own, or maybe they did. I don't know. Is this like Little Korea, that kind of thing, where they're actually trying to set up a place to serve themselves, and because there's nothing else going on, the black people go there? Or is it actually they're actually realizing that there's a space in the market that they can fill somehow? I wonder. It's not like there are no black businesses whatsoever, but
yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I just put the link to the video there. Maybe I should share it with the text chat too.
I don't know if
they can see for themselves.
Chat. Well, I just remember in Thomas Sowell's what was it called? Black Rednecks and White Liberals, where he talks about the fact that before segregation was ended, that those kind of businesses where the smart immigrants would come in and actually run the businesses that black people couldn't or wouldn't, were done by Caribbean blacks. And they had the natural advantage that black people couldn't go to like a white store. Then when segregation ended, that advantage went away. The black businesses were outcompeted by the white businesses, who slowly moved further and further away from the neighborhood that wasn't quite nice anymore. So that was kind of how that happened. So bring back segregation, bring back black businesses.
So why the Caribbean? Because they had a higher admixture of, or they just for some reason?
Apparently they are genetically indistinguishable. According to Thomas Sowell, and he does do his research on this kind of thing, they're genetically indistinguishable from the American black community, but they are like, because his whole thing is that it was the kind of redneck culture that seeped into the black culture and made it awful, right? That there's definitely an IQ difference. There's definitely a difference in violence levels, but it's not as pronounced in countries like the Caribbean, Jamaica, and or Dominican Republic, and I don't remember what the other one is. But those countries where it was a very kind of proper British upbringing, that their his one thing was that their crime rate at the turn of the century was lower than the white crime rate
in the Caribbean.
No, the Caribbean blacks in the United States. I think in New York specifically.
Wow.
And that's partly that they were the highest IQ ones that were able to move and get enough money together.
Yeah.
And all that kind of stuff.
They're
but still the point remains that they were able to create businesses and be functioning members of society.
I know that the stereotype about
wouldn't be other. Sorry, yeah, Ian.
No, go finish what you're saying.
Well, I was just going to say they would have to, because there would be no welfare and there would be no other suppliers. I mean, obviously, at some level, they're interacting with, in terms of the trade lines and how they're getting their produce or getting their whatever their goods. They're obviously not 100% black produced or something, and nor would anyone expect that to be the case. But anyway, sorry.
Oh, I was just saying, I know that Jamaicans have a reputation for being hard workers. Like, that's the image people have of them who actually dealt with them, that they tend to be like people with strong work ethic. And what was I going to say about that? I remember actually hearing a story where he said, I heard a black Jamaican man making extremely racist comments about the ghetto blacks, saying, I don't want my kids hanging out with them, and stuff like that. Because even though he's black himself. So, and back to what you were saying earlier about the Caribbeans coming from a more British influenced society. I recently read somewhere that, or heard somewhere, I can't remember where, but that a lot of the American blacks have some European admixture, and a lot of times it's with people of Celtic stock, because usually usually the admixture comes from these Irish people they'd hire as overseers who were a bit not quite as
trustworthy.
Well, they didn't have quite as much moral rectitude as the Anglo people did, so they would when you hear about them raping women or whatever, that's usually because they were these low-class Irish people.
Yeah, the whole Scots-Irish thing. That's kind of the culture that Sowell blames for all of this. That it was the fighting Irish from the lowlands of Scotland came over into the States and became like hillbillies and rednecks, and they were that actually kind of explains it better than his or goes well with his theory that it was just cultural transformation. But if it's entirely genetic, if the American blacks are just more admixtures with this culture that he blames for it, then that makes a whole lot of sense. Wow.
Yeah. The potato Negroes.
But Gregorry, 'tis another Shoah.
I actually read a really great book recently about kind of casting the best light possible on that group of people called Born Fighting by Jim Webb. The guy
I have that book. I still have it. It's in my to-read list.
It's so good. I love that book. I was so entertained by that book.
It's funny. I actually got that book before I became red-pilled and all this stuff. Just because my father had seen a review of it and he said, "Hey, this book sounds interesting." So I bought it for him, and I guess now it's like a book I have access to. But yeah, I have this big stack of books I want to read, but I've been kind of lazy about reading them.
So this is about this.
The other one is Albion Seed.
Oh yeah, that's supposed to be good.
Yeah. What were you saying, William?
This is about the Scots-Irish.
Yeah. Born Fighting is about how the Scots and Irish shaped America.
Yeah, it kind of starts off in with the Romans invading England, and kind of traces where Scotland became a different thing from England, and then how the Scottish people became the way that they were, and where they went in like the UK or Britain or whatever the island itself is called, and then them moving to America and all of the impact that they had on America.
Wow.
That, like, for example, they were, I think it was like they're 23% of the population at any given time, but they were 60% of the deaths in World War I. They are a fighting people, and that can be used well and that can be used poorly. And like, they were most of the people that died in the most battle deaths in the American Civil War on both sides. Like, they love fighting.
The
Stereotypes are true.
The bloodthirsty Celts. I guess that's me.
The eternal Celt.
The eternal Celt. Yeah.
Are you of Irish stock, William? Or are you mostly Anglo?
I have Irish in me. Yeah.
Well, so
I
do
haven't
I.
actually done the test, but my son did, and his was pretty high.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you sure it's not from his mother's side, or?
Well, there was also corroboration that one of my grandfathers, one of my great grandfathers came from Ireland in 1710 to the United States. An actual person. I almost said my last name. An actual person with my last name. So, not that means that much when you're going back that many generations. You're like 1/64th related to them, or 128th, or 100.
Yeah.
200 and whatever.
56th.
Yeah. So
1024th.
But on the one hand, that's true. On the other hand, I guess that's probably not true, because more of those people are probably overlapping by the time you're getting back that far, especially in tribal.
Yeah, possibly.
You're not, you don't have 256.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Great, whatever grandparents.
Yeah.
So probably all the more reason you don't want to be marrying your cousin.
Yeah, we don't live in a shtetl.
No.
That was bad. I'm sorry. Okay. All right. We'll stop picking on you Jews.
It's your show.
No, we're just joking around here, folks.
We're just signaling. Because it's not. We only have new anti-Islamophobia laws in our country.
Yeah. Yeah, Muslims are very outbred. Yes.
Yes.
Very, very.
They're wonderful people that we do not want to insult.
That's right.
Canada's all about being nice to people.
That's right. Well, we want to be nice, because when they take over, then maybe they'll be nice back to us.
Yeah, surely that'll happen.
Wasn't there a Swedish politician who said that? There was. The woman said that.
I think I heard it was. I think it was a Danish guy who said that, or
Yeah,
I don't know. I remember hearing something about that. Like when they become the minority, we want them to be nice to us, or when they become the majority, we want them to be nice to us. Like, yeah, that's totally how.
That's how it works.
Yeah.
Sharia has a nice clause in it.
Yeah.
You may tax all the coffers, but those who were nice to you before you took over their country.
How's it possible to be that stupid? Really? Like, are they seriously? Do people actually believe this, or is this just really?
Yeah, they
incredible naivete.
They live in a gated community with one Muslim guy who's a nice guy.
Very Swedish presenting.
The university.
Yeah.
The
one guy that came over from the UAE or wherever on an exchange. That's the only Muslim guy that they ever met, and he says, "Oh, they don't really mean that. They don't really mean that when they say Sharia law. They just mean respecting Allah."
He's gonna get
and they believe him.
If he just respected us a little more, this stuff wouldn't happen.
Yeah, that thread is bizarre. That Malala, she says that too. It's like, so what are you exactly are you telling us? Like, we
be nicer, we kill you.
Yeah, I know. It's like, but what does that imply? Like, how is that even and yet, it's Justin Trudeau grade logic, It's yeah, I mean, I think it's partly, there's that thing about the cycle of civilization, good times make weak men. Weak men make hard times make good men. Right? So we're kind of we're at the good times make weak men phase. It's just.
Are we weak men, are you saying?
Well, I think we're the ones that are trying not to be. I'm sure we are more flawed than we can even imagine. But
yeah.
Well,
sure, our great grandfathers were a lot more impressive than we were.
Oh yeah. No, we are all weak, but some of us are kind of waking up to the. I mean, some people always have. I mean, some people have been kind of natural reactionaries right through all this, but I think reaction is a response to the weakness. So.
Surprised more people haven't joined us. I don't know what the deal is. I invited like 15 people or 12, 13, 14, something like that. But hey, it's good talking to you guys. I mean, we're having a good little three-way chat here.
Yeah, I'm having a great time.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. Don't have to compete for airtime.
Yeah. Of course, if Mark Citadel were here, we'd be getting a lot more views.
Oh. Yeah. He brings a cohort.
Well, I've noticed that.
Speaking of Cox, did you guys see the quote to that Joe Cox's husband?
Oh,
no.
His tweet.
What now?
I saw that Godfrey Elphick was tweeting about
Godfrey Elphick.
I saw the thing he posted on Twitter where they quoted his tweet.
Yeah. The person, listen to. I mean, this is his Brendan Cox. This is his thing. The person who did this wants us to be fearful and divided. Let's show them that we are neither. I mean, listen to this. Somebody took this apart, so I'm, I'll kind of riffing on what they said, but the person, right? It's as if it's an abstract entity that could have been either, blowing it up for, as the person said, for animal rights, or maybe it's an anti-abortion activist. It doesn't matter. It's just a bad person trying to shit on our multicultural paradise, right? They want us to be two things: fearful and divided. Like, I think it was either Diversity Mock Fry, maybe it was who had said this. It's they to the liberal. That's what the attacks are for. They are for, the intention is to wreck our multicultural paradise, but it isn't. The multicultural paradise delusion is merely the weakness that allows them to be present to do those things. They are killing. The guy is fully successful. He was killed from his own perspective, from his own tribe, in an honorable death, doing what he was supposed to do, to instill fear in the infidel, and to therefore occupy more cultural space. So in no way did this person fail. He was completely successful. He took a few people out, and he and he made infidels feel insecure just at just merely walking down the street in their own countries, right? And yet for the leftard, it's just, what they did is they're trying to make us fearful and divided. It's sort of like George Bush saying they hate our freedoms. That is not the intent. This is what you're needing to do to try to clean up after the mess that you've been supporting, right? But these people are crazy, and because somebody called him out, like, it's just, you don't have just because you have grief doesn't give you, essentially, a monopoly on badgering people and what to think just because your wife was killed, right? It's disgusting. Like, it's in the days to come, I hope we will remember the love and bravery of the victims. First of all, what? You getting run over by a car does not make you either loving. It certainly doesn't make you brave. It just makes you a victim of some senseless ideology's violence. Victims, just as we and not just the hatred and cowardice of the attackers. There was only one attacker, but maybe this is from this is from the same one. But I mean, bravery, like, this is like, we just use language like, these people use language like it doesn't even mean anything. You're not brave to be killed by a crazy guy, or no, by a warrior from another tribe who's been set free in your country. That's not bravery. Standing up against him and then maybe getting killed, maybe that's some bravery there. But merely getting run over by a car, what's the bravery? Like, this is stupid. Yeah. It's like words don't mean anything.
My absolute favorite insane reaction to that was the one guy who said, you can see on display the wonderful diversity in London from the nationalities of the attack victims, and then listed them all off. What the hell are you doing?
Look how diverse our victims were.
But they were. They were all Europeans and Asians. Like, they weren't diverse. That was the joke, right? He tried to list all these things, but they were just Europeans and Southeast Asians. So basically all the high IQ people got wiped out.
Yeah.
All the ice people, the Northern Hemisphere.
Well, I heard one of the victims was Islamic, wasn't it? Or I don't know. I thought I heard that somewhere.
I don't know.
I remember at the Charlie Hebdo shooting, one of the officers who got shot was like sort of a nominal Muslim, I guess. I think I remember reading that.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, no, they're random, and they do end up killing their own people. I mean, sometimes they do it intentionally in their own countries. It could be
collateral damage.
Usually a Sunni killing a Shia, but sometimes the other way around, I suppose. I think it more often happens the other way, and it's and they'll also collateral. They're not going to. That happened, I think, in that truck incident in Nice. Was it Nice where the guy drove the big truck through the thing? And it's just randomly. He's just not. He's not going to make sure there's none there, and he's sending them to heaven anyway. He doesn't. It's all. That person's just dying in the glorious battle anyway, right? So they don't. But our people are like, see, they don't care. Like, we bring it and we interpret it according to our leftists, or our leftists interpret it according to their morality, and then throw that back at you. You see, they're just killing their own people too. They're just crazy. No, you're not seeing the actual, crazy like a fox logic of these people. You're trying to see them as individuals, not as a function of a biological unit, right? So, or a large.
Yeah, I read something really interesting about suicide bombers recently. Was saying that in Palestine, that they were proposing a stipend type then for like the mummies and the daddies of the suicide bombers, that they'd get some massive amount of money as if these people were veterans. And first off, disgusting, but the more disgusting thing is that this was really unpopular in Palestine because they felt that people shouldn't be doing it for those reasons. That if they were to do that, they would get a bunch of suicide bombers that didn't really mean it, that were just doing it for the money. That they wanted their suicide bombers to be ideologically pure. And so it was rejected by a huge amount. They were allowed to give some nominal amount to the parents as thank you, but they weren't allowed to. It was rejected to actually give them like a what's that called? Like a pension.
Oh,
yeah.
Really? Eh? Wow.
Yeah.
And that just might be a high-minded way of saying we can't afford to do this. Maybe that'd be very expensive. But yeah, I mean, you could see family members encouraging kind of some kind of ne'er-do-well in the family that's kind of dead wood to go off in a blaze of glory for Allah and bring in $1,000 a month to the family, or whatever the equivalency is.
Yeah, so that was it. Like, it makes sense from their like war perspective. I can see where they're coming from, but just to have that as, I don't know, that's just weird.
Was this an ISIS thing?
No, this was Palestine, like Hamas.
Yeah, that's right. You said that. Yeah, Palestine.
I don't remember which one's the terrorist group in Palestine, or quote unquote terrorist group in Palestine.
Yeah. Freedom fighters.
Yeah, those guys.
You guys have to change the subject, but one thing that's been on my mind lately is that do you guys ever feel like there are a lot of people who aren't really listening to what Christians and the alt-right are saying? Because like I feel like there's some people who still I think that the sort of Christian sector of the alt-right has been growing a lot lately, but it seems like a lot of people still don't really understand what we're about. Like they're still kind of stuck with this view of Christianity as this being sort of a soft and weak thing, even though they have a lot of us, fighting out there intellectually and morally the extent we can.
I'm a bit worried by the I was just reading Lewis, where he was talking about how, I think it was Lewis, it might have been Chesterton. I've been going back and forth between the two, but he was talking about the people that want Christianity because it's good for civilization, and that by doing that as like an instrumental reason for having Christianity rather than because it is simply true.
That's Lewis,
that they're going to they won't get the benefits of it because it won't be real, and I see a lot of the kind of head the thought leaders, quote unquote, of the alt-right kind of going in that direction where they're like, yeah, I'm not Christian, I don't believe in Christianity, but it's generally good, which is, I guess, better than nothing, but it's still it's going to lead to exactly what you're talking about, where they're not it'll be put on the back burner as soon as everything is generally where it should be, and then we're just going to end up with the same thing as we have now. Right? The seeds of discord will be implanted.
Yeah, I've just been thinking about that because I don't know if you guys heard that new podcast on TRS with Spectre, Loritz von Gildhausen, and Reactionary Tree. And Reactionary Tree went on this spiel about how he thinks Christianity is a problem, and he's rehashing this stuff about how, like Apostle Paul says there's no Jew or Greek, and it seems like a lot of them are into transracial adoption and refugees welcome, and like all this stereotypical stuff that I feel like has been addressed. And it's like there are people out there, like their websites such as Faith and Heritage, where they talk about these things. They have Good Morning White America. Heck, there's even us. We talk about these things sometimes. It's like, if you actually have concerns about these things, there's plenty of people you could listen to or Reed who can set the record straight, but it just seems kind of lazy to ignore that stuff.
Yeah, like Poland. Like, just look at Poland. Poland is incredibly Christian. They're Catholic, right? Not Orthodox?
Right, they're Catholic.
Yeah, and they're not doing any of these things. You know, it's a ridiculous thing that this one strain of Christianity is representative of the entirety of it.
Yeah, we are definitely looked at. I mean, we're either sort of put forward as kind of a what's the word I'm looking for? Just a remnant of our heritage, of Western heritage, and therefore, needs to be at least, that needs to be at least acknowledged. But then there's also a lot of, like you say, there's this kind of conspiratorial paranoia as well. But there's always some uncertainty. But I mean, I suppose we have to accept that. I mean, thinking about Lewis again, right? He said something about, I think in Mere Christianity, he said that, yeah, sure, there's reasons why people don't like Christians, because sometimes Christians are obnoxious, or I can't remember exactly what he said. But he said the other reason people don't like Christianity is because it scares them, it frightens them, because it's a fundamentally challenging ideology. I mean, not ideology, it's a fundamentally challenging religion or practice, however we want to put it. It's not an easy path. It's not, when Christians really do Christianity, it makes people feel uncomfortable and bad about themselves, right? So it's because it doesn't let people off easy, and and it doesn't allow us even to just simply be white nationalists or something, for however some of our kind of National Socialist Christian leaning type people want to be. I mean, I think ultimately it gives us more strength, because we have something more than just our race as the basis on which we identify in a fundamental way. But it also gives us reason and logic to engage these things from a different perspective than. But I suppose that's going to always be somewhat unsettling to people if we can't be, on board full, like, drum beating pagans or neo-pagans or whatever, or national socialists or something. We're not going to, they're going to think we might jump ship at some point, or that we're going to sell out. But Christianity, as we've received it, is an expression of both things. It's an expression of Christ in a European context, as African Christianity is an expression of Christ in an African context. Of course, that's somewhat mitigated by the different churches that went there. But people's culture, race, culture is downstream from race. And that's even true of religious culture, and even something fundamentally true, as I see it myself, Christianity, or Christ being the Logos. It doesn't have an absolutizing effect on how that's going to manifest itself in the different communities that take it on. Nor does it mean that all those communities are to be blended, like what's that cuck's name from U2? Bono said in that song, I believe in the kingdom come, where all the colors will bleed into one. Right? Where's that in Scripture? Nowhere to be found in Scripture. National
literally
borders.
The opposite.
Yeah, exactly.
Tower of Babel.
literally the opposite.
Yeah. So yeah, there's definitely traps that we can fall into with this kind of thing. There's definitely ways that we can kind of get sucked onto focusing on the other things more than this. But I think that Christianity is the way to go forward properly. Like, it's the truth and the light. Like, it's things flow I think from the Christianity.
Yeah, I think you're just kind of making me think. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Just that I mean, for us, then I think maybe you've brought something up pretty profound here, Ian, in that I mean, maybe, we hang out with these other people and they're comrades and friends in terms of national friends or, ethnic kin. But we need to actually probably work more at converting our own people within the church, in the churches. Like that's really where our mission should be, and we should probably not spend too much time trying to be popular with people who probably are always going to take us a little bit suspect. And maybe we win, maybe we just win the body count. We win the body. I don't mean body count in terms of death, but we win bringing just because more people show up on our side. Because we actually have the infrastructure and the means of communication and the deep ethical commitments that can be called upon. I mean, this is one of the good things about being a Christian is you can articulate deep ethical commitment to people that they have to face. We've been called to do good, not to do a certain agenda. So if our agendas on the left and Marxism are failing, I mean, not only are they satanic in their source, but they actually are failing. We have something really to call people to account with, that this is not where Christ wants us to be going. We can, we have a lot of benefits that people on the alt-right in general don't have. They don't see it because they see it as a liability in us. Well, whatever. So they don't see it. I got to stop counting.
Yeah. I do kind of wonder if at some point it's going to be something that splits the alt-right, because, I don't know if any of you guys saw what I was tweeting earlier. I just kind of went on this little tweet storm about this subject. I started by saying, look, I get that there are a lot of secular people. I get that for many people, it's hard for them to accept a lot of the premises of Christianity. It's hard for them. They just don't have the faith for it. Like, I get it. Faith can be a struggle, but so I'm not going to necessarily get in their face and say, like, you have to be a Christian because this is the only way. And I mean, even if I believe that's true, I know that just telling them that's not going to necessarily get us anywhere. So it's best, I think, to be a good example and to others and draw them that way. But back to what I started out by saying, I do wonder if at some point the alt-right's going to split over this issue if it keeps growing, and you'll have the people who just want to take a secular approach versus people who have a Christian view. And if at some point they're going to be, like, if this thing keeps growing, it's going to get to a point where these two factions are at odds with each other. I mean, we're not there yet, of course, but go on.
Well, that's what people like Nick Land have been saying forever, that there are three or two key areas of the alt-right and kind of neo-reaction. That there's the Christian side, there's the race realist side, and there's kind of the transhumanist consumerist side of it, that are kind of all working together because they have a common enemy right now. But if we ever got much more traction than we do, that they would be as hateful of each other as they are of like the enemy now, the mainstream right now.
The black pill. Yeah, it is the black pill. I remember way back when they were there was a bunch of early in some kind of arguments, and I think Lawrence Murray had written. I miss Lawrence Murray. I don't know where he's gone. He seems to have dropped off the face of the earth too.
Yeah, he hasn't been on Twitter in a while.
No, he hasn't written anything. Atlantic Centurion, not since January 30th or something. He was usually writing once a day, almost, at least a couple times a week. But he had written something, what is the alt-right? And, there was some conflicts, and then there was like people trying to define the group. And I said, I wrote I was being blackpilling. And I said, so we get along for now, and then we fight to the death later. So we try to get along for now so we can win this thing, and then fight to the death when we've won over each. And that's I'm You know, I can't imagine that's probably not. I mean, and I think as you know, Christians, we have to understand, yeah, it's human nature. We can't have utopian delusions about this stuff. That's not why we're engaged in this. It's not because we believe there's going to be a white ethno-state paradise in which everybody gets along and everything's perfect. Like, it's, to me, it's about making things less worse than they are, and stopping them from becoming impossibly bad. It's not about utopia. Benedict had a great encyclical against utopia. I think his first or second encyclical. You know, free will makes it such that utopias are impossible. People will choose to behave in their own interest. You know, our history as European people is replete with people acting in their own self-interest. People, especially people in positions of power, and leading to fracturing and fighting and war and mayhem. Like, are you really that stupid that you think we're gonna make a paradise? It's delusion. But it's maybe that's a bit black pilly. Sorry. The black pill.
You know, and there's other people that are saying that what we're saying is like white genocide is really good. No, we're not saying that. We're saying that there are more important things than that particular way of going about the question. Like, it's never going to be perfect on Earth. That's not the point of Earth. That there are things going against Earth that will make your ultimate paradise thing. There's going to be something wrong with it in the end anyway. So we should be looking inwardly to and upward to the spiritual life. You know?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah. I guess I've also kind of recently come to these kind of conclusions too. Not conclusions, but been more convicted. When I got into this, I was sort of like, you know, a bit torn between the kind of the energy of this thing, this movement, which I'm not leaving, never will. I think it's well, at least so far I won't. But my Christian, the Lord is tugging on me these days quite strongly. So I'm no longer able to kind of turn my Christian faith into some kind of, you know, symbol system or something. It's becoming much more real in my life. So I'm not. Yeah, he's not letting me. He's not letting me turn into some kind of pussy in terms of serving him. I have to serve him quite firmly, quite convictedly. So
anyway. Yeah, well, even Jesus said, "I bring not peace but a sword." Like, it's going to be a struggle. It was always going to be a struggle.
Yeah. Conflicts. Yeah, and that's, to me, I've always read that as not necessarily so much he's trying to bring conflict as he just understands the nature of the world. There will be
no, exactly. Yeah, I agree.
There will be a reaction. Yeah. No, I wasn't. Yeah. I've been looking at John Chrysostom, or Chrysostom, however you pronounce him. Have you ever read any of his? The East is big on John Chrysostom. The Orthos are. They actually read his homily for Easter every Easter. It's good.
No, I don't think I've ever heard of him.
Oh, he's amazing. Like, if you want to, like, when you're talking about trad, I think Mark Citadel said this once, which I found quite interesting. He said that you know, almost more than reading scripture, he reads the old church fathers to know what Christianity is about, which is a very nice traditionalist kind of church kind of view. And I think, and now having started to read his homilies, I mean, his homilies, there's a huge collection. I'll try to find them and post them here when I'm done ranting here or raving here for a second. And he, it is true. Like, if you read his writings, and he's before the schism, he's before the Great Schism. I mean, other than Anabaptists, pretty much everybody would accept him as being really a Christian, without any issues. He does obviously do infant baptism, so the Anabaptists would have a trouble, but they have trouble with everybody. But if you have, yeah, he wouldn't, Protestants would accept him and so forth. And yet he gives you an example of a Christian at really the early peak of the church. This is after Constantine is established. Constantinople is the seat of the empire. And his Christianity is, pragmatic, and it's deeply mystical, and he himself spent, I think, 5 years as an ascetic in a cave, coming to terms with his call, and then they call him the golden throat or something because of his preaching was so profound. And I think he's preaching around 500, something like that. I'll have to look it up. But there's just hundreds of his homilies, and they're just amazing. Like, because you don't get any of that kind of schmaltzy. Like, I have a hard time listening to a lot of contemporary preachers because it's either paused or saccharine, and there's none of that in what he's doing. It's just a fabulous body of work to look at. Anyway, I'll look it up.
Yeah, I agree with what you were saying about modern preachers.
Is this
hard to go to. What?
By the way, sound check. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, is this guy? This guy was from, you said 400, about 480.
Oh, I'll just look him up and post it. Yeah, he's after Augustine. So he's or Augustine. He's and he's after he's in Constantinople, though. He's the bishop of Constantinople. He's actually kidnapped from his own home in Asia Minor by some authorities and taken and made to be the bishop. And he never gets to go back home. Antioch. He's from Antioch.
Oh my goodness.
So he was so valued that he was like taken against his will to become the bishop of Constantinople. Wow. And then he runs into trouble because he's a true dedicated Christian. He runs into trouble with the emperor, mostly the empress, because she's trying to do vain things like set up a silver statue of herself.
Wow.
Anyway.
How do you handle that?
So I guess he preaches in Hagia Sophia, which is interesting, because we were just talking about, giving ourselves over to the Muslim invasion, which is now a mosque rather than an enormous Byzantine church as it once was.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, first off, that's really sad. But yeah, have you seen some of the things like I guess in Syria and Iraq, they have Orthodox churches there that when ISIS was kind of spreading, they'd obviously deface everything. They remove every bit of Christian iconography and just tear down the crosses. And it's terribly sad. But then when all these churches were recaptured, the restoration work on them was really supreme. Like it looked about as good as the original could get. I mean, it's sad that it's not. It's still sad that it's not. I mean, that stuff probably was in the era. Made from that time, but it's still beautiful to know that you can recover after that.
Yeah. Which churches specifically are you talking about? The ones in Syria, you said?
Some churches, or several churches in. Let's see. ISIS.
What are you saying, William? The text chat there? What's that creaking noise? Oh, it was Gregory.
Oh, that was an accident. I didn't save what I thought I saved.
Oh, okay. So the clipboard didn't copy it exactly.
Yeah, no, that was me in a Twitter. It was some trolling from earlier today.
Top of the morning, hey ladies! What a great day!
Now you show up.
You missed all the Irish discussion earlier, Gregory.
Oh, I beg water.
You so badly want to be Western European, don't you?
Nah, yeah, kinda. In some ways, but I wouldn't give up our women for anything.
Really?
You can keep your rocket ships. we have hot Eastern European women.
You're Romanian, I guess?
Yeah. Yes, I'm Romanian.
Have you met Gregory before, Britain?
No, I haven't.
How did you figure out that he was Romanian?
I saw it in his post on.
Oh, right.
Yeah, we don't have it in Romania.
I wonder from which country Britain is. He's Welsh.
What?
No. I was wondering from which country you are.
That's no, I'm actually not Welsh.
Yeah, I know by your accent.
Are you German?
You're probably Canadian or American.
Yeah, thankfully I don't have any of the eternal Anglo. No, I'm German by blood, but I was born and raised in Texas. I mean, I've still got family there that, I talk to on the regular. But,
really nice. So you're a Christian of what denomination?
Lutheran.
Lutheran.
Mm-hmm.
So did you have that atheist fedora phase, or did you go straight for it?
Oh my god, actually, yeah.
We all had it.
Yeah, oh.
This podcast is basically AA for atheism.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Christian, and I was an obnoxious asshole.
Yeah!
Christian.
Give me a second, I need to recall in just sheer shock about, I'm having flashbacks, man.
It's like Nam, but with fedoras.
Yeah.
Dude, the shit I used to say and the arrogance I used to carry when I was an atheist. God, I hope I can blame it on you for testosterone.
Oh man, yeah, okay. So I posted some of during that phase. I used to post some crap on Facebook about that stuff, and whenever I get on Facebook, you know those parts where it's like, you posted this 6 years ago. I see
Oh, dude.
Vomit.
That's basically an Insta shame function.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah.
On a more serious note, I do think we bear some of the responsibility for going fedora, but it's also the responsibility of the Christian leaders, because they chose the job of being a communicator for the word of God. So as science evolved, they should have taken the responsibility to learn proper Christian arguments. Of course, Christopher Hitchens looked like a rocket scientist compared to some person who could barely spell. So they had to learn what evolution was, how it can or couldn't be integrated into the plan, into the divine plan, and all of this stuff. You have to adapt. You can't just read the Noah's Ark story over and over again. You have to adapt the Christian message to a very gray and morally ambiguous time.
Well, there's several things on that. On one side, I think Thomas Aquinas said something along the lines of, I think it was him, said something along the lines of, for someone who really has faith, there's no argument that can disturb his faith, and for someone without faith, there's no argument that can give them faith. So it's really, a lot of it really just, it goes back on our shoulders. There's really no excuse that anyone else.
You can tell this guy's a Texan. Personal responsibility, even for your sins. You don't believe in sin socialism. That's commie bullshit.
Yeah. I mean,
well, it does fall onto your shoulders, and God doesn't forget to punish that, but you can't be misled.
We did get a massive epistemological hit in this generation.
Yeah,
it was, and I think we've gotten to the point where it is fully recoverable at this point, but only because of the difficulty. And in a way, it's kind of, I mean, we worry about the lessening of church attendance, but it's, in some ways, it's actually kind of weeded out.
Are you saying
a lot of people.
The difficulty it produced, like the people that fell away, the difficult, like, because I mean, life without God is pretty hellish. I mean, I have a personal belief that we gave this world over to Satan with the fall of man, so technically, Earth is just a temporal version of hell, and we're just waiting to get. It's basically a testing ground. Are you gonna go here? Or are you gonna go here? But it's mostly like here.
Well, flaws are built into the system. Even if you study physics, there's a second law of thermodynamics, which basically guarantees that there cannot be perfection in the universe. Every system is breaking down, and on a more intimate level, you see this all around you. So life is a testing ground. You always, I saw this phrase recently in a discussion related to Shakespeare. There has always been this sensation that humans are spiritual amphibians. We're one part fleshy creature and one part divinely inspired. So there will always be the struggle.
Yeah, but it kind of, like, for us particularly, it sucks that we have so many things against us. Like, for example, the Pope with the brain of a kumquat, Like, why can't we have a couple of things on our side right now?
Is a kumquat actually a thing? And how can you eat it if it is?
Yeah, it's a little tiny citrus fruit.
Oh, God damn it, I love citrus.
But big as the end of your thumb.
But still, kumquat, really?
Yeah, it's the smallest fruit that I could think of.
What was Sperm Square already taken? Getting back to the discussion, what were you saying?
This is going to bring in the viewers. We have strong personalities that starts bringing in the viewers.
Yeah, we were having a very peaceful, gentlemanly conversation.
Oh my
God damn it! Those Eastern European barbarians with their beards and
rabble rousing.
Yeah, we were having a very Canadian conversation.
We were. It was very
because Canadians were in the majority.
That's true.
We're talking about Prime Minister.
Well, it's about time you had some Canada guests, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Back to what
Canada in the who's.
In the who?
Go on, Britton.
Yeah, back to what Bill was saying. I mean, a lot of it has to do with the fact that we're not raised. I mean, a parent is supposed to bring a child up in the church. I mean, that a Christian parent, they're supposed to raise their children to be Christian. I mean, there's no excuse for a parent letting their child go off into whatever, and it really disturbs me when I see a lot of these Christian parents. I mean, hell, even my mother, my little brother, he actually converted to Buddhism. I think, I don't know how that's going. It's been a minute, but you know, she has this idea of, well, I mean, Buddhism and Christianity are compatible, right? You can be Buddhist and Christian. It's like, no, you can't.
No.
I hate it always pisses me off to see like the guy that's clearly like Irish with the like freckles and the bright red hair, and he's just saying shit like, there is no God but Allah, inshallah. Like, come on, man. You're clearly white. Please stop doing what you're doing.
You're not a fan person.
That's triggering. It's oh God. And I'm not even Irish. Obviously.
Yeah.
Well,
obviously.
A jihad
What's that supposed to mean, eh?
Jihad is taking what's theirs. Crusade is defending what's yours.
Yeah.
That's a good definition. I like that.
Yep. Well, it's a duplicitous religion from the start because its founder was a refugee who slaughtered the people who saved his life. So day one, that's the first thing he did. Seriously, he fled from Mecca to Medina, and Jews and Christians basically saved his life. I'm saying basically again as a punctuation mark, sorry. And he backstabbed them. He was tolerant and wise and kind at first, basically ripping off Christianity, and I said basically again. And then he built a power, and he slaughtered everyone. Isn't that? Go on.
Isn't that what? I just said I say basically a lot too, so don't be so self-conscious about it.
Literally, you do.
It's a lot.
Yeah, and I say essentially and.
Dude. There is no such thing as a self-conscious Romanian. Have you seen our national clothing? Seriously, it looks ridiculous.
They're not ridiculous.
Was your national clothes like the purple tracksuit?
No, it's American black pimp clothes. Yeah. We used to fight the Muslim hordes dressed as pimps from South Central LA.
It's like on what he was saying about Islam and stuff like that, where he would start off as being this kind and noble person, and then turned into what he did, or showed who he really was, rather. I mean, it's almost biblical in the fact that, I mean, the Bible says that, you know, even an angel of darkness can appear as an angel of light.
So you think that there are two ways we can go with this. Either Mohammed was a scam artist, or he was a victim of a misleading appearance.
I'm thinking more along the lines of he was the angel of darkness in a misleading appearance.
I think he was too dumb to be actually a divine being, because
I'm not saying like literally an angel. I'm saying that, you know, he was an agent of, you know, very bad things. I mean, we have those in real life. I mean, Bergoglio, for example, he's, you know, quite obviously not an agent of God. He's very much the opposite. I mean, these things are just, you know, their realities built into the world, and the fact that, you know, you're always going to have something. I think Bill said it earlier, is that you're always going to have something that screws something up. Because
we touched on this before, and even if you get rid of that, there will always be some bigger and greater issue, because the system, the world itself, is designed to be flawed. So, for example, I think I said this to Mr. Citadel a few Hangouts past. For most of humanity, the greatest risk was disease and food. You wouldn't understand the palpable relief, the crying of joy, to bring a person from the past today and show him, look, I have food like all the time. And from everywhere on the planet.
And I don't get malaria.
This is miraculous, and still look at the crap we have to go through. So there will never be a time when you're not struggling.
Yeah, like right now, the greatest thing that we're flummoxed by is that we're too rotund. You know, like we have too much food. How did that happen, and how would they react to seeing that we like waddle around nowadays?
I don't think it's an accident, because it's actually a brilliant strategy. So these things that many things that feel really good from an evolutionary standpoint are things that are very hard to get. So we have fat, we have salt, we have sugars, we have sex. These things are for winners in nature, in our natural environment, and in the time of the Bible, of course. So when you're able to get them, the Lord programmed you with the ability to enjoy them as much as possible. But when society has evolved to such an extent that they're basically sitting on every fence, as the Romanian saying goes, then they test your character through moderation. Sorry. So it is a foolproof plan. You're tested either way, in getting them or in resisting them when you get too much.
That's a good point. But yeah, I mean, it does have a it does have some crazy implications. The fact that nobody is resisting, really. I mean, you have, I mean, the people that are getting that that big. I mean, how many of them have thought, I'm getting big, and then actually done something about it?
Well, the issue with fat people is that their vice isn't sexy.
Yeah.
If you're a smoker, you look cool. If you do drugs, you'll get laid a lot because you hang out with crack whores. So
I mean, they're definitely not in the majority, seeing as we have, well, I mean, in America at least, we have, what is it, 70%, overweight is average now. So by the way, if you go on a dating site, it's the average, expect overweight. So
they don't like overweight anymore. It's now girthy individuals.
Yeah, 70%, I believe, is the percentage of people in America that are overweight. So that's definitely average.
So do you think that our modern day abundance can best be exemplified by an aisle in Walmart where an obese person is driving a little scooter cart down it?
Not really, because poor people are often obese, and it is because their eating habits, but mostly cheap food is very fattening. So
yeah, we were kind of talking about that earlier, actually.
By the way, it's a little strange.
Well, of course, you're Americans. You talk about food.
Well, actually,
we're Canadians.
Well, I'm American, and
no. You're Americans. That whole continent is
North America.
It's so filled with food. So filled.
Mexico is not us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, Spanish. Look, hola.
Well, there are white people in Mexico, and they are of European descent.
Castilians, right?
Yeah, they're the high caste people.
So that's another interesting moral dilemma. What do you do with mixed breeds? Because you owe it to the...
No, I'm kidding.
No, but you owe it to... So, for example, someone is half black, half American, and the American side comes from a distinguished family who actually fought in the Civil War, and he defended his country, and with his blood he bought the right of his descendants to live on that land. But now one of his descendants was soiled by no choice of his own. You owe... I would go the...
I personally preach is that, I'm not going to hate somebody for something that they were never in control. I'm happy to hate a Muslim. I'm happy to hate an enemy of God. but I mean,
goddamn towelheads.
yes. But when it comes to that, I mean, you know, it's not their fault that, you know, their mother or father decided to, you know, be so estranged from their own race they would, you know, seek something like that in, you know, something completely foreign. That being said, you know, they I mean, but on top of that, on top of the fact that they're just so estranged from their own race, they're, you know, the parents, each of the parents are more closely related to every single other person of their own race than to their child.
Yeah.
I mean, so
my question wasn't regarding the mulatto himself or herself. My question was more of an abstract one. So it was about the ancestor. He fought and died for the right of his descendants to live in that country.
Right.
So you as a society, that man bled to death for you. It hurts pricking your finger, let alone getting a gunshot wound to the gut. So yeah. I think that, for example, Southern society owes it to that mulatto if he wants to integrate. So none of this touchy-feely multicultural bullshit. You swear allegiance to America, you decide to integrate.
Right, and you know, with mulattoes specifically, you know, I've heard it said that, you know, they will, I mean, despite them having difficulties with trying to relate to either group, they will end up flocking to the group that presents itself as the superior. So, you know, the group that, you know, is strong, the group that is, you know, unwavering in how it deals with itself, how it handles itself, the one that's not falling apart.
Well, this can be a very nice test of sincerity, to be honest, because if a mulatto comes to the whites right now when they're weakest, you know that his allegiance is pure because the blacks are in power right now, as on the social scale.
Absolutely.
So if someone is your best friend when you're dirt poor, you can trust them when you become rich.
Absolutely. I mean,
there will be hordes of mulattoes coming. Let's say you guys force a coup, you secede from the United States or something, and then millions of mulattoes. Oh, we're Texans, God damn it! No. Where were you when white people were getting called out on Netflix specials?
Wow. Yeah.
I fought in the streaming wars of 2017.
The meme wars of 2016 and the stream wars of 2017.
His child has an obligation to that society. If it's actively subverting it, this abstract contract is moot. But that's what I was saying. But hold on.
From the text chat,
if you're a pure blood and you're subverting the social contract, your right should be taken away. I'm talking about an innocent mulatto who didn't control where his mother's vagina went. She chose to spread her legs, and now he wears her sin like a cloak for the rest of his life, or her life. So I'm talking about that child and society's responsibility towards it. Of course, we want...
yeah, I know a guy, and I think he lives in North Carolina. I mean, his mother married outside of her race to a black man, and he's obviously, you know, half black, and the group that he chose was actually white. I mean, he doesn't hang out with, you know, the ghetto guys. He's about high. I think he just got out of high school, but he his friend circle is pretty much all white. He hangs out with the country dudes. I mean, because
so
that's who he can relate to the most. And
does this guy? I mean, as far as his looks go, does he look sort of white more than black, or would he look more black than white?
Yeah, he says he looks like he says he looks like Rami Malek, the guy from The Egyptian dude that played the pharaoh in Night at the Museum.
Oh
In
yeah,
what?
that guy, yeah.
Yeah. So
In what movie?
Night at the Museum.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he played the pharaoh. But yeah, he says he looks kind of like that. I mean, and here's an even more interesting question: is that should they decide to integrate with either pure blood race, he's got a white girlfriend. He has a girlfriend who I think she's a redhead. So should they breed, most likely, those redhead genes, those blue-eyed genes are probably going to go bye-bye. But, I mean, that's the question. If they decide to integrate, if you're letting them integrate. If you're letting them integrate, to what extent are we talking full integration, or are we talking, just, oh, you can act like us, but that's about it. I mean, one of my ex-girlfriends, she was a quarter black, and
Oh, you're a degenerate.
oh yeah, I know. Yeah, I mean, I actually found out after the fact, but I mean, it really didn't change much. I mean, like I said, she looked more Mediterranean than anything else.
Yeah. Well, I do think that looks have a lot to do with how people perceive themselves, because I mean, I read this story a while back about this girl from South Africa who comes from a white family, but she looks black because I guess she had some like really, really distant ancestor who was black, and somehow it all manifested like so that she looks more black. It's like a really, really rare case where something like that could happen. But so since her parents and her family was all white, sorry, what?
You know how when you wash a red shirt with something else, everything becomes pink. That's basically black DNA. When they mate with something, it turns to them. It doesn't matter if you have even 10% black DNA. It can darken you.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
that's not really
what
how
I'm saying.
though.
Sorry, hold on. Can I just finish what I'm saying here?
Yeah, sorry.
But what I was saying about this girl is like her family was white and like they all looked white, and so it was just a really freak thing that she came out looking black because this African ancestry is very distant. And I remember it was like a source of controversy because like she was officially listed as white because of her parents, but she looked black. So like I remember reading as an adult, she said she feels like she identifies more with black people than with white people. And I remember thinking about that, like, so even though she's more genetically European than African, because she looks black, she feels more at home with black people. And I thought that was interesting because it sort of says something to how our phenotypical characteristics can shape the way we view ourselves.
Yeah.
So I think that something like that has to be taken into account if you're talking about assimilation into different groups, like how well can you pass, not just in terms of your behaviors and actions, but in terms of looks, because I do think it's something wired in us to like get a sense of identity and tribal connections with others based on how we look and how other people look.
I think I'm jinxed, by the way.
Why?
Why?
I think I'm a jinx upon this podcast, because every time I come on here, within 5 minutes, it ends up becoming, race issues or a HOA or just something.
Well, you're Texan, dude.
It happens.
You're Texan. It's like talking to an Irish person who's sober, who isn't sober. I mean, it's
It'll
like
last 5 minutes. It's only a matter of time.
It's like your thing.
We were talking about race stuff before you came on, so it's not like we don't talk about that stuff here.
This is our one shot to blame this on someone else. Don't screw it up for us.
Sorry, I have autism.
The Texan made us do it, officer. We're good Midwestern guys.
Eastern European boys too.
Yeah.
I think in Canada they call the middle part the Plains provinces or something. Is that right? Or am I messing that up?
Yeah.
Prairies.
Prairies. That's
Prairies. Okay.
Yeah.
Someone needs to make Canada great again.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. Go to Saskatchewan or something.
No, but wait, it already is great. No, it never was great. No, it already is great. No, it never was great.
Well, it was only great for white people, so that doesn't really count as great.
And now it's great.
Wagonablers like Trudeau they get the bog too.
Yeah.
He's bogged here for sure.
Yeah.
Do you have
Prime
bogs
Minister
or
Bog Pants.
are they just frozen solid? If you threw him in a bog, he would just bounce back as a coin. Break his neck on the frozen bog.
He'll sink in the spring. Don't worry.
No, he'll melt the ice with his warmth and then drown like a fag.
I don't know.
Pretty much does everything like a fag.
Should be a pyre or a bog.
Putin should decide.
Putin should decide.
No, Pence should decide.
Yeah.
Pence is like, dude, when you're a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. When you're Mike Pence, everything is worth electrocuting. He's the Pikachu of politicians. The Raiden of Republicans.
The Reagan.
The Raiden, the Mortal Kombat fighter, the Thunder God.
That's great.
The four of theocrats.
Yeah. By the way, I'm sorry to change the subject, but I was actually wondering. I mean, you're Eastern European, and you've heard about, I guess, the Russian Orthodox Church has been, I guess, really pushing for Russia to go into another monarchy. I mean, it would make sense because whereas the Pope is the head of church for Rome, for the Roman Catholics. Apparently, it was the Tsar that was the head of the church for the Eastern Orthodox, or for the Russian Orthodox. I'm not sure.
It would be a relief for the Russian people because they had their glory, they stolen from them, and it's been one tragedy after another since then.
Well, I wonder who did that. Cha-ching.
Oh God! Oh. So they did have their glory stolen, and they really deserve another awakening. But the Russian people are imperialistic, so we on the alt-right generally,
which is very funny because the Soviet Union is very much evidence that even with the Russians you can't really suppress it. Within 20 years of them trying to make the Soviet Union this free love, kind of it's about it's about equality and free. Within 20 years, it became essentially a left-leaning fascist state of an imperial nature.
Well, they did that. They probably could have turned it into a hippie commune if they wanted, but they saw the results and they wanted, dude, this is like biowarfare. This is worse than poison gas. Export them to the Goyim in the West. And they kept it was National Socialism, but an international version.
Yeah.
But you really can't have these two choran. Sorry, someone asked me to pronounce something. So you really can't have people on the alt-right are generally they prefer small states because they think people on the alt-right believe in diversity. So they want a state for Hungarians, Romanians, French, even subdivisions of those groups. Right. And you can't have that with a massive imperialist bear right next door.
For example, the Prussian Empire, that empire spanned over several different ethnicities, including German, Slavs, Baltics.
Potato nigger.
I think it had to do with what do you call it? I think the Prussian Empire even spanned into Scandinavian ethnic groups. So I mean, with imperialism, and the thing is mostly they kept to themselves. It's not like, you know, when Prussia was, you know, was an empire. It's not like they forced, you know, a diversity, you know, a modern day diversity mix up of the groups. Most of the groups that, you know, include Poles as well. For example, I mean, you know, Poland is a great example. The Polish people were pretty much completely absorbed into the Prussian Empire, but they're still here. They've got a very clear ethnic border. It's not like they were mixed and matched into, you know, into obscurity. They kept who they were. That's the thing about empires, good empires.
Well, it's a perceived purity because there was no 23andMe.
There was no what?
If you 23andMe.
Oh.
your genetic testing thing, because one of my workmates, he's a German. He's ethnically German and Southern European, but he never even considered not being Romanian, because we're racist, but not in that sense. We don't nitpick race. We don't, oh, you're 50% this and that. We're more cultural. We share the faults of other Latin countries in that regard. We care more about religion and culture.
It's almost like Japan, where it's like the way they see it is that you're either Japanese or you're not. You're either Romanian or you're not. There's no in between. There's no like, oh hey, you know.
Yeah, but those are island nations. We conquered and were conquered by others for thousands of years. Very few people are actually pure in this. And this is basically the only way the left can shut us up. They drag us down into these nitpicky conversations about what percentage of this, at what percentage of blood are you going to kick people out? What's this? What's that? And there is no answer. That's why they ask it, because you'll look foolish trying to debate this.
Yeah, there's no magic doohickey that will let you like tell when someone is Romanian. You just know. You know that person is Romanian.
That person hasn't got a my workmate hasn't got a Romanian drop of blood in him, but he's Romanian.
Yeah,
he grew up in Romania. He loves this country. He said, I said I wouldn't die for Romania because as long as it has a democracy. But he said, I would. It's my country. I'm dying for it. So there is something to this. I don't know. That's why I'm not going full in white nationalist.
I remember John Derbyshire talked about how a lot of times people's national identities are to some extent fictional. Like, and one example he gave was that the modern day Greeks see themselves as a continuation of the ancient Greeks, even though they're a lot different than the ancient Greeks were. But they still say like, yeah, they're Greek. That's our culture. That's us.
Yeah. And the founders of modern Italy said, well, now we have an Italian state. Let's make an Italian people.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what's funny about Italy, I guess, is a lot of people do genuinely think that Italy is a continuation of Rome, and while culturally that might be true, genetically, I mean, when Rome fell, the entire expanse of what used to be Rome, that we call Italy today, was turned into, I think, I can't remember if it was the Visigoth kingdom or the Ostrogoth kingdom, but it was a Gothic kingdom, which is to say it was basically a German kingdom. That they were just Germans that spoke Latin because they had served in the military, and they were basically, how it happened is they served the military to become citizens, and so they could become Romans. And when they got done with their, I think, 20 years of service, I think that's how long you serve in the Legion to gain your citizenship if you're not a Roman.
Go on, sorry.
Yeah, 20 years of service, only to be told at the end of it, yeah, no, we're not letting Germans be Romans. So you can have your land, but you can't don the purple. That kind of ticked them off, And so they burnt Rome to the ground and turned it into the Gothic kingdom pretty much overnight. And what they did after that, it was kind of like that replacement stuff that a lot of Western European nations are going through today, where you can do this with only a couple Muslims, where you import 100 Muslims and close the borders. Within 100 years, those 100 Muslims turn into 10,000 Muslims because of their breeding rates.
No, they breed because you guys give them free money.
Well, that.
No, that in particular, dude. Muslims are poor. The Muslims are low IQ, shit tier people for the most part.
Even in countries, even in third world countries where they don't have that kind of support given to them, like Iraq or just really.
Iraq wasn't a populous nation.
What I'm saying is that even when they're not, even when it's not a great place to live, not in terms of economics, they'll still breed at exorbitant rates because first off, they marry young, they marry early, they have multiplicity in their wives. They have 2 or 3 wives when they can, and they're just constantly pumping out babies. Their women are either pregnant or in the process of getting pregnant.
But I have to kind of disagree that this is a universal thing that can't be controlled or anything, because, for example, Poland has, I think it's like 2 or 3% of their population is Muslim and has been since like 1100 or something. The Tartars, or however you pronounce it.
I imagine it has something to do with
supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
For those of you out there listening, the reason Gregory is saying these random things is because in the text chat we're asking him to say stuff, so he doesn't have Tourette's or anything. I don't think
they're trying to test my accent, boy, to test that I'm really Romanian. Oh God.
The reason why the Muslim population in Poland is stayed the same for so long probably has to do with a similar reason as to why the Muslim population in Japan has stabilized for so long. Japan has, I think it's 2 million Muslims, 20,000 Muslims. It's something that begins with 2. Anyway, it hasn't gone up, it hasn't gone down. The reason why is because every single Muslim in Japan is monitored. Like, absolutely. The government knows where they go at night. They know when they're taking a dump. They know everything about these people. And
so that's why Richard Spencer will move to Japan. They'll monitor where he goes at night when his wife thinks that he's on business trips.
Yeah, so they monitor them, and then there was apparently like an expose about how when they start getting into things that they shouldn't, the government just gets rid of them. Non-specifically, no, they didn't specify, but they did say they get rid of them. And apparently, some Japanese reporter, or it wasn't Japanese, some foreign reporter, released an expose about that, and was expecting public outrage. Oh, we're treating these Muslims horribly, and the Japanese people were like, yeah, they're kind of a threat. you treat them like that. But yeah, I imagine it had something to do with that in Poland. Not to mention the fact that the people in Poland are such, incredibly strong Christians. Hell, I think they have more churches in Poland than there are McDonald's in America. So that's saying something.
I think that was, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. That I saw that little map that showed up where all the churches were, completely blocked out Poland.
I think that if the South won the Civil War in America, it would have become a cultural superpower because you guys had a culture, an actual culture. You could feel it in the air. You could taste it. It was very much like a European country, and
that would have been so.
It was ruined and assimilated into this beast of the USA.
I'm on rock there watching the servants work the field, drink my
The carpetbaggers came down.
And the problem is that due to the lack of culture, due to the lack of actual roots, American nationalists just become white nationalists.
Oh yeah,
and they talk about and people don't, common street level people don't hate niggers as much as you do, and it's very hard to bring them on your side. When I want to recruit,
don't use
someone,
language like that, please. No racial slurs. We gotta watch that stuff.
Sorry,
here,
I explained it earlier. We call each other nigger all the time because we listen to rap music. So,
Yes. What up?
Use
we're trying to keep this.
just use nice words like gobbledygook. You know,
these gobbledygooks. Okay, if I want to recruit someone, I don't have to say "damn those Muslims." I just show them a history book or talk about something in our deep past that evokes emotion.
Right.
You're using the stick more than the carrot, and that's your major recruiting flaw. And in the South, it can be turned around because you actually had a culture.
Right. Well, I can't say that. My family's been here for, I think, the 20s is when my great grandfather, he left the Weimar Republic. He fled. So yeah, that's as far as I can trace back my history in America. But
wow, so your ancestors were fleeing degeneracy. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and look at where they wound up.
My family were refugees. No, two things. You know, one last thing on Poland is the fact that, you know, another reason why the Muslim population might be stabilized is because in non-Islamic countries, specifically in Christian countries, apostasy from Islam is at its incredibly high because in Muslim countries the punishment for apostasy is death. They kill you if you stop being a Muslim. But in places like Poland, you're constantly encouraged to convert from Islam to Christianity. And with such a strong-blooded Christianity as Poland has, it's really a match made in heaven when it comes to trying to apostatize somebody from Islam and convert them to Christianity. And on the South, yeah, I mean, there is kind of a faint culture still there. It's very damaged and diluted. You know, it's basically become, how do I put it, blue collar identity here. It's nothing like grandiose of what it used to be. I mean, most of the people here that do proclaim Southern pride are very much lowbrow people. I'm not saying that to be offensive. I'm just saying that, that's
why is that offensive?
When somebody is called low class, that usually that implies something that, oh, you're less of an important person, basically. And that's the flaw of modern society, is that we've taken, we've done one of two things completely wrong with situations like America. We've taken the proletariat and we've made him out to be some kind of just awful person. And then the problem with things like communism is they take everybody who's not a proletariat and make them out to be an awful person, and then the proletariat is some divine angel in human form. So I mean, it's gross.
I think the communists gave up on the lower classes a long time ago. They're mostly focused on race and sexuality and other things.
It's definitely turned into cultural Marxism, but the thing is that you can't divorce one from the other. Cultural Marxism will lead to economic and social Marxism, in terms of it. If the culture is turned into this complete cultural Marxist state, like a college campus, then the economics are, you know, sure to follow.
It's funny because I agree with what you say, but it's not the same the other way around. You can't have communism as an economy yet remain very right wing.
Oh no, not at all. I mean, that's how cultural Marxism became a thing in the first place. You have all these people that were in a lot of these college campuses were where communism first spawned in America, and it was actually, from some of the things I've been reading, is basically all this cultural Marxism stuff being taught in schools is actually the dead hand of the Soviet Union slapping us after 30 years of being dead. But I mean, these teachers came over and they started telling, you know, people to be communists, and, you know, the ideas started with economics and social status, and it turned into, you know, what it is today when it comes to race, when it comes to religion, when it comes to all these other things that cultural Marxism is. It all spawned from the economic and social Marxism.
But it also flourished because it filled the space in with the receding of Christianity. So it supplied a kind of I mean, the whole social justice, social gospel.
It's an idol.
Is a means of a kind of social or a political idol out of the faith. Yeah. You're able to, you know,
I mean, and I'll say this, even as a political extremist myself. I mean, most, if not all, political extremism is almost a form of idolatry, because I mean, especially atheist or pagan forms of political extremism. It's usually, you know, your heart is trying to find something to put itself into. You know, if it's not God, it'll find or make something else.
Very few people are actual atheists. They don't believe anything. No, they adopt Marxism.
There is a single person on this planet that is an actual atheist.
They're called nihilists, and they usually kill themselves. No, I'm not joking. They have nothing to live for. They know they're gonna die, and they know that people are backstabbing cunts. And without the redemptive qualities of Christianity, these realities will wear you down, especially as you get older. Your hormone levels decline, and you'll stop feeling invincible and happy all the time.
Mm-hmm. And, you know, it's you know, I don't believe that there are hardly any legitimate atheists around. And I mean, even with nihilists, I doubt there's really many of them. Really, that only their last few moments are a really true nihilist state, because all the time, the entire time that a quote unquote nihilist isn't killing himself or herself, they've still got a little bit of hope in them. I mean, it's not until that very last second where they sorry, I'm sorry, I looked at the chat. It's not until that very last moment that they actually give up hope completely, and at that point, you know, they're dead. But by and large, you know, I'd say that everyone that proclaims to be an atheist is a theist in some form. They either worship science, they're either spiritual but not religious, or they worship science, or they worship their own ass. Bananas. But yeah, they're inclined. Humans ultimately are inclined to fall into the belief of something.
And I'm getting told I swear too much. I'm sorry, guys.
I remember when I thought this would be a nice family-friendly podcast. How naive I was.
Try to keep it.
What was in your mind to invite a Romanian?
Niger.
I mean, we try to keep it PG here. At worst, PG-13. I mean, I've had bad days too, where I get in within 2 minutes we're talking about Rahowa, but but yeah,
Well, I was just going to say you were saying that they aren't atheists, but I don't think that that's quite the right thing to call it. Like I've been rereading Moldbug recently for a while, and he struggles for a long time to figure out what the proper word for a religion without a god is. And I think that whatever you come to call that a religion without a god is what we're talking about. That everyone has the super category of something that includes religion with a god and religion without a god.
I mean, ultimately, a human is going to find a religion, whether it's religion with God.
See, that's what I mean. That there are lots of people that don't literally believe in theism and are therefore atheists, but they still have religion in something, you know? So I agree with you there. I just wanted to clarify the difference between having religion and being a theist.
Yeah.
I think religion is more of like a discipline or a practice of some sort.
Well, I mean, we're talking about, you know, a spiritual type of religion. And I mean, a great evidence of this is I saw a tweet about, it was actually about the London attacks, I believe. Some bigwig was saying, you know, send atheist prayers to, you know, to London or something. It's like, really now?
Lori Penny.
Atheist prayers?
Was it Lori Penny?
Yeah. Oh, she's awful.
Is she hot?
Appalling.
No! Sorry, my Latin
Lori Penny is not hot.
As soon as I hear about something remotely female, I start wondering if she's hot.
When you say
Millennial Woes confessed to having a unnatural affection for Lori Penny.
Well, I can get... Well, okay.
When you say remotely female, I just picture someone like Scott Stapp with the long 90s hair, you know, the people that like would look like a woman from the back but turn around and normal like rock star or something.
Dude.
I'm worried about you, Greg. That's what I'm saying to you right now. I'm worried about you.
No,
we'll pray for you, brother. We'll pray for you.
Get a wife, man.
I'm on the... No, I'm not on the alt-right. I don't have this excuse. I just haven't found the right one. Honestly, Dad, he's just my friend from college.
We just got high on MDMA that one time. And
that's why I walk funny today. No, I don't want to sit down. What kind of question is that? Returning to the last point before the charming deviation.
Sorry.
No, it was charming. I wasn't being sarcastic. I always come back to this, and I'll repeat it as much as I need to. The essence, the true battle here is between subjectivism and objectivism. It's people who believe in the natural and God-given order of the universe, and people who believe that it is subjective, it is up to debate, and it can be changed. And Lucifer was the first rebel, the first one to say, I challenge this order. I refuse to bow down to these lesser creatures, even though it's the divine evil. And he was the first rebel. And then on and on through history, you see rebellious people, even the Jews themselves, getting smacked down by God, getting redeemed in some way, and then getting smacked down again. And then you have the Enlightenment, where theism was changed with deism. God is a cloud, so fuzzy and abstract you can never put a finger on it. And then the I was gonna say the S word, the trouble started to accelerate. But the problem was there since the beginning of man. Man, what did he do? He was subjective about the divine commandment.
Don't eat the fruit. That's all you got to do.
Yeah.
This is the objective right here.
That's the perfect analogy.
Satan comes like, hey, what if you can't eat the fruit? Honestly, this situation is subjective because it's not a matter of can, it's a matter of will. He says that you can't, but you can. It's a matter of if you will or you won't. But the thing is, you can. So he changes it up into into a subjective way, and man does his thing, and which is to mess things up, and he messed things up. Well,
and I'm sorry to say this, but the Marxists are absolutely right. In the absence of God, as far as we know, we are the highest, most sentient authority in the universe. Not only that, but we live,
which causes a lot of trouble. I mean, think about how many, I hate to throw this word out, but think about how many genocides, and think about how many horrible things and atrocities have been committed because people thought too highly of themselves. They thought, oh, well, I'm great, and I think that belongs to me, or I think this person is bad. So,
well, you can also break the rules out of compassion, because you see a suffering queer, and you say your heart breaks for him, what he's going through, and you say, well, let's integrate him, let's promote him because I want him to feel comfortable. Evil can come from good intention, not just pride, although pride is often the most repulsive and disgusting source of deviation. You can be corrupt out of kindness, and that's also a problem. You must adhere to the moral landscape.
That's the single biggest problem in contemporary Christianity.
Dennis Prager gives an example, and it hits home for me because I'm a huge dog lover, and I actually have 2 dogs. And he
says
says
not a Muslim,
that.
Then.
What?
So that means you're not a Muslim. Good.
Yeah. My sexuality might be in danger with the types of dogs I have, but at least I'm not a Muslim.
You said they were huge dogs.
Yeah, they're Romanian horse moose dogs.
Oh, they are huge dogs.
I didn't know that existed.
They're Bichons. I live in an apartment. I can't afford to have large dogs. But getting back to the point, Dennis Prager asks, if you walk down and you see your own dog drowning, or on the cusp of drowning, and a complete stranger, which do you save? And most people say, with a smile on their lips, I would save my dog. Why? Because I love it. So that's not Christian. Christian morality says that man is the highest of creation. Human life should take the priority over animal life. And it would absolutely break your heart to save a complete stranger instead of your dog. But it would be the moral thing to do. And that's right.
And the thing is, what's crazy if you look at what society's been trying to do, I mean, there's a reason why people have been, are so quick to say they'd save their dog first. Because, society for a long time now, probably around 50 years, has been kind of flip-flopping to where we thought, oh, human life is precious. It is the most precious thing. But then you get into things like abortion. You get into things like, animal rights. And I'm not saying I'm not against animal rights. I'm not against, hey, don't do vivisection. I mean, that's National Socialists. That was one of the first things we took care of. But, when it comes to the point of, we're ready to sacrifice, starving people, human beings, so that this cow can graze free in the Great Plains and then get eaten by wolves anyway. I mean, it's not only is it asinine, but I mean it's also just disgusting.
I think that it's a sin that the right wing lost the domain of environmentalism, because we're conservatives by our nature. We want to conserve and preserve. Why did the left get this? Why did the drug-using, addicted to modern technology hippies
Oh yeah.
get nature.
The thing is that for most of it's actually funny you mentioned that, because most of the time that I see the conservatives, the well-dressed, well-spoken conservatives, they're the ones that are maybe not maybe not publicly preaching it like a freaking vegan does, but in their day-to-day activities they're more conservative about their environment. I mean, I've hung out with all types of crowds, and I mean, have you seen the aftermath of a party full of of liberals? Oh, serious! There's garbage everywhere.
I agree with that.
Taking into the trash can.
Wait! There's garbage everywhere, and then the liberals leave, and they leave trash.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean,
there's garbage everywhere, and then there's the trash they leave behind.
Yes. Yeah. A great example of this is there was this big group of neo-pagans recently that did some kind of festival, some type of neo-pagan festival at Stonehenge. And these are all very liberal people that are, he said it, neo-pagans. No, I mean, these were all very, very liberal people that, that you'd expect to see in PETA or, stuff like that. And Stonehenge, I mean, while I don't hold it to really any high regard, being the fact that it's a pagan altar, it's still pretty disturbing to see how these neo-pagans, people who proclaim that this is a great thing to them, just completely desecrated it.
Well, liberals love nature, but they're low willpower, and this comes into the whole RK selection theory.
Oh no, not. I mean, not really. I mean, look at what is that, Standing Rock or whatever, the oil pipeline. Same thing. And they camped out there for a while. They had some, they had stronger will when it came to enduring the elements than I know most.
Have you met mentally disturbed people? They have these really short, extremely intense bursts of motivation. But for most of their time, they're complete slobs. Have you ever lived with an artist? They can stand and paint for 48 hours, but their room looks like a war zone.
Absolutely.
They'll 100% sign the petition that says save the heron, save the condor, save the brown boobies, whatever kind of bird it is.
You said brown boobies.
Well, yeah,
it's a bird.
It's a bird. It's a bird. What? No, but they won't actually put in more than a couple days worth of effort. They'll have a couple of days where they're really intense about it, but the what was that, Coney 2012 is the example of that we're gonna get them, and then 3 weeks later everyone had forgotten about it.
Absolutely.
It's short bursts of energy. I agree completely.
I mean, Standing Rock has been something I think it's pretty much over now, but I mean, that was something that went on for several months. They were camping out there for several months, and then they left, and shock, gasp, horror. It was an ecological nightmare. They just to save the environment from the evil pipeline. They destroyed the environment where it was going to be on. Very
quite the Pyrrhic victory.
Exactly.
Actually, I don't think it even was a victory. They lost, and then they did scorched earth policy on it. A completely on accident, I guess.
But let me counter-signal you a bit, because your Republican Party is in bed with some oil guys, and if you're in the Republican Party and you're from an oil family, or you work in the oil field, you're a complete incompetent moron if you don't use your political power to advance the interest of that oil company. You wouldn't be doing your job if you didn't try that. So that's why conservatives in your country get that stigma of being anti-environment.
I completely agree with that fact. That's one of the big reasons why I don't consider myself Republican in the slightest, is the fact that these are the people that that proclaim You know, they're correct in almost every other way except for two things. Is what do you call it? Democracy. They're big fans of democracy or republic. I mean, despite being called Republicans, they're more for democracy than anything else. They're more for
you are a country founded on liberal principles, so
Absolutely.
your conservatives are liberals.
America was founded by Satanists who wanted the freedom to do whatever depraved act they wanted without the rules of the king or the pope getting in their way. I mean,
Yep. The loyalists.
It was also the Enlightenment thing about certain inalienable rights and complete equality of man. That's not really a Christian principle.
No, absolutely. I mean,
however, I absolutely love Southern Baptist culture. I love it.
Love Steven Anderson. Even though I'm Lutheran, love Steven Anderson.
Yeah, I love Steven Anderson. Are you in the Houston Goilers? If you're a Texan.
I don't do sports.
No, the Houston Goilers are they're
Of course you don't do sports. You're on the alt-right. God damn it. What are we, gay?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
I don't know why you laugh so much.
Yeah, personally,
I'm a sports team. Sorry. No, they're like an alt-right meetup group.
Yeah, they're sort of white nationalists.
Okay.
But there used to be a football team called the Houston Oilers, which is what their name is based on.
Oh, that's the pun I kept missing.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I actually had no idea about that, but
they're a fascist group.
It just sounded like a sports team, so I just assumed it was.
Well, they're good
I didn't even know
boys.
the Oilers weren't around anymore.
Yeah, they're now the Tennessee Titans. They moved.
Really?
Yeah. That was like 20 years ago.
Yeah, I haven't watched football.
But yeah, I'm the first one to criticize Republicans for them being so in bed with, the ANCAP type of people that would sell you their sister if they could.
Well, ANCAP people are really kid touchers who want to get away with it.
Oh, no,
honestly, dude, you wouldn't be that. Listen, if your founding fathers were right. If you give absolute liberty to moral people, they'll just use it to build a fence or a hen house. It's when you give absolute liberty to fucking degenerates. I'm sorry, effing degenerates. I mean, copulating degenerates. They will go nuts. They will. And you wouldn't argue about absolute unrestricted freedom if you weren't up to some heinous S word.
Absolutely. I find it really disturbing how, most of my family are libertarians. My dad is my dad's a neocon that says he's a libertarian, but he talks about freedom all day long and equality all day long. And
America.
America. And it's grating because, I just know the fact that, the ultimate goal, there's ultimate goals in each corner. The top right, the extremist authoritarian right wings, their ultimate goal is to save the world from the other three. But the other three, you're looking at cannibalism, substance abuse, and depraved sex acts.
We put locks on everything. We have fail-safe systems. Our fail-safe systems have fail-safe systems because humans can't be trusted. We mount machine guns on cars and shoot other people. We can't give absolute freedom to this fallen creature called man. You don't trust a stranger to do anything for you, and you're right to do so because man is a fallen and corrupt creature, and he needs to be.
The hearts of men are desperately wicked. It only took what 2 weeks. It took about 14 days when Moses was on the mountaintop. I think it was literally 14 days while he was up there. He came down. They were already braising people inside of bulls when inside of a golden bull when he came back.
Yeah, exactly.
Moses, Moses, God,
and the most annoying argument that an atheist can make, so I did it at my atheist days, is oh, so you tell me that I wouldn't be moral if not for God? Well, looking at liberal society, yes, that's exactly what I'm telling you. We're actually discussing the age of consent. It's a subject of debate lately. You guys have imported brown hordes. You're taxing your own citizens. You teach sodomy to 4-year-olds. Yeah, you MFers need Jesus.
Yeah. By the way, on that note, the age of consent is very funny how it ended up where it did, because it ultimately ended up in the fact of breaking it down. It was like, okay, so when can a woman conceive? Well, she can conceive around at puberty, like 13 years old. Okay, but with that, there comes a lot of chances for a lot of complications. You have an extremely high risk of the mother dying during childbirth or some other complication that'll kill her if she gets pregnant at that young age. So they're like, okay, let's wait like 3 years, 16, and that's when you can really safely start having children. Optimum time for a child to be born is actually around 20.
Well, 16 was the average period rate back then.
Yeah, and then the reason why that became the the reason why 18 became the norm is because of the practice of courting, which usually took around 2 years.
The problem of being easily manipulated as a minor because why don't we legalize it? Even society recognizes, well, it's kind of, kids can kind of reproduce at 15, let's say, when their period comes. Why don't we let it? Because their mind is not fully formed and they can be manipulated by predatory people. However, back then, your parents chose your mate. So your parents are not in love with your mate. So they can analyze him like a gift horse. He works there, his family is there, he comes from there, he does that. And that's the reason why arranged marriages have lower divorce rates than actual falling in love marriages, because the parents choose the mate. They don't choose a predator. They choose the most boring and stable and bland person for her. And that's why it worked out before. But you can't.
My personal beliefs when it comes to marriage and everything that comes with it is it falls back in what I said. Is she able to reproduce safely? Not reproduce, period.
Well, I don't mind waiting till 18. That's because I'm not a degenerate. Right. I don't mind waiting until she even...
Absolutely.
18 is not that hard.
Another thing, is it within marriage? That's another big thing.
Dude, that's like one World of Warcraft expansion. I'm good. Believe me, I'm good waiting. I can wait.
Okay, could we move on from the kind of libertarian let's see how low we can get the age of consent talk?
Well, I think, are we making you uncomfortable, Bill?
Well, I plan on having a daughter. And I don't, I didn't sign up for what, at what age should little girls start having sex? Like we could talk about that if you want. Like the kind of,
it should be the age they get married.
Exactly. No, that's the thing.
Exactly.
Back.
Dude, we were just making fun of libertarians for being perverts, and then we discussed the subject. I don't know.
I know, but...
It used to be people were fighting child marriage, and now people are fighting to reverse that. So, don't know what's up with that.
Yeah. You know what's up with that. Assalamu alaikum is what's up with that. There's a new culture in town.
Well, it's not just that, right? It's the new left people who want to lower the age of consent because they want people to be able to have their sexual freedom at 14.
Exactly. And no, that's not it. They don't want they don't want people to have their sexual freedom at 14. They want to themselves have sexual freedom with someone who's 14. That's
right. I mean that's yeah. In which case, yeah. It was only 100 years ago that people were trying to get rid of child marriage. So.
Really?
Well, I mean.
No.
Oh, okay, child marriage in China because they were saying that it was
subject.
degenerate, that it was holding China back, etc., etc.
Oh, in China. Okay.
Yeah.
Libertarians are fags or degenerates. That's where we were getting at.
Absolutely.
Well, not everyone, because people can join libertarianism because they want lower taxes. You may be a small business owner, you may have a pizza shop, and you don't know what libertarianism implies. So it's not that they're all fags. Some of them are not.
I think that's the category that my father falls into.
Yeah. I don't think he thought about social structures and game theory and human biodiversity. He just goddamn Muslim Arab president.
Right. I mean, which is funny. He's a libertarian, but he's also a police officer, and I don't know how he reconciles the two. Oh, the state needs to be minimalized, but I also am the state.
No. Well, that's one of the minimal functions.
Yeah, I think that's just a like not full on ANCAP, but I think it's a defensible position if you're taking libertarianism at all as a defensible position, that you need police officers.
Which it isn't.
Well, there's that, but you need someone policing the borders, and you need someone to do stuff about like murders and stuff.
Well, the thing is that when it comes to politics, as with most things, is that it becomes polarized. You never have somebody who's a centrist that stays a centrist. I mean, I'm not talking about specific people. Sure, there are some people that are centrist their entire lives. But I mean, as a culture, people move. I mean, humans are extreme creatures. We see an onion. Oh, hey, I'm an onion. I produce things that, I produce a chemical that tastes nasty to people. We see that. We're like, oh, that's delicious. We're extreme creatures. Same thing with peppers, by the way. But when somebody is left leaning, they don't just stay left leaning as a culture. I mean, or right leaning. Right leaning. Russia's a great example of this. I mean, there are right leaning people made to be left leaning, or that people tried to make them left leaning for 70 or so years. And when the constraints were let go, when their lead was released, and the bit taken out of their mouth, they so hard to the right that our president was thinking about, or our president was thinking about going to nuclear war with them, the former Soviet Union, for being right wing, when it used to be the reverse in the Cold War.
The argument that I've heard with that is that it isn't that they became super right-wing, it's that the Soviet Union didn't have any political change almost at all from like 1956. So they are roughly where we were in 1956, like without the constraints of the state placed on us, and we've just moved so far to the left that you can't even see us on the map anymore.
Well, it's just that Soviet communism hasn't actually to the extent that capitalism has, right?
Say again, you broke up there.
It's just that Soviet communism hasn't actually corroded traditional values to the extent that American capitalism has.
Yeah, that's kind of the argument.
Especially for the lower classes.
Which is very funny, because it's almost like American capitalism paved the way for American cultural Marxism, American Marxism from the campuses.
LUE-YEE, did you read that book that I told you about? The James Burnham one?
I haven't.
You got to read that. Because you keep saying capitalist. And they're different. And I don't know.
There's nothing inherently wrong with capitalism, and Soviet elites were anti-religion. religion was permitted for the masses because they used the priesthood to spy on people, and the people kept their faith.
Likewise, you're technically not supposed to be, a theist in the Chinese Communist Party, even though the Chinese Communist Party has Christians in it.
Yeah, and Christianity is growing in China, so they're the new master race.
How do they reconcile the two, by the way?
The party is just the party. It just is what it is. Whatever it does, I mean, you don't care that much what the official ideology is, as long as you can do practical things in it, right? So I mean that's just kind of the Chinese way of doing things, and I think you don't care too much what the official ideology is, because, well, if it is basically the state, there's no way to not participate in the state because you happen to be part of the nation. And therefore, unless you're going to declare that illegitimate and replace it with something else, you're going to be part of it. And if so, then why not be in the power structure that way?
Yeah, isn't China technically a single, what is it, a something?
A one-party system?
Yeah,
well, it's a single party system that cosmetically has very small other parties, but they don't matter.
Yeah. I mean, aren't any of the other ones really even official?
Yeah, we shouldn't even have political parties.
But the same was approximately true of the Republic of China before the 1990s. I mean, there were other parties. They were basically there for cosmetic purposes. The Democratic Progressive Party, which was pro-Taiwan independence, was illegal because no new parties were allowed after, I think it was, after 1949, basically. So even the so-called Youth Party in the Republic of China was, they were all old people by that time.
By the way,
That's such a communist image, calling yourself the Youth Party and being full of old people. It's like calling yourself the People's Party and being full of millionaires. It
wasn't even communist, right? It was the Republic of China that was on Taiwan. It's just that both Chinese regimes were basically one-party systems, which.
Sorry. This is after the pork between the China and Taiwan. I missed the date.
After the what?
There's the People's Republic of China, and there's the Republic of China.
Them splitting off.
Yes, this was after the split. This was after the defeat of the Republic of China on the mainland. So the Republic of China was basically liberalized under the son of Chiang Kai-shek, who was Jiang Jingguo, and eventually 80s and 90s brought in new parties and stuff, and that's when we actually had something that was not a one-party state with basically a president dictator. And martial law wasn't lifted until... Martial law was lifted, I think, in the late 80s.
So now how does that sort of kind of one-party state compare to, say, Singapore?
In Singapore, technically you can do anything, and sure, other parties actually pick up seats and stuff. It's just that everyone, okay, I shouldn't say everyone, but normal people basically like the way that it's going, and they like the People's Action Party enough that they don't vote for anyone else, because why would they? They don't have liberal values, so they're at least... in terms of political systems, so they're not going to say, oh, we need a two-party system. They're going to say, well, these guys get the job done, so I'm not going to care too much.
It's more a natural thing in Singapore, whereas it's more enforced in Taiwan and China?
Or it was in Taiwan. It's not anymore, so now you basically have a two-party system. Or a coalition of two coalitions led by major parties.
Please excuse my ignorance, but I'm confused. We're asking a Chinese. I understand Taiwan and China, both republics of China, one being the evil republic and the other. Singapore? Is Singapore like a Chinese colony, or is he asking the guy about other Asian nations? I'm a little confused.
Singapore is about 72% Chinese.
Oh, wow.
Ethnically.
We need diversity. We need some Somalians in there.
And then after the Chinese, the largest population is the Malays, followed by Indians of various kinds, who are mostly Tamils.
Well, that's close enough, but you still need Somalians. I'm sorry, you can never have enough.
Well, Asian Muslims are too safe. You need you need Middle Eastern or African.
Yeah, even though they join Daesh and stuff, they're too safe. Yeah.
No, they're not. They're just not.
Like this is what I was talking about when I was talking about Japan handling their Muslims. I mean, they recognize they're not safe. It's not a matter of them being safe or not. It's just that Japan gets rid of them when they show their true colors.
Well, China has millions of Muslims.
It's harder to ban a race than a religion. A religion is a doctrine. People basically ban Nazism right now through social pressure and other things. They ruin your life. Why not do this to Islam? It would be much easier than kicking out all the Mexicans, for example. Islam is an ideology. We can tell people, we can raise awareness that it's mostly political, and therefore it cannot be allowed to challenge our cultural hegemony. It's
all the same, China could never ban Islam. It just is not politically possible.
Why? How many Muslims are there?
But didn't China take down a bunch of mosques recently, claiming that there were safety violations or something?
Well, yes, you can do that. You can claim safety violations the same way that you do with churches. You can say that they don't meet building code and stuff, but you can never explicitly ban Islam in China because there are too many Muslim populations that live in areas that you want to keep. Geopolitically, it would be most unwise to try to ban Islam because then you would just lose those areas, and this would enable America, according to the wishes of the CIA and the State Department, to encircle China.
You mean like I guess I can't remember the name. I think it's Xinjiang province, with the Uyghurs. I probably butchered that, but the redheaded Indo-Europeans that live in China.
The Uyghurs.
Really, redheaded in China?
Some large populations of Muslims in most of the major cities, and you don't want who would not actually be doing anything bad, because to be honest, most Chinese Muslims, all they do is they eat halal food, they make kebabs, they don't eat pork, they go to mosque, they I don't know.
Dude, haven't you learned anything from what's happening to European society? Haven't you learned that Muslims can stay dormant for hundreds of years?
Yes, we know, and in China that just hasn't happened, because in China that's not the way that Islam is, because that's not what Chinese Islam has generally looked like. Now, recently there has been the growth of Salafism in some of the mosques and in Xinjiang, and that has been dangerous, and that is something that the Chinese have to move against. So those kinds of things do have to be banned. But to attempt to ban all Islam would basically dismember all of China. So for that reason, the cure would be worse than the disease.
Well, you don't have to outright ban it at start. You can start social propaganda against it. You can, hell, you don't even have to print propaganda. You just have to print verses from the Quran.
Or you could just tell the. I mean,
oh no, you do not want to print verses from the Quran, because that will radicalize more people. What you do want them to do is to keep practicing the particular kind of traditional Islam that they've practiced in China for hundreds of years, so that they don't switch to that kind of Islam. And what you do want to do is you want to promote the Chinese nationalistic kind of Islam that has been promoted for decades.
I think I get what you're saying. It's kind of like, you know, our enemies trying to keep us continue to keep us practicing the contemporary version of Christianity that says, oh, homos are.
Well, it's not even that. It's not even that. It's like trying. It's like, okay, you want people to be Anglicans and Presbyterians. You do not want more people to become Baptists or, God forbid, Anabaptists.
Exactly.
You guys just don't get it. How can you not learn from experience? You can't have large Muslim populations in your countries. You can say whatever you want.
Because China has had large Muslim populations in outlying areas for hundreds of years.
So does Romania. However, in the case of an ISIS thing, those people were turned.
So the thing that you're trying to avoid is not the existence of Islam. There is
no.
There
you
is
have
no
to
way...
wipe it out while you are the majority and you're strong. If you
there's no way in hell to do that. If you ever tried to do that in China, China would fall apart.
Why?
It would be
because
are they 10% of your population?
It doesn't matter, because
now killed 70 million Chinamen, and
it doesn't matter
there.
Because geographically, what matters is geography. What matters is the numbers, and it's not just you know, they're not a very large percentage. I mean, there's
how many people did Mao kill?
So it's
China
not
still there?
the number of people that
Gregory,
have to
if you let LUE-YEE finish.
I'm sorry.
It's actually, I mean, okay, China has the population of what? It has about almost 4 times the population of the United States. So, sure, even if you have a small percentage, what you're dealing with is millions of people. You are not going to kill millions of people, first of all, because if you did, this would be all over the Western media, and lots of bad stuff would happen diplomatically.
Yeah.
But even besides that, if you had trouble in East Turkestan, that is, in Chinese Turkestan, with the Muslims, and that destabilized, that would destabilize, first of all, it would destabilize any attempts at Eurasian integration with Russia and Central Asia, which would severely weaken the ability of China to be economically dependent of the American empire. That's number one. Number two, this kind of any kind of trouble with the Muslims in that region would embolden American attempts to encourage separatism in other parts of China, including Tibet, including Taiwan, including Hong Kong, and even Inner Mongolia. And this would be great trouble because basically this would be half of China's land being affected by separatist movements who would then arm themselves. And then, seeing that, you would basically, the CIA would do all kinds of things to dismember China into about a dozen different states, and it would basically be what it was in the days of the warlords, except instead of multiple Western powers, you would have one American empire.
It would be basically like what they did with Yugoslavia.
Right.
No,
the balkanization is...
I mean,
here's what I'm saying. You don't get a choice if the fight is going to happen. we know Muslims, especially in Eastern Europe, more than you ever know. You don't get a choice. It's like saying, well, chemotherapy is bad and the cancer is not so advanced now, so I'm not going through it. No, you're just pushing this down the road for when their numbers are greater and their influence, and you're burying future generations.
The numbers aren't going to be great in China. Islam is never going to have huge numbers in relation to the normal Chinese population, which is not Muslim. I mean, if you're Chinese, you're just not. If you're a normal Han Chinese, you're just not Muslim. If you become Muslim, you become ethnically something else. That's just how it is. And those numbers are never going to be a large percentage.
Are they ethnically
but they are
Chinese?
Going to be
the Muslims that are there? The Muslims that are?
Or you can do something else. You can
people who are Muslim. We generally consider to be ethnically something else. We consider them. We say people are ethnically Muslim, and yes, there are ethnic Muslims who are actually religiously Christians, but they don't eat pork and stuff like that.
Well, you can do what the Communist Party did with the Romanian Orthodox Church. They killed leadership and replaced it with agents who were pro-communist. So you can.
Well, I mean, they effectively did that without killing leaders in China, right?
With Muslims?
I'm not an expert. Ask Lou. Is it true? Like, I mean, they're closely watching them in China.
Well, everybody.
Anyway,
I mean,
they're closely watching them in China. They're closely watching them in Japan as well.
Even churches, even Chinese churches in America are watched by the Chinese Communist Party. That's just a part of life.
Yeah.
Funny
so,
story.
I mean,
I heard something along the lines of most of the, you know, your typical Chinese buffet place. I've actually heard some talk of a lot of those actually being, you know, Chinese cells, like Chinese government cells.
Then the Chinese government probably thinks I'm a pig. You wouldn't want to see how far my waistband stretches when I go to those places.
Say again, Yi.
I think he was saying that about how, like, the Chinese government thinks he's a pig because,
I heard Greg. LUE-YEE.
Yeah, I'm saying what I think Greg said.
What? No, I heard what Greg said. We all heard.
No, he wanted to know what Lou said.
Yes.
Yeah.
About Chinese buffets?
Yeah, about Chinese buffets. Yeah, no, seriously. I've heard. I've heard some talk about them actually being. I guess.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, there are some people I've known, and we knew they were Chinese spies. So, you know, you just. Well, I mean,
it's like, well, I mean, there are a number of them. It's a matter of statistics, and it's like
it is what it is. It's not. I mean, they're not. You know, they're not collecting secret info. They're just going into churches and finding stuff out. So this is also why in Chinese churches, when there are missionaries who serve in mainland China, very often when they come to these churches to tell us about their work, they will not say explicitly that they are working in China. I mean, then again, they could be working in Laos or Burma or something like that, right? So, you know, wherever it is. But very often when they don't say exactly where they work, it's because they work in China.
You know, there was there used to be a Nestorian, like the Nestorians were the first Christians to arrive in China, and like there are still some like very old artifacts of like the first Chinese Christians. How like there was a yin yang symbol with the cross and everything. Have you read a lot about that?
I don't think it was a yin-yang symbol, but it was a cross that was rising out of a lotus, and
sounds a lot like
a lotus and some clouds and stuff like that.
Wait, I still don't want to leave the subject, because following this logic, so British nationalists who want to get rid of Islam know that getting rid of Islam will plunge their country into the civil war, but they still want to do it because getting rid of Islam is worth it. It's chemotherapy. It's going to hurt, and you might not win.
Well, in China, they're not immigrants, right? China basically has no immigrants. I mean, the number of immigrants is negligible. There are more immigrants to America in 1 month than there are to China in 1 year.
I'm not saying it. The problem might.
But if you have an indigenous population that is Muslim, you're not going to do things to suppress Islam entirely, because you're the people who conquered them in the first place. So
China's communist. They can work propaganda to basically form their own version of Islam.
It wasn't practical. It never worked in the first place. And by experience, the Chinese have learned that it doesn't work. That suppressing a religion doesn't work.
Well, don't suppress it. That's the point. Chinese people, most of them can't read Arabic.
Right.
So maybe
and that's fine. The numbers of Chinese converting to Islam is practically nil. That's not a problem.
I don't know, but Muslims anywhere are not a good idea. Believe me. If you said to someone...
Gregory, didn't you say that there are Muslims in Romania who blend in pretty well, though?
Yeah, but they're an island. I didn't say that they wouldn't slit our throats, but they can't. They're not stupid. They're staying. They're docile. They're not pit bulls. They don't attack animals bigger than them.
It's just like how in Romania, I mean, the Muslims know how to pick their battles. I think what LUE-YEE is saying is that, while yes, it is optimal to get rid of them, you have to pick your battles because
it's optimal to get rid of Islam. I would not endorse genocide against Muslim populations.
Oh, shit.
I'm not talking about genocide.
I'm not talking about genocide either.
But even the suppression of all Islam without discrimination between different kinds of Islam would be very counterproductive, because it would instead have the effect of driving people to Salafism in reaction to this kind of suppression.
Let's say China gets into a war and is weakened. I guarantee you that your country, the Muslim areas, will be flooded with Islamic preachers trying to force separatism while China is weak. It doesn't have to be a CIA thing. No, I don't know. Let's say you go to war with a neighboring country and your economy
the point, China's point there is
is
that it's trying to avoid having wars with those nations on its borders, and all of those nations are largely Muslim countries. You do not want to alienate the countries, the nation states on your border by doing things against all forms of Islam. What you do want to do is discourage or ban entirely Salafist forms of Islam, and encourage the maintenance of the more syncretistic and nationalistic forms of Islam that have been formed since the 1920s.
Right.
You're saying that Islam in China is pretty neutered, so it's not much of a threat?
Exactly. That's why I made the analogy of, it's like, the who's...
Well, for one thing, that pretty much is the case. But even besides that, because the Muslim population is small, they're not going to take over. That's just not going to happen, right? And so in Western countries, the danger is that you begin to, let's say in Africa, let's not say the West, in Africa, in Tanzania, when the Muslim population has reached 30 or 40%, that's just politically dangerous, because then they begin trying to push Christians out of Zanzibar and stuff like that. In China, that's just, there is no threat at all of any part of China that was not already Muslim becoming 30 or 40% Muslim. What the problem is that there are parts of China that were already Muslim. They've been largely Muslim for 800 years, and that's just you've had these areas. There have been rebellions from time to time that were somewhat, but not
it's
exclusively related to Islam.
It's just what do you?
So that's a very different. It's a very different political situation because it's one, completely unrelated to immigration, and two, it's not a growth thing. These are just Muslim populations that are there. They're not particularly getting bigger, taking over. They're not encroaching on anything. But you know, it's just something that you've had to manage for hundreds of years.
So basically,
all that I'm saying, just to be clear, I'm not advocating genocide. You said that killing millions of people will tear China apart, and I said, well, Mao.
No, I'm not saying that killing people would tear China apart. I'm saying geographically, having to deal with it in that region would destabilize other parts of the Chinese agenda, and it would actually very heavily affect China's access to natural resources, and it would be a diplomatic nightmare as well.
Okay, I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying it's going to be a problem someday, and thankfully or horribly, depending on how you view it, you won't have to deal with it.
Well, maybe it will, but one of the advantages of not suppressing Islam right now is that keeping Central Asia open is actually very important for evangelism, because right now, basically China, Russia, and Iran, and a lot of the Central Asian nations are trying to develop their economies together, independently of America. And this is what people have called the New Silk Road. The other name for it is one way, one road. No, one route, one. Yeah, something like that. Anyway, they're
you could call
so
it.
they're building railroads and stuff like that, and these run straight through the most heavily Muslim part of China and into Central Asia, and this is perfectly in line with a vision of the Chinese Church to reach Central Asia and the Middle East with the gospel. It's called the Back to Jerusalem movement. People want to send 100,000 missionaries into Central Asia and the Middle East to bring the gospel back to those areas and reach Jerusalem. This happens to align with the political development of Eurasian integration, which is why American attempts to destabilize either Russia or Iran are going to adversely affect the ability of Chinese missionaries to go to these areas. Now, when Chinese missionaries go to these areas, if, God willing, we see successes in Central Asia and people turn to Christ, inevitably this is going to affect Chinese Turkestan in return, because all of those peoples are culturally related.
How did majority Christian nations today become Christian in the first place? It was either a power vacuum, or in the case of Constantine, a conversion by the leader and a conversion of the populace. Christianity had not become a majority in a country by missionary work. I don't know of a single country that did.
Yes, but you're not that the
no. Let me
is
finish
never
my
going
point,
to
please.
Let
me finish my point. So, if the roots of Christianity are planted in a majority Muslim nation, the other Muslims will slaughter anyone that obtained. Dude, they slaughtered people.
No, I disagree.
Polio vaccine.
Okay, well, how about the Roman Empire? Like, it's like Christians went into majority.
And yeah, Christians died.
The first Christians went into majority pagan lands where they got slaughtered like crazy, and they
Well, periodically, they didn't get slaughtered all the time, but yes, they got slaughtered.
I'm just speaking
Often
hyperbolically.
enough, and with high-profile stories of martyrs and stuff. And that was right. It was only after that these.
There's success in like Muslim lands with evangelism in Iran and in Egypt. You know, these lands are like there are people turning to Jesus in these lands. So I don't see any reason why we should take this hardline impositional stance, you know.
Like, for example,
I'm not saying that you shouldn't go. I'm just saying that Muslims will try to kill you. And I
Well,
know.
yes, they will.
But it's the same. It's the same thing with that's true for everywhere. Everywhere you try to go as a missionary, people will try to kill you, not just Muslims.
This varies, right? So sometimes if you're a Muslim mom and your son becomes a Christian, sometimes you get really mad and you send people to hunt your son down and kill him. Other times, you're a Muslim mom and your son becomes a Christian and you see the change that this brings to his life. You know, as a human, that this change is good. You wonder why this is happening and you think, maybe this is because of Jesus. It goes both ways. And sure, some people will go and hunt down their sons and try to kill them. You know, honor killing culture and all that. And other times people will look and they'll think, huh,
Maybe
they're
because
right
I'm from an Orthodox country and Orthodox people are mostly nationalistic, but we can't convince our own societies to become Christian, and we want to evangelize in others.
Well, China is.
Well,
LUE-YEE's whole point is that China's doing a pretty good job.
Also, I mean, Tsarist Russia was a Orthodox Christian country, and they had a large Muslim population for centuries, and
they still do in Dagestan and Chechnya.
Oh yeah,
Chechnya is always a problem.
Which, I mean, what I was saying earlier is that's probably why China is reluctant to do some kind of military action against the Muslims, is because they saw how it tore that entire region of Russia apart. And the same thing with Afghanistan. They went in to deal with Muslims, and Afghanistan was actually what weakened the Soviet Union to the point of its collapse. That was that final economic, nail in the coffin that really screwed them over, because they went into a war thinking, oh, we're just going to be dealing with people throwing rocks at us from the mountains. They got there and there were missiles. So, yeah.
Well, I disagree, because the Muslims in China have never been powerful enough to what's the word, to
I mean, they're not going to invade Beijing, for example.
Yeah, to orchestrate a insurrection of any type. While during that one period in Russia, it was pure anarchy under Boris Yeltsin, who's like a completely incompetent drunkard. I mean,
right?
But even Putin cleaned up stuff down there in Chechnya. He pretty much set those terrorists down there straight. And now there's occasionally problems with Chechen terrorists, but it's, from what I understand, that region has been mostly pacified. And now the capital of Chechnya is a popular commercial tourist spot or something like that. It's the city was rebuilt. And there, it's another thing that LUE-YEE was trying to get at, is that a lot of the problems with Islam is not going to be an apologist for Islam. I understand and agree that there are problems with the origins of Islam and the prophets and the history, but most of
and
the
even in actual practice, of course. I mean, there are multiple.
Oh yeah,
problems.
but
it's just
well, certain traditions are like more pacified than others. Like for example, most of the Muslims in Central Asia, they're not even that religious. They drink alcohol and stuff, and I mean that's fine.
Or the
Yeah.
You're forgetting the barbarity. Even in modern Muslim countries, it's thousands of years. I'm from a second world nation, and I'm still horrified from what I see.
Yeah.
No, that's but like for example, the Alawites in Syria, they welcome Christians with arms wide open compared to the rest of the Muslim world.
Then again, they do something like Holy Communion, except that they think that it has something to do with Ali instead of Christ.
I agree. I'm just saying that they consider themselves a Muslim sect, but they are reasonably Christianized.
Well, let's fund the heck out of those. Let's do the CIA thing and encourage pacifistic sects.
The thing is, that's not what the CIA is doing. What the CIA is doing is that it's encouraging Salafists.
The CIA
the CIA is doing the exact opposite.
No. I'm not saying do as the CIA, copy their what they're doing. I'm saying copy their tactics of funding subversive groups.
Well,
the pacifistic Muslims are a subversive group from a Muslim standpoint.
That's actually a good point. Is that's something that I used to say is that a good Muslim is a bad person, and a bad Muslim can be a good person.
Yes, exactly. The pacifistic Muslims are obviously deranged. That book is bloodshed incarnate, but we can use some help.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm actually a big fan of what LUE-YEE was talking about with the missionary work. I don't know. That sounds pretty interesting.
I think we should focus on our own societies right now.
You can in the West, you can, but in China, that's not.
Well, you're a frontier country when it comes to the faith and the Lord.
I mean, China has the numbers to throw. They have the kind of numbers where they can throw that amount of people at a problem like that.
If they have the ambition to send 100,000 missionaries, it's not coming out of nowhere. There must be a reason for it.
Absolutely. I mean, whereas the West, I mean, most Western European nations, 100,000 people, God knows where, and with no idea if they're going to come back or not, that would be a huge hit to any Western European nation.
Yeah.
So I mean, China's in a position to spread Christianity like that, and while we should be, we're not.
I agree. Romania is probably not in a position to to send huge numbers of missionaries to Muslim lands, but apparently China is right now.
Yeah. And part of that might be a lot of that as well might have to do with the bad blood caused by the Muslims and the Orthodox Church. A little bit of history behind that.
Yeah.
Well, I must admit to having a personal bias against Muslims, but I also know what the book says.
Well, so I think
it's
we all do.
Actually forbidden in Muslim law to form a peace. It's only a temporary pact until they build up their forces again. There is no.
Well, I mean, you still have people like Saddam Hussein, who under his rule, his totalitarian rule, Christians were a protected minority.
Well, they were protected in the sense that you couldn't outright kill them, but life wasn't peachy. And this myth about Saddam Hussein, the great secular dictator, no, he built mosques with verses of the Quran printed on every brick. He encouraged this type of
toward the end of his life, especially, Saddam Hussein was more Islamic. Even the flag of Iraq changed, right? They put on the takbir in Saddam's own handwriting.
So this is a false narrative that he was very, very secular.
But it is true that his government had some Christians in very high positions, which does mean at least that that you could, that it was possible to be a Christian and reach those high positions. That it
Are you
wasn't,
guys?
Yeah, and also like he wasn't blowing up Nestorian monasteries.
Are you
Right.
guys familiar with Stockholm
but sure, he
syndrome?
favored Islam.
Yeah.
Stockholm syndrome.
Are you guys
Oh,
familiar with Stockholm syndrome?
Yeah.
Of course,
Yeah.
So you have been abused, and you're used to so much abuse from the Islamic world that simply a horrible guy seems good. He didn't.
No, we're not saying we would want to live there. What we're saying is that there needs to be distinctions made between different Muslim groups, and there's some that we should encourage and some that we should discourage and some that we should just ignore. And he was probably earlier in his life in the ignore category and later came into the discourage category. But for example, Assad is probably in the encourage category. The Alawites, they are protective of their Christian minority group, and we are doing the exact opposite of that. Sorry?
I support Assad because his wife is hot. No,
And it's not just Islam,
I
right? So there are
shouldn't
forms of
speculate.
Buddhism that should be banned entirely, that they just shouldn't be legal because they cause sedition.
You mean like Adam Watts' form of Buddhism?
No,
Here
so
in the
in
West?
China, the White Lotus sect was illegal for hundreds of years, and that's because the White Lotus elements were fomenting rebellion all the time. So of course the government was not happy with the White Lotus, and sometimes Christians were sometimes it was hard to distinguish Christians from White Lotus people because they would also they have similar rituals and things in some respects, at least. And from the outside, it was sometimes hard to tell who was a Christian and who was a White Lotus Buddhist. So people would be confused, and these Christians would be dragged before the magistrate. He would, first of all, ascertain that these were not, in fact, White Lotus people, and then, at the time, Christianity was also illegal. But generally the magistrates didn't want to deal with it because if you have White Lotus problems, having Christians is generally not very high on the list of your problems. You do not want to exacerbate any kind of problem you might have by persecuting Christians too hard and having a riot on your hands. So instead, the magistrate would generally ascertain that these were Christians, that they were not seditious, and he'd take away their books and their icons and their rosaries, and he'd say, recant your faith and stop doing your Christian stuff. Okay, I'm gonna cane you a bit and send you home. Bye.
Yeah, they wanted to have control, right? Like they wanted to know that they were in charge.
And, have some kind of pro forma punishment, but generally, these magistrates were not interested in actually persecuting Christianity too hard because it didn't cause them problems, and persecuting them too hard would cause more problems. And then they would get in trouble because on their watch, you would have riots and bad stuff. And this is all at the same time that you have White Lotus people. So instead, the magistrates would often do close to nothing.
I think the Christian virtue of humility is due here because I shouldn't have stuck my nose into China's business. I can barely find it on a map. I was speaking more.
It's bigger than the United States. It's kind of hard to not find it on a map.
Come on, I was joking. But I know nothing about your country, and I shouldn't have spoken about it.
Remember, they don't have high schools in Romania. You can't really blame them.
Yeah, they don't have.
Oh.
Yeah, they do have high schools, but only public high schools.
No, we just gather in the town village and throw tomatoes at pictures of Muslim people. still, I think for Europe at least, there should be a cluster moment, offensive move in our own countries, because we're Christianizing South Americans while our own societies go to shit. And I still stand by that statement.
Excuse me.
You have people to spare because you're a large country. We don't. There are European countries with 10 million people in them. How are they supposed to fight a war on two fronts?
Yeah, there are as many Chinamen as there are white people in the world. So
800 million?
What?
800 million?
Oh no, there's over 1 billion Chinese, if I remember right.
There's
no citizens of China, I think, but Han Chinese.
There's about the Chinese in the world. They're more than 1 billion. It's closer to 1.3 billion.
Yeah, so it's the logistics of the situation that is different. But I came at it from a European perspective. We really can't spare the people. We can barely keep our society sane. They're teaching transgenderism to 4-year-olds, and we're trying to make a Christian empire.
Europeans are more in the position to where we need to, do what you were talking about with Muslims, whereas China, that's low on their radar.
Yeah, and that was the stupid part I keep apologizing for. I spoke too soon on a country I have no idea about.
Yeah, it's all right. It happens.
Okay, I'm sorry if I sound like I'm a creep, but what is that noise going on in the background? Whose noise is that?
Oh, that's
not me
right here. It's Sam's.
That is Sling.
Oh, Sam's fan. He's down in sunny LA.
Oh.
Yeah.
Dude, what are you doing in LA?
Wait. LA, I mean, okay, so California, we all recognize that California is essentially a third world nation stuck inside the United States. But I got
LA is.
Ask.
Yeah, actually it is. It's true. It's true.
We all have air conditioning technology. Us Texans, that is a way of life for us. We have crazy advancements in air conditioning, in AC technology. I don't know. Do you all have any of those? I mean, I know y'all third world.
Yeah, well, we do. It's just that, like, I mean, I just happen to have the fan on because, because I don't know why I have the fan on. Let me turn it off real quick.
Is it true
it's because he's Armenian.
No, it's just, like, I like to have the, like, with the AC, it takes time for it for you to really feel it, while, like, with the fan, like, it hits you straight in the face, like that.
Maybe Sam should use a paper fan. while the AC is going to fan himself.
Yeah. Well, it's also, yeah, LA, you're right. LA is a third world city in a first world nation.
Yeah, the city is haunted, like, just awful.
Yeah, I mean, the west side of LA isn't that bad, although it's like crazy crowded, but East LA, my God, it's like, I chauffeur people around, and some of the things I see, like some of the neighborhoods I drive by, it's like they look like they were hit with a nuclear bomb.
Are you pure-blood Armenian?
Well, yes. I mean, I assume that I am until I'm gonna assume that I am until my 23andMe come back. Hopefully, I'm not a little bit Turkish.
Oh.
Yeah, apparently my.
Well, actually, I heard that the original Armenians were like white, like they have blonde hair and blue eyes, but like because
they were Irish.
Like,
Oi, Bagora.
Yeah. Well, there are Armenians that do have red hair. There's Armenians of all different hair colors, and like supposedly it was like because like the Turks raped the Armenians, that's why they became darker.
dude.
While they originally, I mean, it's a little bit exaggerated, but
well, there's probably been variation as much as there has been in among the Persians, and you know, there's still Persians that have red hair and blonde hair, but a lot of them just have black hair, and that's just
I have black hair.
Yeah, that's one of the things with like those beautiful European genes. They're recessive. You know, it's like it kind of like sucks that way. You know,
I have recessive red hair genes, so
yeah, it
doesn't show up too much on me, but
yeah. I heard that Egypt used to be a white country before, like it was like taken over by the Muslims. I don't know how true that is. If
leadership was white because they were conquered by Greeks.
Was that?
Leadership was white because they were conquered by Greeks. The Ptolemaic dynasty.
Right.
But you can see what the people look like, right? Just in the way that they depict themselves. So sure, in the Hellenistic era, if you look at the funerary portraits that people used in the Greco-Roman era, you know, people did they look like, well, they look Coptic, right? And they you look at those portraits from Alfheim, or some of those other places, and yeah, they look kind of Mediterranean, Roman sort of people. But if you go farther south, you see more, well, even in modern times, there's a great difference in looks between Nasser and Sadat.
Yeah, like I was saying, Rami Malek. I mean, this guy got accused of being white. You know, some guy was freaking out because he was playing the pharaoh in Nine Museum, and he was like, "Why are they having a white guy play an Egyptian?" Shoot. So, and then some guy was like, "That's Rami Malek. He is Egyptian."
Yeah.
And he's got flies and everything.
Also, Ramses II had red hair, so did Seti I. I think the Renaissance dynasty.
The Semites, actually, the Semites, and that may be one thing. It might be another. Well, yes, red hair is something that does pop up in European genes. It's actually something that also popped up a lot in Semitic genes. Actually, King David actually had red hair, and a lot of
was described as ruddy, not red.
A lot of red hair.
Well, it depends how that word is translated, right? Even in Latin, russatus could mean red hair. It could mean ruddy complexion. And we just don't have very much evidence for how it really should be taken in that context.
Yeah.
Damn it, I want to remove kebab.
Oh, speaking of remove kebab, have you, LUE-YEE, have you seen that video of those Chinese soldiers actually singing the remove kebab song?
Yeah.
I think I have. The Serbian one.
Yeah, the Serbian.
Yeah, I've seen that one.
Yeah, that's great.
Heinemann meant for my heart.
Something I actually wanted to talk about earlier, and I mean, this is
Chinamen are official Romanians.
What is this video you're talking about now? There's soldiers singing "Remove Kebab."
Yeah. Okay. So you know the meme "Remove Kebab," how it's based on a music video. Okay, so the song.
I didn't know it was based on a music video. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it was some like really shoddily made, you know, just B-rate music video that a bunch of soldiers came up with because they were like, "Hey, our guy is awesome." Anyway, so that actual song was being sung by Chinese guys, by like Chinese soldiers in like a war zone. And,
I actually do want to. I'd like my children to be able to speak both Russian and Uyghur, so that they could go to Xinjiang and to Central Asia and tell people about Jesus, and maybe they could help remove kebab from people's hearts, and these Turks could be
finally.
Remove the kebab from their heart. I love it.
Circumcise the kebabs of your hearts.
If I can leave one mark on this blasted world, it would be to inspire more kebab removing.
Yeah, I thought the whole thing about remove kebab started with TRS. I thought they started that. Meme.
Oh, it's
that's the.
No, it comes from the war.
Yeah, broken English.
I heard that like if you remove kebab from your diet, you lose a lot of weight. I don't know if it's true or anything.
Yeah, kebabs are
Anybody
actually
confirm?
delicious, so remove the people and food,
You just have to remove the pita, the kebab itself.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So you can have it like an Atkins diet.
Yeah, Atkins kebab.
There are guilt-free kebabs called gyros. They're
Remove
great.
the carbs. The carbs.
Oh, well, there's also maybe like a vegan kebab, like tofu kebab.
On that
In
video,
Chinese, we don't call them kebabs. We use a Chinese word for them.
in
What's
that,
Well, are you going to tell us the word? Tell us the
Kebab.
word.
Twar.
What is it?
What?
Twar.
What?
It's actually chuan, and then is kind of this
Twar.
diminutive sort of morpheme. So twar.
that
Poor.
video that Teleologic sent, if you look at the comments, one of the Timothy Way says, Xinjiang belongs to China. But yeah.
Where's this? Oh, comments in the video.
Yeah.
Yeah, in that video. Some pretty funny ones. I always look at the comments. But, yeah, I don't know. This is actually something I kind of want it's just something I've been kind of feeling lately. I'm not sure how far this goes into spirituality, but you know those people who proclaim themselves as like yellow fascies or whatever.
What?
Yellow. I think the term that they use for themselves is yellow fasci or whatever, which is
Yellow
like
fasci?
Yeah,
I haven't heard of this.
it's like
You mean
they're economically libertarian, but they claim to be socially fascist, which
Oh,
it's all
So like Rory Rothbard.
It's completely oxymoronical in what they're talking about, because the thing is that, you know, if you're socially a fascist, you would understand why you'd want to be economically fascist as well. If you understand why you should tell people not to do degenerate things, you should also understand why you should be able to tell a company, no, you cannot sell this person hard drugs. That is bad for them.
well, that's not even on the table.
Edgy kids who like Pinochet and want to do violent things and LARP as Nazis or something.
Yeah, I think
Well, that's not. Let's be serious. That's not really on the table. The issue is, should we police morality even on an economic spectrum? So ban porn, for example, which is a profitable industry. And I say yes. I don't care. But selling drugs, not only the ANCAPs, even consider doing that. Hard drugs, I mean.
Selling frankincense is fine. Frankincense is a good drug. It's best to use it once every week at church.
You're in missionary mode today, Mr. Liu.
so?
I'm always in missionary mode. It's never off.
I had a question. So someone who was listening asked me a question for the group. Are Levantines white?
yes. Wait.
I don't care. Seriously.
What do you mean by white? It doesn't matter to me.
White or Italians white or Irish white? No. But
Only if they're Christian.
Well,
yeah, at least Irish or Christian.
So I take it that the verdict is in. They are white, or we don't care.
I would say they're white if they're Christian.
Yes, they're white if they're Christian. Otherwise, we don't care.
Okay.
Bob.
well, if the way I look at it is,
I mean, even Europeans, even Central Europeans like Germans, if they're Muslim, they're not white. Go home.
Or they're not European.
Yeah.
European is a better word because it encompasses white and Christian. When you think of a European person, you think of a white Christian person.
What about Bosniaks and Albanians?
Excuse me?
What about...
He was so offended he couldn't even hear the word Bosnian.
Let me just say this: if you don't have like a grandmother, a grandparent, or a great grandparent that's Christian or baptized, then you're not white. That's pretty much it. You know?
Yeah, because most white people were baptized.
Yeah.
Well, that's how I know I'm not white.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
you're Hungarian, dude.
I'm
we already talked about this. It isn't up for debate.
Yeah, Hungarians are just another type of Turks. Right, right, Gregory?
Turanism memes.
My Hungarian friends are going to murder me. I'm not answering that.
Like, William, Hungarian.
And I'm technically a race mixer because I've had Hungarian girlfriends.
Ooh.
Is that grounds for banning you from this?
Raus from the podcast.
Raus.
Actually, a long time ago, there was a story of like there was a joint NATO
I don't care what the story says.
No. Okay, there was a story about. Actually, it's in the news a long time ago. There was a NATO exercise with like a bunch of ex-Soviet republics, and
oh god,
there was an Armenian soldier and a Azeri soldier who were staying together as roommates in the barracks in Hungary, and the Azeri soldier just axed the Armenian soldier, hacked him to death, and you know what Hungary did?
What?
Hungary extradited that soldier to Azerbaijan, and that soldier got pardoned, and he was paraded through the streets of Azerbaijan like a hero.
Oh my goodness!
Yes, look it up. It's an old story, but I'll find the links and look it up.
My goodness.
God damn it. When does this stop? We have to stand up for ourselves as Europeans. We have to just cut the crap out. The Bible is full of warriors, full of conquerors, full of people who fought for the Lord. It's not a shame or a sin. We don't even have to distort the Bible in order to do it. We don't have to sit around the table and say, how can we spend this? Because it's obvious. Wars for the just causes are just.
Yeah. The name of the guy who killed him, his name's the Azeri soldier that killed the Armenian. The guy's name is Ramil Safarov.
God damn. That's why the Lord what?
Ramil Safarov.
No, Mr.
Oh, that's why in Psalm 106, when the psalmist mentions what's his name? The priest, the
Levite, right?
No. Phinehas, who stalked into somebody's tent and shish kebabbed the man and the Midianite.
You're talking about...
The Lord counted that to him as righteousness.
Yeah.
You mean,
it's not...
Phineas?
You don't have to distort.
You mean Phineas? Is that the guy?
Yeah.
Now
Phineas,
I remember. Phineas, yeah.
Phinehas.
Remove kebab so goddamn much. I basically...
the funny thing is sorry, Gregory, I'm interrupting you, but it's
no problem.
a sin for a Christian to marry a non-Christian, but it's not a sin for a Muslim man to marry a Christian woman or a non-Muslim woman.
I don't know if it's absolutely a sin to marry a non-Christian woman, but generally is.
Well, yeah, let's just assume that it is. But it is a sin for a Muslim woman to marry a non-Muslim man. So it's kind of like, it says something that they don't really care about using social pressure in order to like convert somebody, while for us Christians, we are all about wanting true converts. We generally don't care about, we don't want to put a sword to somebody's throat and say, like, get baptized and profess Jesus as your Lord. You know, we want like real converts.
This is an evolutionary strategy. So you ban the females from mating outside the group, but you encourage males.
And
so
exactly.
It's the same way I view race mixing, right? So I don't have strong feelings against Chinese men who take non-Chinese wives if they're able to have Chinese families. But when a Chinese woman turns her back on Chinese culture, learns Korean to marry a Korean guy, I think she's a race traitor.
Yeah, it's
you lost me.
Hey guys,
Say
I'm
that
gonna
again.
opt out of this little conversation because y'all know where this is gonna lead with me.
Yeah, I think it's because.
Are you saying you're leaving Britain?
Oh no, I'm just staying out of this little micro conversation because
Okay.
Within 10 seconds I'll be talking about Rohoa.
All right. Yeah. Dude.
Well, most societies are naturally patrilineal, so I mean,
Except
yeah, the Jews are the exception. They're matrilineal.
2 sentences in and we're already on the Jews.
Well, we're just talking about facts. We're not going into like conspiracy theories.
Although apparently the Chinese Jews are patrilineal.
What?
Yeah.
Chinese Jews are a thing.
They don't even know their matrilines because they haven't kept track.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's
actually,
I've ever heard.
Actually, it's a relatively. I think it's a relatively new development. Because originally the Jews were patrilineal, but because of the Crusades, all like the Jewish women were raped, so like they were forced to adopt the matrilineal custom. You know, that's
we
why
did the
like
Jews a great favor then, because we turned them into white people. They're Semitic people with white skin and high IQ, so they shouldn't complain.
Well, I mean, that's debatable. I mean,
and it is a Talmudic practice to recruit some of the best goyim into their gene pool.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, it's really like kind of like they conquer you through your strength.
The Texan guy is triggered right now. He's seething and foaming at the mouth. God damn Jews!
I like recruiting good Chinese women, good French women into the Chinese gene pool. That's good too.
We said Jews and he came.
Yeah.
Do you think that? So you think that John Derbyshire's wife is a traitor?
Who?
John Derbyshire's wife. She's Chinese, you know.
I don't even know who John Derbyshire is.
You don't?
Dude, seriously?
You don't read John Derbyshire?
Nope.
I thought every dissident writer read him. Well, yeah, he's an Englishman.
Okay, so I don't think that every Chinese woman who marries a non-Chinese person is a race traitor. So my aunt, I mean, my uncle's French, but he's clearly a Sinophile. He almost identifies as Chinese. His kids speak Chinese. I think that's fine.
It also depends on the mixture, because on Chinese and European hybrids, the males suffer the most because European women are used to higher testosterone features, and Chinese hybrids, males, are perceived as unattractive because they're not threatening enough. So the opposite is true for girls, for example. They're very coveted and cherished. It depends on the mixture, and you have to think about your children. But if you're a Chinese hybrid in China, sure, go crazy. Why not?
And it's partly prudential, right? So because there's a Chinese shortage of women and a very heavily skewed sex balance in favor of men, or, well, favor is not quite the right word, I think, but bias toward men. It's natural that the Chinese population of men will have to find wives outside of the Chinese population.
Yeah, that's pretty much a consequence, but it is a great problem to any country that has this. Germany has it.
Right.
Millions of men will never get to have a girlfriend, and women tame your testosterone. They make you settle down and be less violent. And I don't see, okay, the Germans, but I don't see Arabs becoming herbivores like Japanese people, settling down and just work. No, it's a scientific term, herbivore male.
Yeah.
I wasn't being insulting.
You Eastern European guys, I guess you got it lucky, because I've heard that there's a huge disparity of there's a lot more women than there are men there.
Well, the men are all
and they're beautiful women too.
Yeah. I should take a
the
Russian
best looking
so that I can have more Chinese kids.
It's absolutely the best looking women in all the world are in Eastern Europe.
An Eastern European grenade looks like an American 8 or 9.
Dude,
can you take me?
That is true. There are some very beautiful women. What?
Yeah.
Am I allowed to come over there, or do you? No, you were saying earlier that.
Dude, I'm not Armenia. I'm not a racist. I'm not alt-right. You can do whatever you want. Just be Christian, and I'll behead your ass.
What? Wait a minute, Gregory. So wait a minute. You're not alt-right? Haven't you been reading some Quadriani?
And I don't have a girlfriend, so I'm all right by default.
Are you a fag enabler? Because that's the real litmus.
Yeah, that's the real.
That's the
no. The only things I'm intolerant towards is degeneracy and Muslims. Muslims. I can accept and work with
Pharisees.
Oh yeah.
Don't forget Pharisees.
Gregory's
not degenerate.
Gregory's fine with the merchants. You know, he's a neocon. You know.
Well, you know, the Lord Jesus Christ told us that he loves his chosen people.
Yeah. That's why, like, he hates Muslims so much, but he never talks about the JQ. He doesn't want to touch it.
No. Here's where I stand apart from the alt-right. If you're a Jew and you hate Jews, why would I have something against you? If you hate kaikari, if you convert to Christianity and live as a Romanian, but Judaism, the religion, says that Jesus is boiling an excrement, so it's degenerate by default. Yeah. It falls into the category of degeneracy. I just want...
Sure, but then so is Islam, right? Islam is degeneracy. That's also true.
Yeah, but I was just saying that. Yeah, that's true. I just want what my grandfather considered normal. I'm not a racist. If you fall in love with a Chinese girl, God bless you. Love is the most unique and beautiful and empowering sentiment in this world. It isn't going to overthrow my country, because even 1,000 Romanians go and marry Chinese girls. I don't care. It isn't going to. What does ruin my life is teaching kids to be fags when they're 4 years old. What does ruin my life is people getting beheaded, or their dogs getting stabbed because shit-skinned Muslims hate dogs, or people getting raped and killed. That's the real problem. I don't care if Greeks are 10% Turkish. Fuck it.
Well, Chinese people could ruin your life,
so-
but we generally don't eat dog in front of you.
Yeah.
Dude,
So
dude, stop it with the Chinese thing. You're Hungarian. Stop LARPing. It's like
Okay,
an American
Hungarian,
LARPing as a British person. You left your home country to come to Europe.
Wow.
okay, so basically you're a cuck.
Ooh.
Yeah, from an alt-right perspective, yeah. Pretty much. But cock towards other European people. And maybe East Asian.
The big old C word.
Are you guys alt-right?
So wait, so he's basically John Derbyshire. After all of that, we come back to the fact that he's
No, I have.
politically, he's almost identical
not-
to John Derbyshire,
Oh,
but like
he's
this-
a Honda Civic nationalist, pretty much.
Ooh. Ooh.
Why? Why? Wait a minute. Why? Because I
Strong
allow for
insults.
individual exceptions.
Oh,
I allow for individual.
No, we.
yeah.
You've been a
I'm
John
just
Derbyshire.
pulling your leg.
But the alt-right is also way too ready to make exceptions for themselves. They say they
Oh,
oppose
yeah.
race, and then their race makes more than everyone else.
They're
saying
one hot Chinese
how
girl
good and
from-
submissive and traditional Chinese girls are. They don't even know Chinese girls, and they think Chinese girls are more traditional. They don't know the extent to which people are infected by feminism and all kinds of
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
nonsense.
pretty much all cultures are like poisoned by feminism. Any culture that had any significant contact with the West, their women have been ruined by feminism.
Women's suffrage. I mean, what is that?
Yeah, I mean,
Like the only difference is like if you go to China or Eastern Europe, the disease isn't as advanced, but it's still there. It's just like maybe 40 years behind.
Well,
the
it's
West.
America.
Chinese
They-
bourgeoisie
the-
needs to be purged from China.
Here,
Was that?
I think I got the gist of this whole hangout. It's we're going through the list of things that need to be purged from China. Muslims,
Muslims, the bourgeoisie, the
pussy.
Are you a communist?
Western missionaries who basically implicitly shill for America.
Is Mr. LUE-YEE a communist? You said bourgeoisie.
List, right?
I'm a socialist
cool.
of some sort, but I don't consider myself a communist, and I'm definitely not a Marxist.
Well, how do you justify the failed track record of socialism? I mean, the only
Taiwan
successful socialist state was Hitler's Germany, and that was a short-term thing.
Well, yeah, but it was
Germany had
blown
failed because we lost
into.
the war.
Well, yeah, it was
We're touching all
blown
the
into
hot button
pieces
topics.
by.
Not necessarily. I mean, there have been other ones that went on the same model. For example, this Assad Syria. I mean, the Ba'athist Party is essentially Islamic, Arabic,
Right.
national.
Arab socialism, yeah.
Yeah.
And I would
Is
say
Syria a prosperous country, you think?
I mean, compared to, I mean, if you compare,
It was.
no, it was. If you compare it to the capital or the ultra capitalist
right.
nation of Arabia, yes, it's still prosperous.
And actually, so policies in Taiwan worked for economic development, and some of these policies are things that capitalists would surely shriek at these days because they would say that it was infringing upon people's economic freedoms and stuff. So Taiwan, most of the land in Taiwan used to be owned by 20 families.
I think I heard the story before.
Yeah, and that's no longer the case because what Chiang Kai-shek did was he forced these families to sell their land. In exchange, what they got was not cash, but basically shares in industries that didn't exist yet. So basically you're saying you have to sell these, and with the proceeds of your sales, you must buy bonds or stocks in these industries that don't yet exist. So you have to buy something that is in the future. You have to buy a share in an industry that isn't actually developed.
Dude, is a guy is I love please tell me I Love Satan is trolling.
Oh yeah, I saw that guy. Yeah, just ignore him, I guess. But yeah, I mean that what LUE-YEE was talking about. That sounds extremely high risk, but it's very interesting.
Not very high-handed, but it worked. It happened to what it did was it made the farmers who had been tenants responsible for their own land. They were happy about that, and they improved the land a lot, because whereas before most of the vast majority of what they produced went to someone who was not themselves, but to their landlords, now, their improvements would actually benefit themselves. And meanwhile, all the investments went into the development of light industry, and now Taiwan had industry that it didn't have before.
Marxists are right when criticizing the excesses of capitalism, and capitalists are right when saying that centralized governments are shit at planning economies.
Oh yeah, so I'm the kind of socialist who doesn't like to over-centralize things, and I'd rather keep most things local and nationalize the things that are essential for national security, such as natural resources and the manufacture of weapons and things like that.
You gotta read James Burnham. You really do. Like,
Augustus Autumn, by the way, for subbing to me on Twitter.
Why is it written in Hungarian? Will he understand it?
No, it's the premise of it is that James Burnham started out as a Marxist and then realized that although the criticisms of capitalism were true, that the natural next state was not socialism or communism, that it was this other disgusting thing that we have now that no one seems to really understand all that well, that he called the managerial revolution. That these sort of middle people are the ones that are actually in charge right now and
I criticize the managerial state either way, and I use that term all the time.
Well, we'll figure out after we remove kebab.
You cannot remove.
Well, I mean, we would also have to.
That system itself resists removing kebab, so you can't just first remove.
You know
kebab
how we
then...
you have to fight wars and
you have to remove slow-mo too.
You know how we just fight wars and build Germany at the end and blame them? Let's remove kebab and build Germany like the good old days. Germans, it's your fault. You brought them in here. You have to pay war reparations.
Yeah. I apologize.
Let's make the Zionists pay reparations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. They're the ones like causing all the wars, and they're the ones
Dude,
funding all
this is the first time I heard a Romanian preacher shill for Israel last Sunday. It broke my heart. It broke my fucking heart. The preacher started talking about Jews and how he likes them. Dude, these people said our Lord and Savior is burning in excrement, and you say you love them. How could you?
Well, welcome to the club. I've heard
love all men too. At the same time, the psalmist says, "Do I not hate them, O Lord, which hate thee?" Both of those are true.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So, and a Jew only, a brother Nathaniel type who just is ethically Jewish and he can't do anything about it. Can he get redemption in your eyes?
Well, yeah, of course.
See, you're not alt-right.
No, because like
or
the
at least
difference
you're not
is that
alt-right.
okay, but the difference is that like he thought his way out of his Jewishness, because there isn't just the religion of Judaism, but there's also like cultural Jewishness that's where you're very anti-Christian, anti-white, and sometimes people who are ethnically Jewish think their way out of it.
You're not seeing the forest for the trees. This is about being born a certain way and choosing to fight it and choose the path of righteousness.
Exactly. There's
a British YouTuber called Rocking Mystery, and he had an anti-trans video, and on in the comments section, a trans person commented, and he recognized that he has gender dysphoria. the trans person said, I have gender dysphoria, and this is an issue I deal with. I don't want to burn him alive. Sorry to disappoint you, but no.
Yeah.
He recognizes that he's in a bad spot and tries to be better. I can't blame a person like that.
Yeah, well,
it's like you have to have a therapeutic approach to religion. You know, that's the difference to Christianity, because there's some sectors of the Christian faith that tend to be legalistic, that tend to think of God as a type of landmine. If you step on it, it has to blow your leg off. It has no other choice. And I think that's.
I think in one of the earlier hangouts, someone said, it might have been Teleologic or maybe, but anyway, said something along the lines of church is not a country club for saints. It's basically therapy.
A hospital. It's a hospital for sinners.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't care how you got here, because the whole central theme of Christianity is resurrection, is rebirth in the blood of Christ.
Yeah,
so
I don't get the blaming the trans people. Like, it's not their fault that they have this mental illness.
Yeah, there are people
sober and
okay.
like
Okay.
have mental illness.
Usually caused by abuse. I mean, homosexuality, transgenderism, all that mental sexual degeneracy is a transmittable mental illness.
You can't say that people are not at all culpable, right? So somebody can be born with same-sex attraction, or maybe develops it through a combination of genes and some kind of experiences, but he's still responsible for, not committing sodomy and stuff like that.
Well, think about it this way.
Sodomy is an activity. Transgenderism is a mental disease. You can't blame someone for being schizophrenic.
Absolutely.
Right. So in terms of transgender, well, it depends exactly what we're talking about concretely, right? So if someone has gender dysphoria, yeah, I'm not going to blame someone, or I'm not going to say that gender dysphoria itself is a sin, but there may be certain acts in that person's life, even currently, even when he, recognizes that it's wrong, that are in fact morally culpable for him. For example, entertaining those kinds of.
He can't tell the difference. What if you're transgender in Iran and the word gender dysphoria hasn't even entered your vocabulary?
Whoa, no, wrong country.
Oh,
no, Iran
has the highest level of transgender people.
Yeah, they catch fags and they basically force them into turning into women, or they kill them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a Jesuitical move.
Right. What I'm trying to say is that, like sometimes lust, desires, sexual desires, like even abnormal sexual desires, could sometimes be induced by like demonic activity. There could be like a demon, like for whatever reason, he knows that you're important somehow, like you're dangerous, and he will try to induce feelings and thoughts into your minds and fantasies to try lead you astray.
That actually reminds me of a book by C.S. Lewis. Go ahead and keep talking, but I'll tell you what it is in a second.
Thank you for saying that, because I was about to mention demons, but I was afraid of laughter. Oh, there goes the Baptist with his demons and his talking snakes.
Oh, yeah.
Right? I've had demonic encounters, just several months ago.
Really? Care to share?
Well, there's... I don't want to give away too much of details because people might be... Well, let's just say that somebody was speaking in tongues, and it was not... I have friends who, do glossolalia, right? They pray in tongues and stuff like that, but this was different, and it was also clearly unbiblical. And the woman who did this actually knew that that was not what Holy Scripture usually allowed, but she felt impelled to do it anyway. But in any case, the effect was that it interrupted a sermon and disturbed the people. So it's pretty clear that it was not something of the Holy Spirit, because there was also nobody to interpret, and it disrupted the sermon. I will also say that, well, a lot of the people were kind of shaken by this point, and so was I to a certain extent, because I was pretty sure that this was demonic activity. But anyway, I had to go to the restroom, so I went to the restroom. I came back, and the woman was being led out of the building. So she was coming toward me diagonally. When she got to about 2 meters away from me, she stopped, turned toward me, and began speaking in tongues again. Instinctively, I raised my hand and made the sign of the cross, and she stopped.
Wow. Interesting. When it comes to actual demonic possession, I have standards of, let's say, verification. So, for example, a very common thing with demonic stuff is that they speak in Aramaic or Latin, even if they're young children who never had contact. Or they start saying details that they couldn't have known, or they try to embarrass people in the room by shouting out their sexual history. So these are things that the person can't know.
Right. And there are different degrees of demonic control, right? It's not just a binary on-off switch.
I'm still a science-oriented person, so I know that the biological body can break down and have defects.
Right.
And the
but some of
basic
these things would just not be possible, right? This woman in particular was speaking a language that she definitely would not have spoken. I still have not identified what language it is, and I've shown
Esperanto.
It's not Esperanto.
Well, maybe it was Turkish.
It was also not like Turkish. No, okay, if it's a major language, I can identify it. This woman was not speaking a major language.
How dare you call Turkish a major language?
She said it was Persian. But what she was speaking was definitely not Persian, I know that.
How dare you call Turkish a major language?
Well, I mean, like...
I demand an apology.
Why does it necessarily have to be a language? Why can't it just be whatever gibberish
it was okay. The reason I can tell it was not gibberish was that there was only one person in that room of 150 people who could fake tongues that well. Me. I can fake tongues. It will be very convincing. If you are a Pentecostal, you cannot tell that I am not speaking in tongues by the Holy Spirit. But, sure, I can fake it that well, but no one else in that room, especially not that person, would have been able to fake tongues that well. It just, you can't be that good.
Well, I mean,
given what she told people afterward about the content of what she was saying, it just was not. And none of that would match either the account of her faking tongues or the account of her doing it by the Holy Spirit. This was...
I mean, whatever it is, just remember demons are liars. So, like, whatever they say, you have to take it with a little grain of salt.
Right. But either way, I think
demons speak
on
to
the
you
basis
in
of
your
the
own voice,
which I can't all tell. I have no reason to believe that it wasn't.
I think that worrying about demonic possession to a very large extent is useless. Most of the times demons speak to you in your own voice, So it's very hard to distinguish your own thoughts from theirs, and it's just better to avoid sin. That's why you have the Bible. It's not up for debate. The book says something because your own rationality, you can reason yourself into committing genocide if you want. Any kind of sin, any kind of abhorrent and disastrous thing, you can reason yourself into doing. So just follow the book. That's why it's there. Especially in the case of morality. If you use it as a science manual, you'll just make a fool out of yourself. But in terms of moral, I believe the Bible is perfect.
Yeah. Well, what I'm trying to say is that, like, you know, there are different levels of demonic influence. Like, there is, for most people, what most Christians encounter in their day-to-day lives, oppression. Like, they are struggling with sin. Like, you know, in this day and age, it's usually pornography, and they have a constant cloud over their head. Like, their whole, like, during the day, they can't focus. They, you know, they're kind of out of it. It's like very light things. It's like basically what demons like mostly try to do is that, like, they try to get you to compromise in small areas here and there and slowly kill your faith. They want you at the end of the day to have a they don't want you to have a clear conscience. Like, that's the only way they could get to you is by causing you to sin. They can't sometimes they do affect you physically, but for the most part, if you are a Christian that's been baptized,
are animals demon possessed? Because most of our sins can be attributed to basic biological functions. That's the problem.
I mean,
we have a fleshy body. Animals do most of the crap we do.
At the very least.
Yeah, but yeah.
You know what's unnatural? It's the behavior of leftists. Even animals don't do that. That's truly demonic. If you want to see vaginas all day, I'm sorry, but that's just your fleshy nature. It isn't demonic. It's normal and natural. You still have to fight it because
it's
you're a soul.
I think it's both. It's not that these instincts are demonic, but the actual use of them in that way is contrary to the full nature of man, right? For one part of man's nature to take over and to basically deny civilized development and civilized development is part of the nature of man, right? It's artificial in that man creates certain things, but the impulse itself is part of human nature and thus is natural. So the denial of nature in such a way as to give free rein to the most exaggerated manifestations of what we might call the animal part of human nature is by nature demonic.
Well, so pagan and primitive cultures are demonic because they glorify the natural aspect of humanity.
No, I would say that they were that certain things were less articulated, but they still had
they glorified sex, war, fertility, everything that
I glorify sex, war, fertility, and stuff like that, but
you glorify Jesus Christ, and you recognize these things as part of his order, but you worship.
Right, but
like the way I look at it
worship those things, but in terms of sure, I as the good of these things, and I can in a way be said to glorify these things, just as I glorify certain virtues, right? Courage, faithfulness, justice, whatever. there's one sense in which you glorify God only, and there's another sense in which you glorify all kinds of created beings, created things, as part of God's creation in a way that gives glory to God by nature.
I understand. I understand. So let me rectify. You only worship God.
I only give adoration to God in the old sense of the
So you worship other
I
stuff.
worship all kinds of people, as you know. In the old days, you called certain kinds of people your worship. So you know, in that
Really?
sense, I worship people, but I don't give them.
I think it's the difference between. I think it's the difference between worship and veneration that Catholics always bring up whenever you call out like.
These are changeable terms, right? But I'm, you know, being in the Anglican tradition, I look at the order for holy matrimony, and it says, "With this ring I thee wed, with my body I thee worship, and with all my worldly goods I thee endow, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost.
Well,
Amen."
Doesn't the word worship just mean
point?
Well, the word worship just means to recognize or to acknowledge their
value?
worth, right?
Yeah,
their value,
right.
their worth. Which is why you call certain kinds of magistrates or certain kinds of people in positions of authority, you call them your worship.
Well, only God knows what's in.
Well, there's also like probably that was written before the word worship has a connotation that it does today. You know,
well, I think it had begun to have that connotation, but unless society is dropping the older senses entirely, taking on new senses does not automatically delete the old senses. You just have a word with more senses that you're able to distinguish because you have a mind.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but terms can be confusing. When I think of worship, I think of the literal sense of worship. I mean, worshiping a golden calf, worshiping a god, worshiping. We don't. This is maybe
so, yes,
just.
in the sense of giving highest adoration and seeking,
I adore
seeking
my parents.
ultimate good
I
from
don't
those
worship
things.
them.
Yes, I worship only God, if that's what worship means. But
I think we're getting the same point, but we use different terminology. You don't worship these things as being your gods, as being sentient and a part.
Right, there's only one God.
One true God. That's what I mean. So I have respect for God's creation. You might call it worship. I call it respect or reverence.
But I mean, in my own prose, I'm not generally going to mislead people by using the word worship left and right. But if I'm asked that as a question, I have to clarify what those terms mean.
Yeah, well, this is the medium for nitpicking, but in general, I don't think there's a problem with calling it that. But getting back to the point, these natural aspects can be explained via biology. So I was saying that it's not immediately necessary to chalk it up to demonic possession. It's too simple and too easy. Even sinners recognize that being a sinner is bad. That's not the problem. The problem, the devil is the great deceiver. So it's the sin in which you think you're doing right. Everyone knows taking up gas is bad. Even fags, that's why they kill themselves and are depressed, because they know they're broken and they're doing something bad. But leftism actually is a perversion. It's the devil whispering, well, what if you leave those people alone? Isn't it nice? And it appeals to your noble nature, all the while feeding and providing fertile ground to the highest of evil. So that's true demonic possession. Now, as you said, and I agree, certain special individuals are targeted. Get them out of the way. And that's that obsessive voices in my head type of possession that I never encountered. So I can't speak for that, but I do believe it happens. especially if you're important to God's work somehow.
Yeah, I think it probably. I mean, when Jesus was walking the earth, like he was probably the biggest target for demons. I mean,
Well, he was.
Yeah, I mean, he was the biggest target. Like Satan himself showed up to him, the head honcho of all the demons. Showed up to Jesus personally. I mean, how many Christians had Satan themselves show up to them? Probably Jesus was the only person in the whole history of the world that Satan showed up to personally. I mean, unless there are other accounts in the Bible that.
Well, it depends how demons work. If they're individual entities or if they're extensions of Satan's will. Just like the Holy Spirit and the Son are part of the Father.
Yeah, but it's probably not the same way because, I mean, comparing Satan to one of his minions to that relationship to the Father and the Holy Spirit. I mean, it's
well, these are beings that are above space and time. So a place doesn't exist if you don't have the fabric of space-time, which these beings perceive. They were born before space, time, and you can't say they exist at one time or one place. To them, they are. God is Alpha and Omega. He's all timelines are stretched before him. He doesn't. He isn't one person because one implies the current universe. He's all encompassing. He's everything, and maybe lesser celestial beings share this characteristic. They're like quantum particles. They're hard to define.
Well, I disagree to some extent. I know what you're trying to get at, but well, demons definitely do exist in they're still as much as transcendent as they are, as much as we don't see them, they still exist within creation. God is completely different because he's completely outside of creation. You cannot you cannot understand God. There is no, you can't put God under a microscope.
So in a way,
there is some I'm sure that there is some way that it is possible that put a demon in, maybe not through our scientific methods, but you could kind of understand how demons work and where they come from. There's a certain point where they become predictable. But I mean, you cannot do the same thing with God because God is completely other. He is if you compare the highest angel, cherubim, to God, that would be like comparing me to the sun. And that would be an understatement.
Yeah. But demons are for the most part negligible. If demons were such a big influence in day-to-day life, the Bible would have exorcism instructions and exorcism prayers and something like that. The battle of Christianity is mostly an internal one. Very few Christians, except those obvious exceptions we just mentioned, are led astray because of demonic influence. Mostly they're led astray because they can't. They're greedy. They're prideful. They want to see vaginas. It's mundane crap that leads you to the path of ruin, or as I mentioned, your own kindness. So it's not a problem for most people, demonic possession or demonic influence. It's mostly the fact that you're a soul trapped in an animal body. That's my because the same sins we see in us, most of them we see in animals. So demons aren't bothering with animals. They're just biological, and it makes Darwinian sense.
By the way,
Right.
Well, for animals, those things are not sins, right? Animals
I've got
are
something.
just not morally responsible.
Well, yeah, but it makes sense. Animals are computer programs, basically, except maybe gorillas and dolphins. So, in a computer program, they're pure logic. At least they're evolutionary substrate. So, in an animal, in a logical sense, it makes sense to rape. It makes sense to kill when you need food. It makes sense for all these things.
Well, it
to
makes
happen.
sense for a human to kill when you need food too.
Are Muslims animals then?
sometimes.
What?
Are Muslims
The
animals
fact
then?
that,
All humans are
you
animals.
even
They're,
ask-
they're just more than animals, right?
the fact that
Yeah.
you even ask that. The fact
I've actually got this. When you bring up animals and the things that they do that would be considered sins. One of the arguments that I hear on the side of sodomites and things like that is, oh well, dolphins do it, oh well, dogs do it, oh well, all these lists of animals that do that stuff, and it first off, it's both infantile and incredibly hilarious how they're getting their moral authority from an animal that eats its own feces.
Yeah, that's
Or its own children.
Animals practice cannibalism. Animals rape their young.
That's how you shut that down. They say, oh well, I mean, homos like dolphins are homos too, or dogs are homos too. And you just bring up, oh yeah, well, dogs eat other dogs.
Ants practice slavery. Dogs eat corpses.
Well, these days in the
Well-
media, people are they're promoting cannibalism as well. So that's not
true enough.
Wait.
You can't.
I wanted
These
to
slippery
discuss
slope
this.
arguments
Hold on,
don't work
one at a
because
time.
people are actually promoting these things.
I wanted to discuss this with you guys. Do you think slavery is wrong? Because there is biblical substrate, but I do feel like it's wrong. Maybe it's the dog situation where you're.
Not actually. Let me comment on this.
Okay.
No, it's,
So it's
not.
not
No, because nowhere is slavery itself as an institution explicitly condemned in the Bible or New Testament. So, but you are supposed to treat your workers or slaves with dignity.
Well, you can't capture someone and still offer them dignity.
No, actually, no. That's kidnapping. We're talking about voluntary slavery. Kidnapping-based slavery is completely against the Bible. Kidnapping is actually a capital crime.
Which is why
Old
all the
Testament.
black slavery of America was, sinful in some way.
Is that slavery in biblical times? I can't remember who was it. The guy that was a slave for 14 years because he agreed to 7 years to get one.
Jacob, right?
Jacob.
Okay, yeah.
Jacob.
Slavery at that time was a little different when it came to at least Jews, and I use the J word in terms of Jews of the time who were actually obedient of God and observant of God's law.
Really
When it came to them,
There's also the book
Abraham,
of Philemon.
Hebrews.
Hebrew. Yeah, okay, yeah, Hebrews. When it came to the Hebrews, I mean, slavery, it was more of an indentured servitude. It was, a task that needed to be done.
Right.
I mean, that Jacob wasn't a slave in the sense of, oh, I'm,
being a chattel of his uncle, yeah.
You captured me. I'm a slave. No, it was, hey, I'll be your slave for 7 years so that I can marry your daughter.
So basically, unwilling slavery is a moral sin.
I believe so.
Except in cases like where there are prisoners of war, which
and people
pretty
can
much
be
every
slaves,
civilization,
right? So the Old Testament also recognizes that.
Yeah.
Well, that's imprisonment more than slavery, and you put them to
that's
pay their keep.
And when
that's our modern prison system is a modern form of slavery. You know?
We should just be honest and call it slavery and be okay with it. I mean, be okay with the part that is okay. And
slavery, because in slavery you move around.
The thing with the prison system is the fact that, you know, while yes, you could argue that it's slavery, you could also argue that it's indentured servitude. These people committed a crime, and they have to pay for it, and that payment is indentured servitude.
I just don't have a problem with
I mean, I was not using the word. I mean, I was not using the word slavery as a pejorative. I mean, if you want to use indentured servitude, that's fine.
You know,
look, William's back.
Yeah, look. How do you like that?
Awesome. Just in time for me to show my book.
What?
Yeah. Hence
Speaking of books.
Speaking of books of Daniel and Jacob.
Philemon.
Yeah, I have a book. This is Shill Marchant talking. Book called Northern Reaction.
Or like Shill Marchant.
Yeah. So go on Amazon, look up Northern Reaction. You can find my book. I had to do that before 12 because after 12, Shill Marchant is gone. And I go back to normal. Or
or does he?
Or do
it's like Cinderella, except
with a bigger nose.
So funny when you speak, DayBill shows up and your nighttime bill is down at the bottom there.
All right. Wait, which one?
Remember,
when you
Northern
speak,
Reaction on Amazon.
It goes back to DayBill.
Oh, that's weird. I have no idea what's going on with this.
Well, I'm seeing the
isn't
the Shill Marchant avatar when he's speaking.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know what it is. Like earlier, before he left and came back, I saw that Shill avatar pop up when he spoke, but on the bottom it was still showing the old one, the old avatar.
Yeah, I'm weirded out by how this works. I have no idea. But yes, buy my book, all of you, everyone out there that's listening right now and listening sometime in the future. Buy my book. It's on Amazon. It's called Northern Reaction by Bill Marchant.
Yes, it's about.
Sorry.
Give him lots and lots of shekels.
It's $5.22. It's as cheap as I can possibly get it. Oy vey, oy vey.
But when you convert to Canadian dollars, it goes down, right?
Yeah, it's absolutely worthless in dollary dues.
Okay.
Yeah, that was it. Anyway, continue on. Slavery. What are we talking about with slavery?
Well, I don't think slavery is wrong. I mean, there's been some articles on Faith and Heritage about this, how slavery is not inherently wrong. Like, I mean, they look at the book of Philemon, as I mentioned before, as an example of that, how Paul wants, like Paul met a runaway slave and he sent him back to his master. So he's not condemning the practice itself.
But
what?
I don't know if we can do that. Even if it's not moral, white people are too soft and mushy to pull it off. So we know that even if we had a hardcore period where slavery was legal, we would free them. We would. You know us. So we condemn ourselves. Even if we had the most hardcore Nazi generation, sometime in the future they would be freed and the whole cycle would start again. Communists, because leftism is a disease as old as the world itself, maybe not in this form, they would start promoting their rights and we would be in the same situation.
I mean, there's no. I mean, the problem is I've just been reading Aristotle's Politics recently, and I mean, there is no escaping the fact that some people have to, in some way or other, surrender themselves to other people for their livelihood.
Well, but if you make it voluntary, then it's moral.
Yeah, but if you look at like his case in Greece about in the city-states about slavery, you wouldn't necessarily have slums the same way you do when people are wage cucking, right? So you have of a family, you live in their house. If it's a good family, you're actually treated well. You have good.
You don't need slaves anymore. Technology is a slave that doesn't talk back.
Thing is that slavery doesn't ever go anywhere. Most people, I'd say most people
on a new form.
Yeah, I'd say most people who work in office jobs are slaves without the security. I mean, in some cases, I guess they make better. But I mean, a slave in the past, in the Roman times, accountants were slaves. I mean, accounting was an ignoble profession. So,
well, it still is.
Anyway, it's
and knowing modern people, you were just buying a sex toy for your wife when you go out of town.
Abuses in slavery are one thing. Certain kinds of slavery obviously are offensive, but the idea that we've gotten rid of it, I think is just.
I don't know. I still feel
semantics, and in fact, we've forms of less that put people with to have less responsibility for the people they go over.
Oh yeah,
that's
it's
Go on.
Yeah, what saying he's 100% right. It's just we only played semantic games with the word slavery. We haven't really gotten rid of it. And sorry, lost my train of thought, but another thing is that people are very...
Wait. There is an extent to all of this. You can't say that being flayed alive for disobeying your master is equal to getting fired from your job. Or something like that, or having to work as a Mexican for low wages. It isn't the same thing. Let's be realistic here. The degree varies.
Well, I mean, it depends, because like if you are like a slave owner, you have to provide for everything. It's not just that you're getting like free labor. There's no such thing. Yeah, I mean. Actually,
any other person
it's
on
very
the planet.
expensive. Yeah, it's actually very expensive and to actually own slaves, because you have to provide for everything, as opposed to like having wage workers. You only need to give them a basic paycheck, and that's it.
More than any other person on the planet, the Christians to recognize the fact that economic freedom isn't spiritual freedom. We often in our history traded status for the freedom to be who we are and to be what we want. So it doesn't matter if you take care of a slave; he's still a slave. That's not.
Yeah.
It can be torturous. Imagine if the left went full commie and made us follow their rules. You would hate it, no matter how much money they would pay you.
Yeah, but that's what they're doing basically. Like that's pretty much what you have to go through if you want a job in corporate America.
Well, you have the chance to say, I don't want to talk about this, and they can't force you. No one will fire you for saying, I prefer to keep my my politics private.
Oh yeah.
Well, some people will let you go first because you refused to pay tribute to Caesar, basically.
Well, that's
there's also
you can't legislate that. That's nepotism and favoritism. You can't get rid of it.
But even if you don't express your political opinions at all in the workplace, or like you're not forced into a position where like anything political will come up. But if you work in certain places, if you're a traditional, if you're like a Christian or any type of traditionalist conservative person, you're gonna give off a different vibe than the most normies at work. And in certain jobs, they're gonna notice that, and they're gonna like not feel comfortable around you, and they're gonna know that you're different. And especially if you worked in very cliquish places where like you're working a small group where everybody's like has like the same stupid interests that is just like you don't really care about it. You know,
well, increasingly
they're going to be what about Silicon Valley?
Increasingly, even Silicon Valley is like from. I mean,
someone have a small child.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Oh, that's my niece in the background. Do you hear her?
At least someone's breathing. Yeah, no problem. I was just curious.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, Lou, you were breaking up. What about Silicon Valley?
I mean, the people who are, you know, coming to, I guess, management positions or who are going to be in management positions are the ones who are graduating from UC Berkeley and Stanford and MIT, and that is, those are places, I mean, even MIT, that's pretty technical school, is going to be controlled by certain interests of certain users in certain places. So they
certain interests.
They have taken into themselves those kinds of agendas. So naturally, those are going to be the social agenda that drive the people that actually control these institutions in Silicon Valley.
Yeah, that's right. You know, that's one of the things that, you know, I used to think that maybe we should have some type of representation in the government, but like now I've become a complete monarchist from listening to Matthew Raphael Johnson. Are any of you guys familiar with him?
Yeah, he isn't he an Orthodox priest?
Yeah, he is. He said that even if you create like a small representative institution for like the poor people, the merchant class, the people with money, will figure out a way to take over. You know, because in democracy, if you don't have money, your voice doesn't count. You know, if it's how you get influence through money.
Well, that's why bourgeois democracy has to be destroyed.
Well, you're gonna have class democracy anyway.
Period. Not just bourgeois.
I don't agree that everything that might conceivably be called democratic is of that nature, because, you know, I don't think, for example, that you know, a place like Lacedaemonia, also known as Sparta, was the sort of place that would be, you know, co-opted by moneyed interests, because structurally it just wasn't that kind of place, or culturally.
Why? Because they had something that had to do. They had something that kept their priorities straight. The people, like, I actually just tweeted about this. Funny enough, it was about the fact that, you know, the Athenians were more concerned with their own assholes than they were with keeping their borders tight. The Spartans, on the other hand, I mean, they lived for war. They had something that kept their minds off of the retarded things in life,
but even then, moneyed interest did have a major effect in Sparta, in the very thing that they're probably most famous for, the Persian invasion. They were delayed, and they only had the 300 or whatever the actual number was from Herodotus. They were delayed because of moneyed interests going after their senators, or their whatever they were called. I don't remember.
Well, I mean, constitutions are always going to, I mean, people are always going to be weak, right? So that's something that we should expect. But I don't think that's a structural feature of democracy per se. I mean, you could bribe, if you had 5 E4s, you could bribe all of them, and yeah, you know, because of the interests of money and greed and stuff, yeah, sure, they're sinners. They'll do this kind of stuff. But I don't think it's because of having a constitutional structure that involves a large part of the citizenry, or even all of the citizenry, that causes this kind of mercantile subversion. It's something else. It's just parts of human nature. But it's also important, I think, that when we're talking about constitutions, Polybius is big on this. So when he describes the Roman constitution, it's not just the stuff that we normally talk about when we talk about constitutions. You know, these days, constitutional theorists talk about, you know, democracy and, you know, sovereignty and power and, you know, whether there's a monarchy or not or something like that, right? But Polybius spends about 40% of his chapter on the Roman constitution describing for us the structure and the ethos of the Roman army. Because for him, I guess, the nature of the Roman army is actually a very large part of how the Roman constitution works.
Should we invest in the Waffen House, or will the merchant class ruin it all?
Waffen House?
Yes, the Waffen House. Should we invest in
wait. The Spartans actually had a good idea, because they fought their degeneracy through the Agogi. And this is the point: when you have a prosperous society, where you must, if not real pressure, artificial pressure on your citizenry, because real pressure is trying to survive. But they had so many slaves that it was their equivalent of having high technology. Labor was so outsourced that their society could become decadent. So they did this Agogi thing, where the people were recruited into military schools.
Look, I'm just going to say, I don't think that absolutely everyone should vote. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go have a smoke. Late night Bill.
Especially women. Women shouldn't vote.
Agreed.
Seriously, I'm not compromising on this.
I don't believe anybody should vote.
Yeah.
Well,
Susan B. Anthony did everything wrong.
Even if you have nobles, they should have a say in what the king is.
Well,
nobody should be voting who the
women as wives in a household do have a say. That's the thing about, you know, at least in America, the idea of voting used to be a vote per household, not a vote per person. Because the thing about that is, you know, you have, you know, 2 people in a household, and think about how many couples, you know, vote against each other behind their backs. You know, one being the breadwinner and the other being, you know, the person who really doesn't traditionally doesn't see a lot of the world and all the troubles. The one that doesn't really pay attention to the news because it's disturbing. It brings up emotions that they don't like to feel. We don't like to feel them, but I mean, we do anyway because it's in our male nature.
Well, it's also like the thing is that most people are apolitical. Most people are not politically involved. So what the people that end up rising to the top of the food chain in a democratic system are the moneyed interests, the SJWs, the social degenerates who are trying to game the system, trying to hack natural law, trying to change society, trying to make everybody think that gay is okay so they don't have to feel guilty about being gay. You know, it's always the most evil people who are the most involved in politics, or the most politically involved in democratic institutions.
A few decades ago, the quote-unquote misogynists were saying, no, we're not going to let women vote because they'll be emotional, they'll turn politics into an emotional show, they'll be overly compassionate, they won't be able to make rational decisions. Up to 40 years later, every single point was proven. Politics is emotional. We are in a feelings-based culture. Tell me one thing that misogynists said that hasn't come true. Even
you're not supposed to notice.
In an absurd parody, they're actually campaigning for free tampons. How much of a feminist parody can you be? You're proving our point. Even in the corporate structure, oh, let us in, we're just as tough as men. You're complaining, you're constantly complaining. That's not masculine.
You know what's funny is, do you know Satoshi Kanazawa? He's kind of
another Hungarian dude.
No, he's Japanese, but he's like famous for being kind of controversial. He's like a guy,
he's the one with the black women are
evolutionary. Yeah, that guy. Well, that wasn't exactly what he said, but he wrote an article. I think it was him. He wrote an article talking about sexual harassment in the workplace and how women complain about it. He said actually women should be honored if they get sexually harassed in the workplace. Cause it's a sign that men are treating them as equals. Because he's talking about how men basically like to advance each other and sort of rag on each other, and if they treat women that way, that's just them treating them as equals. So he comes up with funny ways of interpreting things.
Yeah, when women complain about sexual harassment in the workplace, you kind of have to take it with a little bit of a grain of salt, you know. Because
well, not really, because here we don't have PC culture and women get the shit harassed out of them, but it doesn't bother them. It's not rape harassment. It's sexual.
No, but what I mean is that, like, because women, like, if women who has took a few community college courses, she's gonna be more sensitive to things, like she's gonna think things that like are not a big deal are harassment.
Well, yeah, because they technically are. That's the point. Men tough it up. Men understand what it is to be a part of a social organism that has to cohere. Women are mostly, and I don't care if you're the exception, we can let in millions of failures because one success, you're not that good. You can't compensate for millions of incompetent women.
Well, yeah, you're talking about something. Yeah, you're talking about something that's like, you're touching on something that's true, because like there's that old saying that men insult each other and they don't mean it, and women compliment each other and they don't really mean it. So yeah. It's kind of like when you are teasing a woman the same way you're teasing a guy, the woman takes it seriously and thinks you're serious.
Well, yeah, and it's not just that. It's my point. My initial point was, you promised this wouldn't happen. It's like your kid saying, I want a drink. No, you're going to piss your bed. I want a drink. No, you're going to piss your bed. And then finally you break down, give him a drink, and the bed's drenched in piss. God damn it. It's the same thing with women. Let us say, no, you're going to ruin everything. You're going to turn everything into emotional shit show. You'll spend billions on helping orphans. No. And we did. And we're
Angela Merkel.
Yeah, Angela Merkel.
There you go.
Well, I don't think she has a badge, but that's another point. She's fought as a woman. She identifies as a woman, and look how she screws up.
Yeah, supposedly,
women
like
are not made for this. Look, if my country gets invaded, I'm a primary target for Russian invasion. I basically I know that I have to go and die because our army doesn't stand a chance. I have no military training, and 6 months of boot camp won't really help. I'm going to die. And I made peace with this fact a long time ago because that's the role God gave me on this earth. Honey, accept your role as a woman just as I accept mine as a man. If a man insults me, I just can't ignore him. I have to get my ass kicked because I'm a man and I have to show dignity and pride that you don't have to show. It's not all roses being a man, but we accept it. Our feet literally rot in trenches because of the moisture and horrible conditions. That's the life of a man. Yet we don't, we just do it. So you have to breed and make children. I'm sorry that you can't be a CEO. I'm sure you'll survive.
Yeah, it's basically
human resources.
Anyway, hey, on that beautiful note, love it. But on that note, I've actually got to get going. But it
God
was
damn it!
All right.
I'm sure we'll.
You quarter black girl dating degenerate. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
No, sorry.
I'm sure the Romanian will revitalize the Roman Empire and, you know, retake Constantinople. But
thanks for coming, Britton.
Nice talking to you.
Hey, Britton.
It was great being here, guys.
See you, Britton.
Yeah, a good one.
Dude, if we actually cleanse
right,
China of Muslims, we have to hide it from Mr. LUE-YEE. He doesn't want to get rid of them.
So this is a marathon episode tonight, eh?
I'm just nagging
Yeah, pretty
him.
much. First you accuse Mark of wanting to genocide the Moldavians. Now you're accusing LUE-YEE of not wanting to genocide the...
That's worse. That's worse. Not wanting to genocide the Chinese Muslims is worse. And of course, assholes who are listening, who are not our fans or something, you know I'm joking. This is a joke. I don't want to genocide anyone. Disclaimer aside, genocide all Muslims.
Yeah.
If you have autism, do not be listening to this.
Yes.
Yeah. It's good that you got that out there because maybe the FBI is listening.
Well, we are monitoring alt-right broadcasts. I don't know if you're big enough to attract attention, but we do have programs.
Well, I mean, they're probably not listening to this one.
Well, I'm not sure if I care if I break U.S. federal law. My country has.
No, you're not. You're not breaking U.S. federal law. We have the freedom of speech in this country.
Oh yeah.
Maybe some like our listeners like maybe Mark Citadel over in Britain has something to worry about, but not.
Well, here in Romania we have hate speech laws, but nobody can read, so fuck it.
And probably nobody cares anyways.
Well, nobody actually cares, but the laws are there, so if they want to get you, they can get you anytime, and it's fully legal. If they want to arrest me for the crap that I said here, they kind of can, even though they'll take it out of context and don't realize that I'm joking most of the time and stuff like that. They can.
I mean,
I violated another country's hate speech laws. Hashtag late night right.
This is the eternal angle shining as an example to the whole planet, because this is such an Anglo idea of hate speech laws. Oh, we're not supposed to offend the savages. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
I thought I got.
Yeah, that joke just stunk. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
It wasn't a joke. It was
late night
Gregory. Yeah. Even the comedic genius Gregory CARLIN sometimes his jokes fall flat.
It wasn't a joke. It was a stupid.
This is his Michael Richards moment.
I mean, you know,
it wasn't a joke.
I mean, Greg is a funny. Greg, you're the funniest guy that I've seen on these podcasts, so I'll give you that.
Thanks, but it wasn't a
Just not
joke. I
tonight.
just did a stupid British voice. Not that all British voices are stupid.
Oh,
it doesn't make
do
it.
you want to genocide
Also,
the British?
that's how it is, right?
It's not a joke. It's a shtick. It's a bit. It's about the same.
No. I actually meant that the Eternal Anglo, they're the basic model for all of this crap. The Constitution, the Magna Carta. It wasn't genuinely. It wasn't a joke. The voice was silly, but I didn't expect laughter from it.
Well, isn't Magna Carta and the Constitution, those are free speech documents, that's the exact opposite of hate speech.
Well, the spirit of the Magna Carta instead of a literal interpretation, because, of course, if you had absolute individualism, then you'd have freedom of association, and that solves all problems.
Well, that's the original
freedom of association.
Yeah, well, that was original Anglo. That was the original Anglo way. That's the way it was in America, But it's the late 1960s crap with like multiculturalism, where like you have no more freedom of association.
Yes, but it also validates the trope that your birth doesn't matter, so everyone gets treated like a citizen.
Yeah.
So it violates a liberal principle while upholding another, proving that the doctrine is self-contradictory.
Exactly.
We're actually getting some questions from the text chat, so sorry to interrupt, but I want to address these before we go on. First of all, has Romanian guy seen Pe aici nu se trece?
What should I say? Pe aici nu se trece. No.
I think that's how
Through here you shall not pass, it means, but I don't know what it means. It's a meme, probably.
Have you ever heard Drago se dinte?
Yeah. And I can sing it if you get me drunk enough.
Is Roots the greatest miniseries of all time?
Yes, we are big fans of it in Romania here. We actually reenact it constantly with our gypsies.
Is your name Toby?
Shuffle, I was going to do a joke, but it doesn't translate.
Is your name
He's
Toby?
not a real Romanian. Maybe I'm not. Maybe, Goy.
Are you
not?
Are you now, or have you ever been a member of the Communist Party?
I'm like 24, so yes.
Okay. That was,
Of
that was
course.
during your edgy fedora phase, right?
I have internet in a post-Soviet country. Of course, I have Communist Party privileges. He must be Moldavian.
Okay.
Dude, don't ruin my friendship with Mark. So the genocide Moldavian memes, it's a meme now. We're going with it. Mark Citadel hates Moldavians.
Oh, for crying out loud.
For crying out loud. This is ridiculous. I
Every
never
single
said
time.
such a white. Moldavians aren't white. They are from Eastern European, which is subjectively mixed with other races except whites.
They don't look white to me.
So
like,
one time
are the people in the
there
chat.
are these people called the WHOites. I wonder who. Have any of you guys heard them? I hear their names posted all over the internet.
Who's this now?
The WHOites.
The WHOites.
The WHOites, as opposed to the.
I think
what
that's
white?
what. Isn't that what?
Dude,
isn't that
I
what
was
Assad
just,
is? Isn't he an
we
elf
keep
white?
hearing a screeching door, so I was going to blame the Texan because the screeching screen door is a southern trope, but he left. So who's the one with the screeching door?
What were you asking, William?
Oh, I was just making a terrible joke that the Assad is an LUE-YEE.
LUE-YEE.
His wife definitely is.
His
God
wife is
damn.
clearly. She's
Is
very lovely.
alt-white, is that Arabic for alt-white?
Ooh. I'm surprised that Late Night Bill is not here. He's at, I think Late Night Bill is actually a cancer survivor, and he's still out smoking. And he doesn't care.
Gregory's just worried because screeching doors signify approaching death in Moldavia. God damn it, I'm not Moldavian!
Oh, the secret, the cat's out of the bag.
Oh, shit. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. I'm sweating through my ass, Nick.
What is that, anyway?
I don't know. It's a Family Guy meme. The Jew, Mort Goldman, was about to get captured. And, oh, God, they're gonna rub sand in my ass, Nick. That's ridiculous. What's an ass, Nick? And the Germans repeated the phrase. So it's stuck as a meme.
Family Guy is for degenerates.
I'm
Yeah.
not.
Haram.
Dude, I'm
Except
not
McFarlane. You can't trust
Moldavian.
those Celts.
No, McFarlane. He's a
He looks
Celt.
chinky.
Dirty Celt.
No,
he's a sellout
He
too.
kind of does, actually.
Yeah, McFarlane's
He has those
atheist.
Hungarian eyes.
Yeah, he is an atheist.
Yeah.
Oh.
He's a producer behind that one Neil deGrasse Tyson show on Fox.
Black Science Man.
Really?
Yeah, the Black Science Man show.
He should change his name into Black Science Man.
He has to have heard that meme by now.
There's like 7. Seriously, there's like 7 black astrophysicists.
He could be the Hotep.
That
the
many?
Hotep science man.
No, he's
People from
there's gotta be a meme.
he's too degenerate to be accepted by Hotep.
Yeah.
That's true. Hotep's way more pure than that.
Yeah.
He's
Check your
an
Googles.
He's an Afro cuck.
Yeah.
All right, Late Night Bill is back. What did I miss?
We missed you talking about how you're actually a recovering lung cancer survivor and you're still smoking.
And you
Yeah,
just
because
don't
Late
care.
Night Bill just don't care.
Doctor's orders, pshaw.
Smoking is so Southern European.
I don't know what it is, but Late Night Bill's all about it.
Yeah. Well,
Are French Southern Europeans?
well, in the south of France, yeah. Seriously,
Well,
dude?
yeah, but
They smoke in
On
Paris too.
Well, they're Moroccans,
the Riviera.
I think.
Well,
Or
every
North African.
Moroccans at
place,
this point.
every place that's in the south of Europe, you're gonna get tanner people.
True.
That's goddamn this ruining Moldavia.
Yeah. One question: is Armenia in Europe?
Well, no, but Armenians can be candidates to be integrated in Europe if need be, because
Is
you're
Russia in
a
Europe?
refugee
Are you-
population, basically.
Are you talking about the European Union? No thanks.
No, not the, God damn it, not the European Union. Europe itself as a continent, you can spread out, or no, because you maybe want to have your own land for your
Yeah.
own people.
You know,
Yeah.
it's like Europe.
I think Armenia should be
and-
its own continent.
Yeah, we need an Armenian continent.
That would be a pretty small continent.
However, Kim Kardashian is considered a war crime, and you need to answer for that.
She's only half Armenian, just for the record.
Yeah.
But she's a full war crime.
Well, she.
Okay, yeah.
Well,
She's half Armenian, but a full
she
war
was
crime.
born, and she was born and she grew up in LA. So like, there has to be like
Dude, Augustus is a fascist. Go on, sorry.
Yeah. So like there has to be like you know, you have to like forgive her for she knows not what she does. Like, I mean, how many people born in LA think their way out of degeneracy?
Well,
Very,
are there
very
people born in
few.
LA? Isn't everyone sterile and soulless there? Do people have souls in LA?
There's at least one soul.
I don't know. Well,
Who is it?
I don't know.
God damn it! Now Augustus
Well,
is calling me a fascist.
Well, in LA, 13-year-old girls get nose jobs. So I mean, it's pretty crazy out there.
Yeah, it is.
Please tell me nose job is an operation. You're referring to rhinoplasty.
Yes. No.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Please, we don't. I'm not late night Bill here.
Yeah.
Late night Bill is late night Bill.
Yeah.
There's only one late night Bill.
I imagine late night Bill being like that guy from who says all right. What's his name?
Matthew McConaughey.
yeah. These high school girls keep staying the same age.
Yeah. I haven't seen that.
With a cigarette.
I've seen that. I've seen the excerpt for that movie, but I haven't seen the movie. It's pretty creepy.
It's a good movie. I don't.
All right.
What movie is this?
Is that Fast Times at Ridgemont High?
God, I don't know.
Oh, it's Mahoney.
That movie's from like 30 years ago.
That was
Atlas
Sean
to
Penn.
the
Is Matthew McConaughey that old?
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's nice and old. I think it's Fast Times. I'll look it up.
And Sean Penn was in Fast Times.
You had such a chance. The cultural power America had. You had such a chance to basically resurrect European civilization. We could all be listening to classical music and watching movies that's like The Godfather every day. But you ruined it. You kiked it up so much. You are single-handedly responsible for the faggotization of the entire West. Hollywood producers are proud of the fact that they made faggots acceptable.
It was Dazed and Confused.
Hollywood producers.
Oh, Dazed and Confused.
Dazed and Confused.
Producers in parentheses.
I agree.
Yeah.
5 parentheses on each side.
You need you need 3 parentheses in parentheses, because in math, if you put something in a period, it means it goes on for an infinity.
Well, then that's the eternal Jew then.
Oh God!
Wait. I was trying to avoid saying their naming the enemy. Okay.
We mentioned them before you came here, so it's okay.
Yeah, but I mean, you never know when the FBI could be listening.
If they made it this far into it, those are some pretty dedicated FBI
officers.
Yeah,
they're edgelords. They have those bullshits.
I think they have listening
they're probably
machines with algorithms.
Yeah, I mean, if they made it this far, they're probably converted by now.
Wouldn't it be funny to have 6 live viewers and like 100
I'm not sure how good we've done at
guys.
repping the gospel here tonight. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I mean, we set the bar nice and low. Oh wow, this counts as Christianity. Maybe I might be able to do that.
Might even start going to church. Who knows?
Who knows? Sound like some really regular kind of stand-up guys. No, I'm just
we remove kebab, hot Eastern European women. Why not be Christian?
Yeah,
we were shilling for the Alawites for a while there, like.
Yeah. We're Muslims somehow. We're
Alouette. Oh, never mind.
Alouette.
I think those are Bugs Bunny. Now we're into the Bugs Bunny memes. Anyway,
Yeah,
I'm shilling Merchant some merch for Late Night Bill. I just put a Twitter post there.
Yeah, and anyone wants to pick up Late Night Bill merch, follow
Theological Scott or Folkways.
Yeah.
How do you
Freya's Muse?
Freya's
How do you say? Yeah,
Freya's
okay.
Muse.
Follow Freya's Muse for the latest Late Night Bill merch.
Late Night Bill doesn't actually care, but
No,
but,
I don't care.
What is
I'm saying if you want it, if you're one of those weirdos that wants to rep the awesomeness that is Late Night Bill, then feel free.
All right.
So when Late Night Bill plays hockey,
is
does he play defense?
so sniffs high school girl panties. Sorry, it looks so perverted.
What are you talking about now?
The avatar from Bill. Bill's avatar. It looks so middle-aged, midlife crisis pervert. I don't know. I'm sorry if you actually look like that. I take it all back.
No, to go on Twitter and get a feel for it with the hashtag Late Night Bill.
I'm not on Twitter. I'm not on Twitter because I have a soul.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, come on. Wait,
and I'm not high school educated.
Are you on Facebook?
What?
Are you on Facebook?
I'm not high school educated. I can't type. What? It's called being Romanian.
You can speak English.
Well, yeah, because we watch a lot of American stuff. That's why we don't have high schools anymore.
The American
destroyed our culture.
So we ruined the world, and you completely endorsed it.
Yeah, we went full Dark Ages as a defense mechanism. My horse-drawn carriage is actually a statement against bourgeois capitalism.
Where's LUE-YEE when you need him?
Do you guys hold your guns? Do you guys hold your guns sideways out there? Like, do you shoot your guns while holding them sideways, like Dindu?
What are guns? It's like pitchforks you can throw, right?
Kind of.
Ah, those are those boom boom sticks from cowboy movies.
Yeah.
Sometimes called bullet applicators. In Canada, we call them bullet applicators.
I think those are good for removing kebab. Seriously, they go boom and people fall down. I saw it, you guys.
Boom boom sticks. Is that another meme?
Yeah.
Stop laughing
name
at
could
the
actually
foreign
catch
guy.
you.
That's racist.
Where did LUE-YEE go, actually?
I don't know.
Away from this racist podcast.
I think he went to
save the Moldavians.
No, I think he went to venerate his Confucius icon.
Oh, whoosh. Savage. We need to get drops.
Yeah.
You have a soundboard?
You know, like, unjokingly, you know, I've studied Confucianism a little bit while in school. Like, it's, I felt that it was pretty much well aligned with Christian natural law.
Well, it does place an emphasis on worshiping ancestors, but we don't really. We worship the virtuous ones, just like we would worship virtuous people alive today. Well, worship is a word.
Pretty much.
So
yeah,
we judge people by their adherence to Christ's doctrine, regardless of their time, age. or something.
Yeah, there is a similar practice of venerating and calling for the intercession of saints within like Catholicism and Orthodoxy.
Well, the Catholic thing is kind of overblown. In a survey, they were Italian Christians were asked. I know Italian, but they were asked if they who did they pray for in times of strife? Who did they pray to? And Jesus was like number 17 on that list. That's a bit overkill with the saints.
Where was Mary?
I guess in the first places. They do have this reverence for the Virgin Mary, but she should be honored, but I don't think she should be prayed to. That is worship if you pray to a saint. I rarely take a stand on interfaith differences because I don't fit exactly into any faith. I agree with Orthodox, I agree with Baptists. I go to a Baptist church because it's more conservative, but I'm not part of any religion. But this, I think it's too much. Praying to a saint as you would to God, that's polytheism at best.
Yeah.
And heresy at worst.
True. No, I think the way they practice it, they ask for the prayers of the saints. Like they ask saints to pray for them. They don't pray to the saints.
Well, isn't that a
you're asking them? You're asking them to make intercession. You aren't praying to them as the source of.
Yeah, but there's no biblical source for intercession.
Oh yeah. It's also like in these traditions, it's like if you.
But we aren't sola scriptura.
Say
like we don't do sola scriptura. So
yeah.
You're I mean, I'm not going to start doing like a big Catholic versus Protestant smackdown, but you're.
Yeah.
I will not abide your.
Yeah.
Your
I'm just like
take on this.
Yeah, I'm just explaining it from their point of view. I'm not saying I agree with them. It's just you know.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying I don't agree, but I don't care. I have tunnel vision on Muslims and fags.
Right.
So those are two things. I guess it's binocular vision.
Yeah. So you're, I guess, like. You're a very unusual Baptist then.
Well, I tend to think for myself. I didn't shake this stupid habit from my atheist days. So I analyze a fact and I make an opinion, and I don't know where it fits. For example, my opinions on evolution would never allow me to be part of the Orthodox Church. However, my opinions on idolatry would never allow me to fit in the Baptist Church. So I'm in this no man's land where I don't fit.
Well, you wouldn't fit in the Orthodox Church because I think in the Orthodox Church you have to, like, have saints, like you have to believe in the practice of asking for the intercession of saints.
Yes.
Like you can't just be indifferent to it.
Yeah, but okay. I agree.
Yeah.
But I see this. I take, when I'm talking with my parents, for example, I take your position, Mr. Sam. I say that, well, these people aren't actual idolaters, and I defend Orthodox and Catholics. This I just stated my personal opinion, but I defend those people as not being wicked idolaters.
Yeah.
I think it's messed up for Jesus to be number 17th or 7. I don't know, but Jesus was down the list, and he should be first. It's his religion. It's like throwing a party. It's your birthday, but they forget to invite you.
Yeah.
Well, that would happen to late night Bill, and he wouldn't even care.
Yeah.
Well, Jesus basically gets this with Christmas. It's his
He
birthday.
throws his own birthday party.
Santa stole it.
And I don't even go to them.
Yeah.
What's Christmases?
Yeah.
No, I was saying I throw my own birthday parties and I don't even go to them.
It happens more often than you think.
Absolute madman.
Yeah, more merch. I just posted more merch from Late Night Bill.
Yeah, seriously, what? I mean, I know he doesn't care if we buy it, but like, we definitely should because.
Oh yeah.
You know, it's good.
Who's Late Night Bill?
I'm Late Night Bill.
What?
Right here.
Where have you been the last hour?
I'm missing this meme.
See, that's why you got to get on Twitter.
Dude, I can't read.
Well, how did you email me
why
then?
you gotta bring this up? It's like I'm missing a leg. And hey, Gregory, let's go for a run.
Well, I mean, I used to argue with people on social media all the time who can't read either. So, what's your excuse?
Yeah,
I'm
seriously, give us a
Romanian.
program.
I'm Romanian. We invented insulin. We did our part. You guys do yours.
You're gonna come riding in on a mule to save us all.
Yes.
Well, I mean, aren't you the nation that gave us Kadrianu and dragged Impaler? So, shouldn't people? I mean, because of that, I have very high expectations of you guys.
Well, yeah, but when I try to go all Vlad the Impaler, oh, you can't genocide hundreds of millions of people.
Romanian genocide when?
Hey.
I'm just asking. Late Night Bill asked.
Every time you try to genocide us, we get more orthodox and our women get hotter.
Oh, geez, Louis scared off LUE-YEE.
I think the same thing happened to the Armenians.
Yeah, I
women
don't
got
know
hotter?
Armenian women to be exact. Let me Google it. Adult filter off.
First picture, Anita Sarkeesian.
Well, no, dude. Well, they're not white for first. They look Southern European or Mediterranean, but god damn.
You mean gosh darn?
Gee whiz. Oh, dang.
Gee willikers.
Gee willikers. Why I oughta?
I'll knock your block off.
I'm
It's like
you're
Stan
starting
after
to sound
leaving
like
the
a
Astolf is my new spirit animal.
Yeah. Greg.
He mentions
You're starting to sound like a Jewish porn producer.
Well, Goy, have you ever considered a career in showbiz, Goy? There's a big market for Nazi porn. So you guys
especially in Israel.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah.
Well, they do. It is let's face it. I'm not saying it's moral. You know, I wouldn't. I just counter-signal slavery. But women have a biological impulse to be flexible when it comes to a culture that rapes them, because the women who resisted rape aren't alive today. Their genes weren't passed. They were killed. Women always go with the victor, and they're more malleable that way. Most women who are raped come from it. It's a sad fact. And
Well,
they feel guilty.
not all women go with the victor. That there are occasional exceptions to that.
Yeah, some are Romanian.
Yeah. Oh, and some are Armenian.
Yeah.
Some are Southern American Southerners.
Well, I never.
I declare, you keep your hands off him.
I'm not gonna starve another day. God bless me.
This is turning into some sort of Tennessee Williams farce. I think we've already broken the record for the longest Christian hangout ever. We're coming up to 6 hours here.
This is what do you call it? A charity run. Yes, this is a marathon charity run. Donation sent in for body pillows for the alt-right. Our troops need waifus. Gregory seems to know a lot about rape. Dude, we had Turkish occupation.
Yeah.
Speaking
of which, town rapists.
You know speaking of which, blow-up dolls were invented by the Nazis.
Oh, God damn it. I wish
you guys heard that, right?
What?
You heard that, right?
Yeah, and I said, God damn it, I wish I could blame it on the Anglos.
Yeah.
That's such an Anglo thing to do. That's basically cultural appropriation.
Mm-hmm.
Libido dominandi.
Well, the Nazis did a lot of. I know that in this age, we're thirsty for white people who had the courage to defend themselves. So we take the Nazis as an example. But first, we're nationalists. The Nazis were imperialists. We are European communitarians, for a better word, and Christians. They were Nordic, semi-pagan supremacists. So there is a lot of disagreement. They wanted to genocide Slavs. Have you seen Slavic women? It would be a crime against God and nature to deprive the world of Slavs.
Yeah.
Turkish occupation was the best moment in Romanian history. God, he's trying to trigger me. I know where you live, Augustus. I know where you live, and there are plenty of trees in my backyard, so you might fall on some sharpened ones. About 3 times, you know how it is. You post outright comments, then you slip and fall. He said that Romania was good under Turkish occupation. At least you should get humans to occupy Romania, not Turks.
Turk roaches.
God damn it. That's why they wear turbans, to hide their antennas.
You know, I was...
Dude, my ancestors could have beaten the Turks by turning on the kitchen lights. They would scurry away.
Unfortunately, they don't have electricity there.
Yes, but now we have raid spray, and I
think Gregory needs to do his own AMA.
What's an AMA?
Yeah. You mean on Reddit?
What's
ask me anything is where you sit and basically do what you're doing right now.
No, I can't spell.
Except you don't have the rest of us.
If someone would read to me.
Anyway, I'm going to sign out for good this time.
If someone would read to me like my good old daddy.
Hey, hold on a second, William. What? How come you left and then came back? Did you want to see Late Night Bill, or is that the only reason? Or
I left to deal with dinner, and then I thought you guys would have been signed out, and then I saw Late Night Bill. Yeah, I did come back for Late Night Bill.
Okay.
Hey, he's gone again.
What?
No,
the avatar keeps
showing up for me. No, the avatar showing up for me.
Oh, look, it's
like
I got the merchant avatar and DayBill in the video.
Okay, ask what do the YouTube people see?
Yeah, help us out, comment section.
YouTube has got Twisted Bill so far.
Good.
You know, it's interesting that it's a shame that when people listen to this, if anybody listens to this whole thing in its entirety, besides us,
don't you have stats on that?
No, well, I mean, I don't know. I can't tell how much they've listened to, or just how many people have tuned in at some point. But we've been getting a lot of good comments in the in the chat here, which are unfortunately going to be lost to history. So
yeah, no.
Thanks,
Augustus needs to have a sharp thing.
They can just ask the CIA. It's all somewhere.
Yeah. Get on that, FBI.
You're calling.
Do something
You're
useful.
calling. There is an ongoing meme of everybody echoes like Moldavians echo, Romanians echo, everybody but me echoes. That kind of thing. It's just a good meme. It was a good.
Yeah. Moldavians don't echo. They are targeted for genocide, and genocide isn't funny, Mr. Ian. You're with a Romanian and Armenian here. We won't tolerate such language.
Well, I guess I've been put in my place.
Yes.
Well, only against the Turks, though.
Well, you can't genocide roaches. You exterminate them.
They always come
genocide is
back.
for humans. On that note, you genocide bacteria by washing your hands.
You have to go, William?
Yeah, I'm getting out. Yeah.
Okay, well, thanks for joining us as always. It's good having you
guys. Have a good
night.
night.
See you, William.
Have a good night.
Direct all hate mail and possible federal prosecutions to Mr. Reactionary Ian, please.
Oh.
Yeah. Have you guys heard that? Have you guys heard that news about Eichenwald? How he like how he pressed federal charges against some guy because apparently like he posts some flashy thing on his Twitter.
Yeah.
I warned everyone.
Dude, and they're trying to get him on deadly weapons charges.
I just want to say that months ago when this first happened, I warned everyone that Kurt Eichenwald actually had a case with this and that we should start setting up some sort of a legal defense fund. No one listened to me. Everyone laughed. And now who's laughing? Not me, because I'm Late Night Bill and I don't care.
Maybe you should be Canadian.
Late Night Bill. Dude, this Late Night Bill meme is going to drive me crazy.
Well, just go to hashtag Late Night Bill and you'll see it in all its glory.
God damn it. How do you spell that?
LATENIGHTBILL.
Yeah, it's like those letters on the soda cans, but on paper.
Yeah.
God.
I saw it. Yeah. I saw it. You know, it's hilarious.
Why do you have Moses? Is he your favorite character from the Bible?
He's up there for sure. No, I just want to go for like that hipster ironic look, you know. So what could be more hipster and ironic than choosing a picture from a cheesy Bible movie in like the 60s, 70s?
I haven't seen that movie.
I heard the Ten Commandments.
A piece of pop culture that Gregory's not familiar with. I think he's lying.
I'm not that pop culture savvy. Why?
Oh, really?
So why do you
know
think
every Mike
that?
Pence meme?
What?
You know every single Mike Pence meme there is. You can quote every TV show.
Well, dude. If something's in the Bible, you have to follow it. It's in the Bible right there. Thou shalt follow Mike Pence memes. Somewhere in there, I'm pretty sure. As soon as I learn to read, I'm gonna confirm this, and you're gonna be so ashamed.
I don't know if that's in the Bible, but I bet that is in Northern Reaction, which is available on Amazon for only $5.22. It's more likely to be there.
Yeah. So you haven't heard of Charlton Heston?
You mean Charlton Heston?
Charlton Heston. I know Charlton Heston.
Yeah.
Now I want.
He doesn't do the,
like. Isn't he the guy who wants babies to have guns?
Yeah, yeah.
What's the cause? I
Take
can
the baby guns from their cold dead fingers after the abortion.
Baby,
They should
no,
be born with
guns in the
guns.
womb. Guns
Yes.
in the womb so babies can shoot back.
Push harder, push harder.
Yeah, you can cap a doctor on your birthday.
You entered the world with a bang. So,
Yeah.
But yeah,
Fun
okay, it was
times.
in Ten Commandments movie. It
Yeah.
was a good movie.
it's very epic.
Well, Romanian Bible movies had time travel, so and a robot. Dude, there was a robot.
Are you thinking of like a Superbook or something?
What?
Are you thinking of Superbook?
I don't know, but it was a robot called Memo, I think.
Nemo.
Yeah, it was a
Merv.
time-traveling robot taking kids back to the
Oh,
Bible
so the
times.
robot. Well, I remember there's a cartoon called Superbook, which was produced by CBN, and I guess they probably syndicated it in other countries. And his name was Gizmo in the English version.
Well,
I don't know if you saw that one.
no. I went blind when I saw Bible Man, and from then on, I
remember Bible Man.
and deaf. This is the. I also went deaf. The audio from this podcast is being converted into Braille, so I can
There's
read
that.
it.
You know, there's that one video clip of Bible Man where like he was on a talk show with like the host was like the most stereotypical anti-Christian leftist God-hating atheist Jew, and he was like like it's so like stereotypical. You would think that it's an alt-right parody or something. Like, look it up. If you go into YouTube, type Bible Man and I think it's Jewy.
There we go
Stein.
again with the typing.
Just real
yeah,
quick.
it's right here.
Go ahead.
I just posted the video.
Now that I can do. I can click on videos.
To the person watching named Astoloff von Alabama, who says that there's no Kindle version for Northern Reaction. If you go to my website, northernreaction.wordpress.com, you can find a free Kindle version, or I think it's Mobi version, but whatever, it works on a Kindle. So you don't even have to pay that way. Not that I care, because Late Night Bill.
Typical sweaty big nose, God hating. I can't do a Ben Shapiro voice.
You want to pay for this thing that I'm giving away for free. Is that what you're saying? Astolf? How the hell do you pronounce your name?
Astolf.
I'm just going to talk.
No, it's so manly you don't pronounce it. You just grunt every time you see his name on the screen. From Alabama.
Okay, well, if you would like to give me money, there is a way to give me money on the same page at the bottom. Don't do it, though. Give someone
Dude,
else.
$5 would last you 2 years in Romania.
You can send me bitcoins.
Astolf. There's a code there somewhere.
Astolf. Okay, so yeah, if you feel like it, you can send me bitcoins, but don't just donate it to someone that you like. On like, Bill is a greedy Jew. Don't give him your money, ass blob.
Dude, my uncle had an ass blob. It's really painful. He had to sit on a donut-shaped cushion for a month. Yeah, that's how it's called, an ass blob. Go on.
No, that was it. Just if you want to pay money for the thing that I've done, then buy the print book. If you don't want to pay money, then get the Kindle book, or buy like a dozen copies of the print book and just throw them away. I don't care. I don't care what you do with it,
dude.
I think everybody in the chat has a name beginning with A at this point. We have Assault-Von, Alabama. We have Augustus Autumn. We have Atlas. I mean, everybody's A.
Yeah.
Straight A's.
I think,
dude, if Atlas is here, who's holding the world?
Yeah. It's probably one guy with a bunch of socket accounts.
Yeah.
Yep.
Probably like like some like probably some like I don't know, person like I used to be when I was a teenager. I actually at one time argued with myself on a message board. Then
oh, Sam, you're so handsome. I submit to your perfect logic. That's what I would do if I argued.
was right. Sorry,
I want to know who FDS is.
What?
Because whoever they are, they said more Bill, less anybody else. And Late Night Bill is totally down with that.
Who the hell is Late Night Bill?
I'm Late Night Bill.
You're looking at him.
I get it, it's the avatar, but it's there something, I don't know, it's a meme there something, somewhere.
It's his alter ego that he morphs into after midnight. That's what it is.
Augustus is threatening me. I feel I don't feel safe. I'm going to sue my college for $1 million.
yeah.
They didn't provide me a home, and that's why I feel insecure. If obviously homosexual man threatens me on the internet.
An obviously homosexual man with a wife and daughter.
What?
An obviously homosexual man with a wife and.
Not you.
That doesn't mean anything.
I don't have a wife and daughter. If I did, you think I'd be hanging out with you guys?
Dude, that's seriously.
Obviously.
Yeah, we're cooler than. Can your kids do this? You can't see me, but I'm doing a handstand.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty impressive. I like it.
And can you?
Well, I'll just take your word for it.
I can out macaroni picture the shit out of your kids.
You can't read. Mean macaroni picture.
At this point, I'm just trying to see how long I can keep this thing going. See how long we can keep this up.
Well, I just had
There's like no point to anything we're doing. It's just like
well,
at this point.
I mean, I'm on the West Coast, so I have like plenty of hours to go.
Well, it's 1:10 a.m. here.
Yeah,
well,
1:10 here.
Yeah.
Gregory, what time is it where you are?
What?
What time is it where you are?
Well, the roosters are crowing, and the shadow of the sun is landing on the decrepit ex-Soviet building next to me. So about 7 a.m.
All right, good.
Yeah.
But
yes,
how?
a good vocabulary.
You don't have any jobs, so you just chill, right? You know, kind of like they do in Armenia. They kind of just chill, you know, enjoy good food and smoke cigarettes and drink cognac and
cognac. Really? That's so Armenian. That's so Armenian. Even though I found out about it a few seconds ago, that's so Armenian.
Okay, so like cognac's not a Romanian thing.
Well, no, we have palinka.
Palinka.
It's a distilled hard liquor from plums, and dude, it makes you into a man. It puts hair on your ass.
Ramsey Paul's a big fan of Palenka.
Yeah, it's also a Hungarian. That no good rotten traitor Ramsey Paul went to the.
There's actually a former college basketball player named Rob Palenka. He played for the University of Michigan.
Well, isn't it with an O?
No, I believe it's Pelinka.
Well,
I think he became a sports agent after his...
I-K-A.
What do you, Greg? What do you think of like? Are you
what?
Have you heard of Matt Forney?
Yes, I've heard this name many times. Please remind me.
Yeah, he right now lives in Hungary. So like he's like a big alt-right manosphere, a spokesperson.
Okay, sounds good. So he's into dudes.
Not exactly.
He's alt-right.
Well,
you called him alt-right, not me.
Well, actually, he's part of the faction that like is like no homo. He's like a big pickup artist type guy.
I'm sorry, Mr. Forney. Then you're awesome.
Yeah. Well, he no longer lives in America. He right now lives in Hungary, so that's his new home.
Mm.
So, what do you think of him choosing Hungary as his home?
Well, Hungary is a nice country. I like it. I wouldn't look. Hungary is better than Romania. Its leadership right now, because all Eastern European countries told Merkel to go fuck herself, except our president. So we're caught with a right-wing population and a left-wing government. Our basically the Romanian Communist Party, what's left of it, won the recent elections. They ran on racism. Seriously, they ran on the fact that our president is a dirty German.
Wow.
So the Communist Party won elections on the fact that there are too many foreigners leading Romania, and they won through that, and they cucked immediately. They promised a referendum. 3 million people signed the petition to hold a referendum on marriage, to change the constitution, to make it say that it's not between two people, it's between a man and a woman.
Right.
So the party leader promised that he's for family, and he's not. He just came out as anti-family.
Wow. So he's a pro-Sodomite marriage then.
Dude, Swiss gnome, that's so much greed in a single title. That's much greed. Go on, sorry.
No.
So, wait a minute. So
Late Night Gnome's here.
Who?
Late Night Gnome.
Oh.
Swiss, exactly, Atlas.
What?
He put Swiss in Jew brackets.
I'm so confused.
Well, Swiss are like Swiss are heavily into banking.
Yes, and they seem untouched by every war goy.
Yeah,
they just mercenaries around in every country. A presence there, goy.
Yeah.
So you are going to ask a question?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
At least not now.
That's blessed. Aubergine, Alex. Aubergine. And causing so much control. Yes, Mr. Gnome, we are going to split the alt-right on who likes you and who
Swiss
doesn't.
Gnome, do you know David? It took me forever, and I finally just got that. Yes, I remember that cartoon.
Who's David?
The Gnome. David the Gnome. It was a kid's cartoon from the 90s or something.
I heard it. I heard this word in a rap once.
What?
it was, there's this series, Epic Rap Battles of History. I used to love it when I was a leftist, and it's George R.R. Martin versus Tolkien, and you've got edgier plots than that David Dunno, and that's where I know that word from.
Okay, yeah, David the
Gregory, dude,
cartoon.
the most popular soap opera in Romania is Turkish, sadly. Suleiman the Magnificent. God damn it. These people cucked us for generations, and now you're watching their shitty soap operas. At least Latinas are hot and human.
Yeah. So are the women over there in Romania, are they gold diggers?
Well, yeah, in a sense. I mean, you have to. They have certain expectations. You're their man. You have to take care of them.
Yeah, but what I mean is it like sort of like they expect you to have a house on Beverly Hills?
Well, Romanian women are working class themselves because they have no other choice.
Right.
So most of the time you meet a girl, you stay for a while with her, and then you get an apartment because it's the only way you can afford one. You get a lifelong loan, a 30-40 year loan, and you pay for the apartment, both of you. That's how most people start their lives in Romania, because you can't afford to go on your own. Of course, if you have money, you'll see more ass than a toilet seat.
Right.
Now we have Aubergine Alex. What's with all these A's in the text chat?
It's
Saki accounts.
It's a affirmative action.
It's a it's Mossad. It's all the whole live chat is a Mossad operation right now.
Yeah. So Romanian girls are being ruined by American TV. That's for sure. They think that being whores is somewhat acceptable, but they still see themselves
American
as
TV.
American. They still see themselves as your woman, and even underlying subservience is still better than the "I don't need no man" that you guys do.
Yeah, it's kind of like what I said earlier. They are influenced by feminism. They're just 50 years behind.
Yeah, that's basically it. At least the party culture is starting to take root here. The partner counts are increasing for our young ladies. That's a shame. But when they settle down, that's the paradox. They don't seem to be as emotionally scarred as your women, because your women are used up rags by the time they're 30. Romanian women can take a lot of dicks, and I'm 25, I better settle down, and she becomes a good mother, a protective mother.
Oh yeah, I'm assuming you're talking about American women, not
Western in general, mostly.
Yeah, that's true. Unfortunately,
of course there are exceptions, and I can argue that virtuous women in the West are more virtuous than Eastern ones because they're surrounded by degeneracy. So simply by resisting that, they're more virtuous than a person who gets smacked around by their grandmother saying, "Don't be a whore."
Yeah, I guess that's true. Like, I mean, the only hope you have of finding a good woman in this country is finding her in church. As much as those MGTOW don't want to be bothered with religion, but
do you guys get kicked out if you divorce?
What do you mean?
Well, you get kicked out of our church if you...
You mean excommunicated? No, you don't.
No, you're kicked out of that certain church. And most churches will kick you out because divorce is a sin. You broke a pact with God.
No, that's not. It depends. Like, there are times when like divorce is necessary, like especially like when in cases of adultery. If
Well, we also accept that if the cheated on spouse, we advise against it. So they say, is there? Listen, can we work this out? Can you ever see yourself forgiving? But if not, is your family Irish, Astolf? He said his family got kicked out of the Baptist church 130 years ago. You know what, guys? We can totally troll the guys in the chat because this video will be posted and nobody can see their comments. So Astolf von Alabama writes, I am a homosexual. Yes, we can all see that.
Okay.
Right? We can all confirm. And Augustus said he's an asshole. Dude, you're too hard on yourself. Seriously, we all have flaws.
So,
no. Sorry,
really,
you,
for all
you're
you
my
people,
guy. I love you.
For all you people listening to this tomorrow, I'm sure that you're finding this highly amusing.
Dude, people vacuuming their house are listening to this.
Oh yeah.
And people with errands.
Hey guys, I had a weird thought earlier. Like, do you ever wonder how long YouTube's gonna be around? Like, do you think that in 20 years, all these videos we're posting now are still gonna be sitting on some server somewhere, and people can still watch them? I mean, they have YouTube videos going back to like 2005 or something. So
governments are most certainly keeping records of the internet.
I think it'll just get so cheap that it won't be like there'll be no point in not keeping it, you know? Like the technology will keep improving to the point that it just, why wouldn't you?
Yeah. But I mean, I guess it's just funny to think that in a decade from now, people could be listening to this and wondering what the heck we're talking about.
Dude, Augustus is trying to troll me.
Well, of course he is. That's the kind of guy he is.
It's
It's what?
Greg, do you ever? Oh wait, I was gonna ask you. Like, do you ever go to visit the site Return of Kings? But then I remembered you can't read.
Yeah, but I basically get the gist of Return of Kings by simply, I don't know.
Well, you just look at the pictures of the girls. That's all.
Well, it's pictures of food, so I assume they're talking about nutrition during working out. It's pictures.
Don't worry about that. Don't go to Return of Kings. It's not worth it. Go to my site instead. Just spend all evening on my site. And I only say that
WordPress.
Yeah, northernreaction.wordpress.com, and I only say that
if you want
out of concern for you
to be integrated into this community, you have to put out more audio content because we can't be bothered with them letters.
There are a link to on my site. There's a link to all of the podcasts and stuff that I've done, so you can get that too. But I only say this because Return of Kings sucks. I'm just saying, go anywhere besides there.
If I was hypothetically able to read, I would think that Return of Kings was hit or miss. About 65% good, and you divide the rest bad. Because I'm Romanian and can't subtract.
Mark Citadel has written some good stuff for Return of Kings. Because everything Mark Citadel writes is good, you know?
Dude. We need some Marky Mark back in here.
Yeah, I talked to him on Twitter. He said that he's too tired to join tonight, so I guess that explains it. But hopefully next time he'll be able to join us.
He isn't the same guy since we found out about his virulent racism.
Oh.
Yeah, when he showed up
Yeah,
in the chat, just talking constant smack about all of the races, that was weird, right, guys?
Yeah, dude, and the thing about raping their babies, that was too much, even for me.
Way too much.
No. He's not a member of MS-13. Please don't go that far.
Yeah,
dude.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's not a member
seriously,
of
and his Stephen
Black Lives
Crowder
Matter
website.
movement.
Mark is just way over the. He's off his hinges. Off his hinges, governor.
Yeah, I think he exposed himself as a Mossad plant.
Because blowing
Even
doesn't
Stephen Crowder
feel
looks at
good,
him and is like, "Whoa."
Yeah.
Dude, all these fasci guys counter signaling and wanting the genocide and downfall of the eternal Moldavian will shed his national socialist views when he met one of the women there. Dude, these I can't call them humans. They look like they were made in a lab. Moldavian women, they're gorgeous.
They're kind of like K-pop stars.
They'll turn you straight, Astolf. Believe me.
Have you ever looked at K-pop stars? So many of them just look fake because they all have plastic surgery and they look like they're wearing too much makeup and they look like they're these polished dolls. Like
this is my Southern European blood talking, but I like voluptuous women. I want some ass and some hips. They look like 13-year-old boys. What?
Cover the children's ears.
What?
I said cover
This
the
is a
children's
Christian
ears.
podcast.
Ah.
Not that you care.
But I am a Christian. You guys have those cross thingies.
I mean, look, I know that we all have a sex drive and stuff, but like, you don't talk about that in public. Come on.
Yeah.
I
we go up there, we can talk about it.
This is relatively tame stuff to say.
I was more playing off of the 4chan thing. This is a Christian image board, but for the podcast. But yeah, let's.
Oh, you go to 4chan. See, I don't do that. Yeah.
I'm a Christian. Trust me,
awkward.
Exactly.
Late Night Bill goes wherever he wants.
Yeah.
Of course he does.
Is Late Night Bill a goy?
That's just how he rolls.
Yeah.
He doesn't even care.
He doesn't even care. Jeans are so rad, man. No, whack.
Yeah.
That is whack.
Do you have Semitic genes? Be a lot cooler if you did.
Well, my last name is Heidelberg.
Dude, my Nazi radar is so finely calibrated. So we were finishing up a transaction, me and my family, and one of the merchants was from the Middle East, but he was white as milk. But you could tell by the nose because that's the distinctive beak-like nose. And he walked into the room and my dad was like, "Oh, you must love Juventus. It's an Italian football team." And Dad, no, he's not that Italian.
Yeah.
I can spot Middle Eastern people now, thanks to internet racism. Dude, seriously, this is amazing. I can recognize distinctive ethnic groups now, thanks to you guys.
Yeah.
Well, not you in particular, but still.
You know, sometimes there are things where you kind of wonder, could one of them have been behind it?
Who?
And well, you know who.
Okay.
Mossad?
Kinda. Yeah, those guys are reverberating friends. And like I was reading about this. Yeah, this is a boring story. Forget it.
Go on.
Okay, I was surfing YouTube a while back, and I came across this video by this like teenage French girl from the '60s, and That's kind of a fun little song, and she's kind of a cute girl. And then I remember I was like, who is she? So I looked her up on Wikipedia, and it talked about how she was like 16 or something when she debuted and had all these hit songs. And her main like songwriter at the time was this guy named Serge Gainsbourg. Maybe you've heard of him. But
yeah.
But I was reading about how
Gainsbourg.
Yeah.
Berg.
I didn't pick up on that immediately, but I was reading about how he wrote a lot of songs for her, which contained very blatant sexual double entendres and things like that. And I was like, man, that's horrible. This sweet girl. Who would write a song like that for this pretty young girl? Then I'm like, what kind of person actually indeed would do that? So I looked it up, and guess what? Yeah.
He echoes.
Yeah.
Well,
or echoed. He's dead now.
Dude, there is something to this. I don't know, but many chosen people are perverts. I don't know why. I don't know how.
I think.
But think of all the sex scandals in Hollywood.
Yeah.
Or on Wall Street. Or in any place.
Oh, yeah.
Or that Canadian guy who wrote the sex ed curriculum for Canada's public schools.
Oh, don't remind me about that.
Why aren't you setting stuff on fire right now?
Oh, that whole thing was the closest that I have come to burning the whole thing down. That was just so far beyond the pale. I don't even want to talk about it. That's how bad that was.
So far beyond the pale, you racist. Far beyond the tan, also.
Yeah, the pale of the settlement.
Like I literally read the entire sex ed curriculum thing cover to cover to know exactly what, if people were overreacting or whatever. They weren't. It was just as bad or worse than what was reported. Like it was insane.
There's this picture on a Facebook that I don't have, that there's this well-dressed kid with a briefcase and a cross on his neck, and it says, "Screw you, Dad, I'm leaving this place and getting a job," and the parents are like disgusting tattooed hippies. Conservatives really are the new counterculture.
Yeah.
Seriously, how fucked up? Go on.
Yeah. Nothing. Well, I'll call myself conservative anymore because conservative means you're trying to conserve the status quo. Well, I mean, anything that we ever want to conserve is gone now. So, like, we're pretty much revolutionaries.
At this point, I'll just settle for women have vaginas and men have penises. That's what I'm trying to conserve. Even that basic notion is under attack.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, pretty much. If you could get back to that, that's
the basis for human life.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah.
Dude, I feel so guilty that I have small fluffy dogs and not Romanian horse moose dogs.
So those are actual real things?
Yeah.
Dude, cats are awesome.
No,
dude, they have toxoplasmosis.
Toxoplasmosis is real. Toxoplasmosis is the cause of most problems, or at least a significant contributing factor. Keep cats away from pregnant women.
Well, I don't have a wife.
I'm just saying,
yeah,
if you have pregnant women coming around, make sure that they stay away from the cats.
I've never heard of that before.
Well, it's a parasite that infects the human brain, and it actually lowers inhibition centers. So they did a study on, and by they, I don't mean the Jews, I mean scientists, did a study and found that many people who are in fatal accidents have toxoplasmosis. The logic behind this is that the parasite is living in symbiosis with the cat. So the cat excretes the parasite through its feces, and then rats eat it, the feces, and it infects the rats, the parasite. So rats are easier to catch because it lowers their inhibitions. And it's a win-win. The cat gets to eat and the parasite gets passed on. But it also works on humans because rats are very similar in their brain chemistry.
He's absolutely right. All of that.
Go on.
Wow.
No, I was just going to say absolutely right. And the like homosexual people and transgender people are far more likely to have toxoplasmosis than like regular people are.
It also activates and triggers certain diseases like schizophrenia, alcoholism. Yep. It can be very damaging to the. It's a parasite, for God's sake. And even cat lady syndrome has been linked to heightened quantities of this parasite in your brain.
Yeah. So avoid cats as best you can. They are the worst. If you need cats, get them tested to see if they have toxoplasmosis first.
Why would you want a pet who hates you? The whole joy of a pet is that
they don't hate you. They like you. They pretend they don't, but they like you. They're your pals.
Dude. These are not streamer girls. You can't just give them money to pretend, and they pretend they like you. Cats are not social animals. They haven't evolved the ability to pair bond with humans. Dogs are wolves. Wolves are used to having each other's back, to feeling emotion for each other. So that's why dogs are so compatible with us. Cats are just there. Yeah,
I don't know. I just think of dogs are just kind of dirty and stuff.
Well, so are women, but you wash them.
Honey, it's time for your bath.
Yeah, honey, we talked about this. The neighbors keep complaining. No, seriously. Dogs are, indeed, they are less graceful creatures, but at least their affection is sincere. Their brains were tested, and when dogs look into their owner's eyes, they release the hormone oxytocin, which is nicknamed the cuddle hormone because it's responsible for long-term attachment in couples and in parents and children. Basically, feelings of amicable love, not lust.
Oh, Astlov says, only man I respect with a cat appreciates it killing rodents on property. That is the exception. Barn cats are fine.
We had barn cats. We had
Don't go near them. But yeah, sometimes you need cats for catching mice, and you can't afford one of those fancy show dogs that catch. What are they? The little short ones?
Well, we use cats to catch plague rats here in Romania. And we use our dogs to fend off Turks. So cats are for plague rats, and dogs are for Turks.
I just got a question on Twitter. What's Late Night Bill's take on the anti-Christian stuff in the first episode of Third Rail?
He doesn't care.
No,
yeah, we were talking about that earlier.
I have never listened to a podcast that I'm not actively on. So yeah, I have no idea what they said. I'm not going to find out. I don't care. I'm like
that was what I was talking.
And by
talking about that earlier with
getting ad revenue.
Yeah. What were you saying, Ian?
That was what I was bringing up earlier with the show that has Reactionary Tree, where he was criticizing Christianity. That was that thing, the Third Rail.
All right. Yeah, I have no idea about that. I'm not going to listen to it because I wasn't on it.
How can a tree react to something?
Does Bill Marchant listen to podcasts he's not on?
When he's driving,
DayBill.
DayBill will occasionally listen to a podcast when he's driving, but at 2 times speed. Podcasts are way too slow.
Dude, you should really listen to the Christian Hangout podcast on Reactionary channel.
Oh, I do that one, but 2 times speed because it's way too slow if I'm not on there.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see. Have you listened to Exodus Americanus? Because I know you've been on there.
I have listened to that again on 2 times speed.
Dude, you're a Chad nationalist.
Yeah, he's like they're like, would
houseboat
posting? What?
Houseboat nationalism.
Houseboat nationalism. Dude, you guys are in short supply of Stacy's down there.
Down where? I'm on James Bay in Canada. I'm further north than you.
Well, yeah. I thought you were American by your accent.
No, Canadian.
Well, I'm going to try to speak in a stutter or slowly because you listen to this at 2 times speed, and I want to cook that. So even at 2 times speed, it would be regular speed.
That's just painful. Why would you do that to me?
Well, you're a Chad. You can take it. Take this as a digital twirly. Or a wedgie.
No, but yes. So Blue Rider, that is that's my take on that. That's it.
I wonder if a single person will listen to all of this.
Yeah, I'm betting some will. 3 times speed for Greg.
How desperately do you need fascist Christian content? Seriously, dude, you have a problem.
Well, we're not technically fascist.
I know,
podcast.
I know. We're reactionaries.
Well, if you want to listen to Christian fascist podcasts, there's one by a guy named Florian Geyer that I discovered recently. It's called Mysterium Fasces.
Okay, first we have to try to get him on. Second, I want to counter signal him. So one of his main arguments. What?
I've never listened to that podcast.
It's good.
Yeah, it's a good one.
It's very good.
That's awesome, but I've also never been on it.
Ah, sorry. Well, he's not good enough.
How many podcasts have you actually been on?
4? I think it's 4.
So are you counting this as a podcast?
Yes.
It's sort of like a podcast.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've been on Exodus Americanus.
This one.
I'm sure you've been on.
It's not a podcast. It's a prayer session.
So it's Exodus Americanus. This one, Williams thing that we did about Beowulf.
Oh yeah, Arts and Letters.
Arts and Letters. Cool. Yeah. And I was recently on American Volk, which was
never even heard of that.
I assume with a V.
Yes. VOLK. Yeah, had a lot of fun. Always, if you're gonna listen to it 2 times speed because that's the only way to listen to it. That's it.
So,
yeah.
Back to Florian Geyer.
Yeah, continue.
He equates 3 terms. He says that the order of nature is the order of God, and fascism is the doctrine that says that best adheres to the order of God. He equates these things. However,
yes,
it is true in a broad sense that both God and nature agree with monogamy, families, and so on. But the finer details of Christianity are not compatible with nature's logic, because martyrdom is nowhere in nature, and it's a profoundly anti-Darwinian concept.
Well, when he talks about nature, well, natural law, he's talking about like the innate moral compass that's inside each human being that's different from animals. So it's not...
Well, that's still not fascism. Fascism is somehow less Christian. and we can't escape that. He tries to bring these together because he also has Zygeron, and Christianity and fascism aren't really compatible. And people call Codreanu, I'm starting to pronounce Codreanu like you guys instead of the Romanian way.
How's the Romanian way?
Codreanu, and you say Codrianu. You put an emphasis on the E.
Yeah, tomato.
It means forester in Romanian, because Codru is an archaic word for forest.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, so his name is Codrin Forester.
Yeah.
Getting back to the subject, Codran wasn't a fascist. Fascism is a totally other thing. It's a collectivist, authoritarian view on society, but it often disregards morals. Codran was disgusted by politics. He had community activities mostly. He had the legion go in villages and hold sermons or sing, or he liked the common people stuff. He didn't like to play politics. And fascism is playing politics and race and so on. And there's nothing in fascism that forbids you from firebombing an African village. But there is something in Christianity, especially if that village did nothing wrong, just like Adolf. I had to add that there.
Yeah. It didn't do nothing. That African village didn't do nothing. Right?
Yeah, they didn't do nothing. They were a good village. They were just studying to install a water supply, and we bombed them.
Yeah. Yep. They're good
so
boys.
That's the problem. What?
I said they were getting their lives together.
Yeah, they were getting their lives together. They swore they weren't touching the goats anymore. Oh, that's Arabs.
Yeah.
Actually, it's they swore that they weren't gonna eat albinos anymore.
Ah, dude, thanks for reminding me.
Yep.
That's disgusting. Well, we actually had a similar case in Romania. Not albino.
But gypsies.
It was gypsies, and a family was being haunted, or so they claim. And the girl, a daughter of the family, fell very ill. So they were convinced that their recently deceased relative was haunting them. So they dug him up, burned him, and drank the ashes.
Wow.
And the girl got better. But I don't think it's because the ash drinking part. I'm not that Romanian. Black villages matter.
So is the movie Borat, is it an accurate documentary of Romania?
Well,
because I heard it was shot in Romania.
Borat is filmed in a gypsy village.
Yeah, so is it an accurate documentary?
It's worse. You wouldn't believe the conditions in which these people, and it's kind of, they still retain, they blow, the rich gypsies, they blow millions of euros on these lush palaces, and then they still live in tents. It's a subject of great amusement for Romanian people.
Yep.
But it's kind of hard to they actually came here on their own will because they were slaves in the Byzantine Empire, and Romanians treated their slaves better, so they struggled to get here, to be enslaved by us. Yeah, Borat is pretty accurate. But no, Romanian villages look rather nice. They're just houses with land, and they're the ecosystem that's created with the natural activity of the peasants is unique in the world. It used to be everywhere in Europe, but now there are only a few spots in Romania that still sustains them. Are you guys asleep?
No, late night Bill's still here.
Yeah. I'm trying not to talk too loud so I don't wake people up who are sleeping.
You have people in your life, you're out of the alt-right too.
I've learned tonight that people think my voice is soothing.
Yeah.
Which is funny because I never really liked my voice.
Oh,
I have to say that I was talking to some people on Twitter at the beginning of this, and they were saying how comforting your microphone is, that you've had the same microphone forever and it's awful, but it sounds like one of those old-timey radio mics, so you sound like one of those old-timey radio announcers, and it's just the most soothing thing, was what they were saying. That's not coming from Late Night Bill, because Late Night Bill don't care, but that's what the other person said.
Oh, nice. I guess I better keep this old thing then. You know, it's funny. I was trying to record something over the weekend, and I think at different times of the day, the recording sounds different. I don't know what it is, but it just happens just that way for some reason.
Aroma.
So,
you practice. Go on.
Yeah, Roma, get out.
Dude, the Romas are, oh God. My fellow Romanians. Dude, are you seriously trolling the listeners with that there?
With what?
Nobody's saying anything. The users will go.
Well, don't worry. They'll be listening to this on double speed anyway. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But double speed nothing is half nothing.
So if a Hungarian and a gypsy was drowning, which one would you save?
Why would two people who are not allowed in Romania be drowning in Romania? where I could see them. Why do you ask these questions? Why am I outside Romania to see them drowning?
Well, maybe they're both drowning in Hungary.
I think these guys have rivers.
I would save the Hungarian because I like my wallet.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, but gypsies have been known to be accommodating to their Romanian friends. I mean, they mug people who they don't know, but they're actually fiercely protective of. If you can get good with gypsies, you're untouchable.
Yeah.
Seriously, I made friends with my local gypsies in my hometown. I never had to fight.
You could pay them to cast spells on people.
No, those are their witches.
Yeah,
you wouldn't believe how rich witches in Romania are.
Oh, that's an interesting question in the chat. Is Christianity compatible with veganism?
Well,
why not? Right? Like, it's just restricting diet.
Yeah.
I mean, it's I think the Armenian church goes vegan during Lent. I remember reading somewhere.
Like, avoid soy, because soy is almost as bad as toxoplasmosis. But
yeah, because it's an estrogen. Well, no, if you're a woman, especially if you're old in age, you should eat soy because it will help replenish your estrogen levels.
Oh, I don't care about women. I was just talking to the men. Late Night Bill.
Yeah.
I don't care about women. The most alt-right statement ever.
Anyway, so yeah, I would say probably. It's probably fine. Just if you're a dude, avoid the soy because it's awful. Get your protein from like nuts. I'm not gonna do it, but I don't. I don't see how it would be like
Dude,
bad.
seriously, get your protein for nuts. That's a joke ready to be.
Oh my
I don't
gosh.
even care. I don't even care about that pun. I don't even care about it.
Late Night Bill doesn't care.
I have a question for
You're
you.
like a racist honey badger, right? I get it now.
Yeah.
Gregory, I got a question for you.
Oh God.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how do you rate Elena Ceausescu?
Dude, would smash. I mean, she was a chemist and oppressing an entire country. That's hot. How would you rate?
How do you spell her?
How would you rate if we're talking about female leaders? How would you rate Justin Trudeau?
Oh,
I would put him.
She's very political.
I would put her behind Margaret Thatcher.
Dude, don't you talk shit about my Maggie?
Yeah.
Wooden slave. the new game. You rate people on how much you would enslave them.
Yeah.
Dude, this is like the longest hangout ever. Are you dying, Mr. Ian? And
yeah,
this is your farewell.
I just want to see who. Do you guys want to wrap this up, or you want to keep going? I mean, we're coming up on 7 hours.
I'm not saying. I'm not saying you're a fag if you want to leave, but.
Well, I mean,
but
we can go. I mean, I think the maximum these things can go is 8 hours. Then it just automatically shuts down. So.
Do you have 8 hours yet?
Whoa, lad.
No, we still have we can still fit another hour in about.
Oh boy. All right. Late Night Bill's in.
Woo.
Are Sam and Gregory in? I mean, I don't want to
In what? The European Union? Yes. It's actually quite depressing.
This is just like a blinking contest here at this point.
Yes.
Who drops out first?
Is peeing in jars obligatory, or is that just me?
I mean, don't you normally do that in Romania?
Dude, jars? Seriously, do you know how expensive glass is? It's plastic water bottles. We use the water bottles not because we buy water, but we smuggle mercury in them because mercury is expensive. So after we finish, we have the water bottles. I guess the mercury joke only works if you're actually Romanian and see this shit going on. Sorry. Who's from Albania?
I think John Belushi is of Albanian descent, so
Who's
that kind
John
of ruined him
Belushi?
for me. Yeah. Oh, a pop culture reference you don't get. How do you like that?
I'm not a pop culture whiz.
Well, if you're an American baby boomer, you probably love the guy.
Yeah, sure. The Eastern European is a baby boomer from America.
Well, yeah, he's pretty much a boomer icon because he was part of the original cast of Saturday Night Live back in the 70s.
Dude, that show sucks fucking balls. Why do you guys treat it like it's Mount Everest?
Well, it used to be good. Now it does.
It had its moments, but
yeah.
But yeah, I mean, for boomers back in the 70s, that was like their show. That was like where their generation was really starting to gain prominence. So they all kind of remember that era fondly.
Boomers are like the worst people.
Yep.
They ruined
by making fun of boomers.
They ruined like humans. They screwed up so bad that we're actually debating if there will be a Western civilization. I don't know. I'm just mad at boomers.
Yep.
And
they ruined everything.
And ultimately their influence bled into my society, so thanks for that.
Well,
Yeah.
wait, does Romania have its own baby boom generation, or is it kind of a different thing over there?
I guess we're... So, if we were to consider the fall of communism, the great tragedy, like you had World War II, then the tragedy after the war would be the baby boomers. So I guess millennials are Romanian baby boomers. But we can't really... The whole thing about baby boomers were that they had everything given to them and they gave nothing back. But no Romanian generation had anything given to them. It's a miracle that we exist. Every goddamn empire on this planet went through here. Mongolians, Turks, Tatars. It's incredible.
Jews.
Austro-Hungarians. It's incredible that we even exist. It's a miracle. And that's... The resilience of my people is one of the only admirable things, at least from the outside. And we never had it good.
Yeah.
Our
I
early
think,
go on.
Yeah. Actually, continue. I was going to say something, but it's like, never mind.
Go on, say it.
No, I was just saying that baby boomer is just like a American phenomenon. That's because there was a baby boom in the after World War II, you know. So
Canada too.
Yeah, so it's a North American phenomenon. It doesn't apply to other countries so much. It would be kind of a misnomer.
Well, no, if you had similar conditions. So if you had a great catastrophe, then a generation that worked hard to overcome catastrophe and their kids were spoiled little shits, then they would be baby boomers.
True.
They're the rich kids who never worked for anything but demanded everything. That's the baby boomers. They sold out every single principle. They were rebellious in their youth, conservative in their old age, and generally liberal for their whole life.
Yeah. Do you think speaking of which, like, do you think the millennials will become the new baby boomers? Like they'll start families and become more conservative?
Millennials, many of them weren't rebellious to begin with, like the baby boomers. However, I don't know. I guess millennials are too divided, but Generation Z, the one that comes after that, they'll be hardcore. They'll be Steven Crowder level, because nothing makes you a racist more than going to school with black kids.
Well, I mean, Steven Crowder isn't exactly racist.
No, Steven Crowder is literally the leader of the KKK.
Dude, did you not hear?
Uh-oh, look who's here. Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Broke in.
Oh my God, how could you?
I'm scared.
Oh,
how did you do that? How did you get in?
Hello.
I'm scared.
Dude.
How did you get in?
Right. Okay. Augustus, when I called you a Mossad plant, I did not really mean it. Okay, I take that back.
You called me out. You made me embarrassed. What was that? What was that about?
I meant every single word that I said to you, Augustus. Late Night Bill.
And he doesn't care.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate it.
What kind of a voice is that? What voice are you doing?
Kind of
I think
a
he
Jewish...
sounds very...
It's...
I mean, I'm hearing a bit of an echo here. I'm detecting a bit of a...
Oh, can you hear me better now?
I detect a faint reverberation.
Oh, shall I do my Shekel test?
I feel like I'm being watched.
Can you hear me better now?
There. Oh, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Why are you doing that?
Because it's a
So we can
shekel
boogie.
test. Every time we get a new guy, we test him for Jewishness.
Wait,
And this is the test.
I like that sound. Do it again.
This is Jew porn. So, do you guys realize that Jew girls are flicking the bean thinking of you, right? Because they love Nazis?
Oh, good grief.
Seriously, Nazi porn is popular in Israel.
Did you guys ever see that Ryan Landry blog post where he wrote this sort of like fictional scene between him and I think it was Julia Ioff? It was so funny.
No.
Yeah,
No,
sure.
I didn't.
No.
Okay. Yeah, well, it's on his blog. You can read it. I'll link to it.
When did you start this hangout?
7 p.m. Eastern. So we're over
That's
7 hours
2
now.
a.m. My
Yep, it's
time.
2:07 here.
6 hours.
No, 7 hours.
7 hours.
8
Me
hours.
and Ian here from the beginning.
Yep.
Well,
I still So are we going to get Mr. Florian Geyer here? Have you considered inviting him?
That would be
don't know him very well.
awesome. Yeah.
What?
I'll have to keep him in mind.
Yeah. He could provide us with some insight on
You talking
family.
about the
So-
Christian fascism
So,
thing?
fascism.
So what?
Yeah, I have a question for Augustus Autumn.
Yes.
Sola Scriptura, your thoughts?
Well, what about it?
I don't know. Do you have any thoughts?
Oh, do you want to clarify who I am, actually?
I don't know. Do you?
Yeah, you clarify who you are, Augustus.
No, you clarify who you are, Late Night Bill.
I'm Late Night
Oh,
Bill.
it's Giovanni.
You don't, yeah, it's me.
Yeah.
You just now picked up on that?
Yep. Yeah. Yeah.
Who?
I wasn't. Literally who?
Yeah,
You know
Atlas,
Giovanni, don't you?
Atlas picked up on it. What's wrong with you guys?
His sense of humor is very distinctive.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny because I was trying to be more subtle on Twitter, but people who used to know me weren't picking up. So finally, I was just like, whatever. And I'm like messaging people like, hey, it's me. It's me.
Well, the thing about Twitter is you never know who's who on there because anybody could say there's somebody.
True, yeah.
I got it immediately.
I am Michelle Obama.
I just want to point out
shoulders are considerably more narrow.
the second that
voice is
you
too high
followed me and I read your tweets, I knew it was you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, remember
You
I
just-
tested you?
Yeah, I remember you
Late Night
texting
Bill
me,
is just that good.
Late Night Bill is so chill. He just picks up on things.
Dude, seriously, when did this late night bill thing start?
Dude, when didn't Late Night
Like a
Bill
week.
exist? In the beginning, God said, let there be light. Oh, excuse me, Bill. I'm trying to do something here.
Oh,
All right.
All right.
That's the only thought I have when I see that avatar.
Dear
That-
Diary,
What avatar?
jackpot. All right.
If that dude isn't buying a Ferrari to match his balding scalp and midlife crisis, I don't know what to. Seriously, that dude is like dads. All of them.
The coolest dad.
For
Yeah.
some reason, I think of Dale from
That
King of
coolest
the
dad
Hill
is
when I
like
see that.
saying, I
Dale?
don't know.
Yeah, with the sunglasses, and you were talking about cigarettes earlier.
They're not Bill.
But yeah.
you're all right. I caught you trying to mess with my mower.
How go?
You go back to massaging my wife.
Oh, Bobby.
Late Night Bill is not a cuck. Of all the things you can say about Late Night Bill, that's not one of them.
Oh, that's true. I forgot.
But
that
if
part about
but if
Dale.
he were a
Sorry.
cuck, would he care?
No, not even kind of. But he's not.
Okay.
But why isn't he if he doesn't care?
Animal magnetism.
Why does he need to be?
Animal magnetism. The women, they don't need anyone besides Late Night Bill.
Well, what if
You mean
Late
the
Night
woman?
Bill doesn't care what the women want and he wants to be cocked?
He wants to be what?
Cocked.
But he doesn't. He doesn't care.
Well, if he doesn't care, then it doesn't
Right.
matter if he is cocked.
Hey
But he
man,
never
love
is.
should be multiplied, not divided.
Yeah.
Late Night Bill does whatever he wants.
Right.
So we're telling him not to be
Yeah.
a cock. But
Well,
Late
Late
Night
Night
Bill
Bill's
does what he wants.
too big for one person.
And we mean big.
My love is so big I can't share it.
Why should Late Night Bill care if he raises another man's son?
He just he wouldn't care, but he
And
won't.
his son, why should Late Night Bill care if his son has hair like wool?
Yeah, because his wife's love is too big for one person.
Look,
Late-
man, it
That's
just means
the
that Late
thing.
Night Bill can raise someone to be as cool as him.
Late Night Bill doesn't care if everyone asks if he's the boy's babysitter. He
He doesn't, but it doesn't happen
Well,
because the
why
women, they don't want anyone besides Late Night Bill after they've had Late Night Bill.
well
Like,
Late
yeah.
Night Bill might
Bill
not, doesn't care what
Late
those women are satisfied with. He might not care if he wants them to cuck him.
Are you telling me to force women to cuck me? Because I'm not going to do that. That's way too much effort.
Well, you don't care
Late.
what I'm
Okay,
telling
I got
you.
one.
You just do
Like-
it because you want to. You're a rebel.
Sorry, who
Okay,
had
I got one. Late Night Bill does not care what color his wife's baby comes out.
Late
More he
Late
cares what
Night
color
Bill
tie
is
he
man
wears.
enough to pay alimony for a baby he didn't make.
No, that's child support.
Late
Like this is just like the question: could God make a rock so big that even he couldn't lift it? Could Late Night Bill be cucked? Like
Yes,
hypothetically,
but God
maybe,
can
but
do anything he wants, so the answer is yes.
it's a logical impossibility. It
Well,
just won't
listen-
happen. The women, they are
listen-
satisfied with Late Night Bill.
Late
How many women
Night-
does Late Night Bill have?
Why does Late Night Bill, who doesn't care, deflect the agency on the women? It doesn't matter what the women think. It matters that Late Night Bill doesn't care if he gets cocked. The women aren't a factor.
Gregory, is this just a long way of trying to see if Late Night Bill's available? You can just come out and ask, man. I mean,
No.
But no, that's like asking,
No,
or that's
and I
like
don't
saying
care.
Late Night Bill doesn't care if he gets $1 billion. Yeah. If
Well,
he's going to get $1 billion, but it's never going to
What's
happen.
$1 billion and a cucking between friends? I
hey,
mean,
with $1 billion, you can buy a lot of copies of Northern Reaction.
yes,
Yes.
and there's a lot of
Available on
dating sites that
Amazon.com
buy
or at
$1 billion.
northernreaction.wordpress.com.
So
You can buy
imagine-
them and hand
imagine
them
how
out
much you
at the
couldn't care
ads.
with $1 billion and a black baby.
The hell is with you and the black babies? I'm not going to have your black babies. Is this your way of...
I think he wants you to bear his children.
Yeah. Well, who do you think he is? Kim Kardashian?
Oh.
Whoosh.
Dang, dude. Ian, kick him out. Kick him out right now.
Late Night Bill cucks his wife.
Oh God, that's awesome.
Okay.
I wonder what the ladies in the alt-right have instead of cucking. Can you cuck a woman?
Well,
I guess there are.
Yeah.
The modern man can be supported by his wife.
Yeah.
I actually know a couple that's doing that. It's kind of sad, really.
Oh, dude,
Yep.
why do you know a couple like that?
Well, they used to go to church, then they moved, and then it just went downhill. But I saw some of the problems ahead.
See, that's the problem with you. You simply care too much. Late Night Bill doesn't judge, man. He doesn't
I know, I do care too much.
Cucking is just another term.
Well, they weren't doing that, but the woman was the main provider.
Oh, dude.
Well, the guy went on Facebook and complained about libertarianism.
Obviously.
He's one of those.
If you're a libertarian, I mean the internet type, not the lower taxes type, and something's not wrong with you, I would be very surprised.
Lower taxes type? You mean lower Marxist type?
Whoosh. Shots fired.
Hands up.
You remember on I think on the Daily Show they were saying, I think Enoch was saying back when he was a libertarian, he used to participate in this libertarian message board, and some guy started a thread complaining about how he got fired from his job. What?
Hi, how's it going?
I thought I heard somebody say something.
I
was
did.
Late Night Bill interrupting because he doesn't care.
Not that time. I didn't care enough.
All right. So I know you don't care about what I'm saying right now, but he was talking about how he was on this libertarian message board, and some guy was complaining about how he got fired from his job, and he's just whining about how it's not fair that he got fired and how they shouldn't be allowed to just fire him. And he was reading this like, well, aren't we libertarians? Don't we believe that the employer should have the right to fire any employee he wants? And he felt like a lot of these people weren't really serious about libertarianism. They just wanted to be edgy or something.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I've noticed a lot of libertarians, they try to apply that to everything. You can really tell they have no clue what they're talking about because their answer to literally everything. I'm not talking about the ones that actually know what they're talking about. I'm talking about, like you said, the kind of daily man, I want to be edgy kind of guys. They're just like, oh, well, if we made a competitive market, all our problems be solved. Like, I'm listening to this one guy, and he's talking about medical costs, and he's like, you know what we should do? We should have, like, different doctors who have different levels of expertise. And I'm like, we do. Yeah, it's not like we have cardiologists or dentists or ophthalmologists or
proctologists.
Proctologists, yes. Reconstructive urologists.
Yeah.
You had to go there, didn't you?
Well, I don't know. It's 2:20 a.m. here.
You're triggered?
Dude, it's 8.
No, it's 2:20 a.m.
What time is it in Moldova?
What?
What time is it in Moldova?
I don't know. I'm not Moldavian.
Can you ask your Turkish roommate?
I don't have a Turkish roommate.
He doesn't have a roach to Romanian translator.
Yeah, I don't have roaches. I bought Raid. Doesn't work. The roach posting isn't going to work here. We have a Romanian force field.
Oh, good.
And even if we didn't, Late Night Bill wouldn't care.
Hey guys, want to talk about something serious?
Sure.
Sure.
Yes. Where?
Okay, I forgot what I was going to say. Never mind. No, I'm kidding.
Go on, say it. We get it. You think black babies are cute.
No, maybe in some cases.
Well, if they're mulattoes, then there's a lot of milk in that coffee. Maybe.
Oh gosh.
Ian, what were you gonna say?
Actually, trying to remember. 'Cause I'm tired and my brain's loopier than usual. So,
it was a serious subject.
Yeah. Like, I was talking on Twitter earlier today with some people. I had this little I did this little tweet storm about how I'm tired of people criticizing Christianity for being cucky when it seems like we've refuted a lot of these things before, and anybody who actually is interested in knowing the truth about these things can easily find them, but it seems like they don't really want to. They just want to.
Not this podcast.
Christianity. Well, obviously, but there are some people who just seem like you see some people claiming that the ideas for open borders originated with Christians or the churches or something, and I said, well, like, I don't know. Does anybody actually think there's any basis for this? Because I know that
absolutely
Augustus,
not.
you've studied these things.
No, absolutely not. I think the problem is they have the same issue that atheists have, where when you talk to most atheists who are like, oh, I hate Christianity, you talk to them long enough, they don't hate Christianity, they hate what they grew up with, their environment. Oh, I went to this crazy charismatic church. Well, that's great, but not every single church is a crazy charismatic church. You're just rebelling against your upbringing as an excuse to rebel against God. And so with a lot of these alt-right, my what nationalism, I hate my Jews, that crowd, they're just looking really for, it's just sort of on our side, guys looking for excuses to rebel against God. And so they look at a lot. I mean, let's be fair, there might be some things they can point at, like on my old blog, I had a response to John Piper, who's this big reform pastor, and he was like, oh, or no, one of his guys was like, oh, we should let Muslims in to witness to them. And I was responding to that, just saying, that's a completely just ridiculous idea, because it's basically like saying, oh, let this crazy homeless guy, or let me let this random homeless guy into my home with my wife and daughter, and I don't know if he's crazy or not, but based on a really loose idea of witnessing and evangelism, I'm gonna let him in. Well, that's wrong. But however, that's not historic Christianity, because while yes, there is a basis for supporting the weak, for helping the poor, and being charitable, you're not supposed to be idiots about it. Like, I might help a guy who I know is down his luck, but that doesn't mean I'm going to endanger my family with it. I'm all for people going into other countries to try to help people's way of life, but that doesn't mean I think we should just open our borders and throw caution to the wind, because that's just absurd. And if you want to say, well, about Christian history, I mean, you look at Christian history, there was always a level of unity, but there was also a level of, I don't want to say nationalism, but national identity might be a better way. Because, I mean, let's talk about Romania. Okay, you had Romanians and you had Hungarians in the Middle Ages, and yeah, they fought each other from time to time, but they still considered one another brothers in Christ to some degree. Same thing when you had John Knox with a Scottish kirk during the Reformation era. That was a very Scottish nationalist, for lack of a better term, church, because it was all about Scottish culture. But at the same time, when John Knox went over to Geneva and hung out with John Calvin, he wasn't like, well, you're the impure race because you're not Scottish. No, they were brothers in Christ. So for a lot of people on the alt-right to kind of look at this and say, well, it's, Christianity is a quote-unquote cucked religion. Well, no, you're responding to a lot of elements in Western evangelicalism that you could say are that way, but that's not Christian doctrine, and that's not historic Christian doctrine.
Yeah, and
I think that Jesus told you to be charitable, therefore you must starve your children to feed strangers. Of course, it's Christian to give political asylum, so if Iraqi Christians need help, sure, let's bring them on, because how many are there? But
Right.
The point where your people stop existing. Well, Christianity isn't a suicide cult. The very thought that Jesus told you to love the other is an admittance that there is an other. And Jesus doesn't say blend, blob like plastiline with the other until no conceivable difference remains. And that's the way to peace. The way to peace is through Christ, not through mixing. So everyone is forced to have skin in the game and a relative, because most alt-right people aren't alt-right because they have skin in the game. They know someone who's a mulatto, or they have a foreign wife or something.
Because or they have yellow fever.
Oh God, I have that too. If I had an Asian girlfriend, woo, you guys would be, you wouldn't hear from me.
Now I want to just jump in here with the. I mentioned earlier that I'm rereading Moldbug, and one of the points that he makes is that, yeah, I know, but one of the points that he makes is that modern leftism is the kind of bastard child of Puritanism. And so you can kind of trace this open borders thing back to the utterly subservient universalism of the Puritans, that like just taking all of the things that could possibly be interpreted as open your borders to their furthest degree, and then got rid of the as brothers in Christ part, and just everyone is exactly equal. You know, well, so that
the thing is with Moldbug and his work against the Puritans is, if you read him, because remember I was reading him because people kept talking about, oh, he talks about Calvinism, blah blah blah. But first off, if you look at his work in regards to theology, first off, he admits he knows nothing about theology, which I'm sort of like, okay, then what are you talking about? I mean, I don't know a lot about quantum physics. I'm not going to start formulating a philosophy around quantum physics. But also, too, when you read his work on the Puritans and everything, it becomes very, very clear that he's never, I don't think he ever read the Puritans. Like, let me give an example. One of the last people kind of identifies Puritans was Jonathan Edwards. He was an early colonial American theologian. He's well known for his sermon, Sinners in the Hands of Angry God. And was he all about unity? In a sense, yes, because he wrote about how someday there would be great theologians among the Black population, among the Native American population. But he wasn't necessarily for open borders. He still identified them as being distinct populations. And in fact, he technically owns slaves. I mean, you'll hear some leftists say that, oh, Jonathan Edwards owned slaves. Well, he had like a maid that he would keep for a while, and then him and his wife would let her go and she'd be a free woman. Kind of like the biblical model of slavery, actually, because I know you guys were talking about that earlier. So when people say, oh, Jonathan Edwards owned slaves, they don't know what they're talking about. But also, too, it's like, okay, well, are you talking about like a Puritan like John Bunyan, or some of these other guys? Like, I think John Owen might be classified as a Puritan, I forget, because he's kind of a class on its own in a lot of things. But
yeah, he is a generally considered part of Puritanism.
Okay, and I don't think, see, the thing is too, it's difficult to kind of try to pin it on these guys, because in a lot of cases, they don't really have to deal with that, because I mean, in the 1600s England, you did not have massive amounts of Muslims coming into England. Now, I'm sure if you did, they would have been all against that, because they still recognize truth. And the other thing I might add too is that whenever I hear people try to connect the Puritans to a kind of universalism, like for example, they bring up the what was the debate? The halfway covenant, I think it is. Some will bring up that. Again, Jonathan Edwards, who is a Puritan, he opposed that. In fact, he lost his pastoral position opposing that. So yeah.
But that kind of
was that the one about taking communion?
Yeah, that was where there was a whole debate. There was a growing feeling among churches in the colonial era about being more inclusive with people, and so it used to be they had very strict guidelines for taking communion, and when the people who supported the halfway covenant, they saw it more as like, well, even if they may not be true Christians or they haven't really given a true profession, or they show the fruits of confession in their lives, they should still take it. And it's sort of like a lot of them kind of saw it as a witnessing tool almost. Whereas Jonathan Edwards was like, no, you should take communion if you feel worthy to take it, or if you do show fruits of repentance and fruits of your generation. And unfortunately,
but if he was kicked out for that, then doesn't that imply that the rest of the church was going for he was? That he's sort of an anomaly?
Sorry, I heard noises over that. What were we saying?
Just that if he was kicked out for that, you said that he was kicked out for that, his position on that, wouldn't that imply that the rest of the church was going further to the left than he was, and that he can kind of be considered an anomaly?
Well, the rest of the church was, but I think they wouldn't necessarily be, I don't know if you would necessarily consider them Puritans collectively, because he himself is considered a Puritan teacher. And that's one of the things I bring up is, if you're going to say that, oh, the Puritans advanced this, well, then why is it that usually when that issue comes up, you actually see Puritans like Jonathan Edwards opposing it? I mean, certainly, yes, this was becoming a common thing, but this was becoming a common thing across the entire church, because this was sort of in the wake of the First Great Awakening, which wasn't just happening in quote unquote Puritan or Reformed churches, it was happening outside that as well.
So what you're saying is we shouldn't blame the Puritans, we should blame the Quakers.
Well, actually, here's the thing, because I was looking into it, because I was trying to follow, because I forget Mobug's, I used to have my notes and then I deleted my blog, but I remember Mobug makes this connection. I actually did some research, and really it is tied in more to a lot of the pietist and what we might call early semi-charismatic movements that were coming out of Europe, especially in Eastern Europe, like Bohemia, with who is that crazy count? He has like a really long name. He had like all the revivals, and he had a whole bunch of weird beliefs. Like, I'm not going to repeat them because they get really weird and semi-blasphemous, but a lot of that actually is sort of where a lot of the craziness comes from. And it's also tied to a lot of the heresies like Socinianism, because I think, doesn't Mobug make a connection between universalism and Unitarianism?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, and that movement, that's tied actually outside of the Reform movement when you really study sort of the flow of thought. So I think that's actually closer where it comes from, where you have these weird heresies that are popping up in different parts of Europe and eventually come to America. And since America is the quote unquote great melting pot, they kind of melt together to form this ridiculous mass that results in eventually the insanity you see in the Second Great Awakening.
Yeah.
So
But a lot of
doesn't
the
that kind of point to the idea that he's right in the big picture but wrong in the details?
I mean, that might be a fair thing to say. I think part of the problem is that he himself admits in his writings that when he says Calvinism, he doesn't even mean Calvinism, which to me is like, okay, if you're going to redefine historical terms, you're already kind of playing with fire. I think he's right in saying that from that era, you had a lot of error that was growing up that would eventually lead to the insanity we see today. But I think he's, by redefining terms and by pointing fingers with really no historical basis, he's sort of barking up the wrong tree.
Well, I think that his idea is that, like, it's sort of like the Puritan impulse of being very rigid and very strict about what you believe is like, if it like I guess what a lot of the NRX people say is that like there needs to be some like you can't hold people to an extremely rigid standard, or else they eventually get exhausted and start channeling that type of rigid morality into other things such as progressivism.
Well, I mean,
that's the best way to explain it.
that's based more on the stereotype of Puritans that you see today. I mean, when people sort of want to make a straw man of Christianity, especially Orthodox Christianity, they point to, oh, the Salem witch trials and the Puritans and the Scarlet Letter and these Puritans are these evil people. And I'm not saying there weren't people who identified as Puritans or the Puritan group who were bad, but I'm saying that, again, if you sort of branch out and you actually read what a lot of the leading Puritan theologians believed, you sort of see a different picture. And I think a lot of it was probably someone's coming in.
Oh, it's I'm just opening a door. Yeah.
What door I close, no man can open.
Exactly.
No, but you see a different picture. Is just what I'm saying of what these guys believe in regards to that.
Yeah. Mulbug is a pretty shoddy historian.
I think my problem.
He doesn't have a history degree.
When I left my kind of libertarian, soft Republican phase, Mulbug and Nick Land were nice because they sort of were formulating things that I saw. But then when I did a lot more reading, I realized, these guys are just sort of repeating what other guys have said in the past. They're just using bigger words.
I remember on the Daily Show they said that, like, they said the same thing. They said, I felt like I read this all on Murray Rothbard before.
Yeah, or even like Alfredo Roccio, I believe his name is, the Italian fascist thinker. I mean, he says the exact same things that you'll find in like regards to democracy or liberal society that Nick Land talks about.
Yeah, I don't read Nick Land very much. I'm more familiar with Moldbug.
Isn't Nick Land like the accelerationist? Like accelerationism, like is his big thing that he's known for?
Yeah, that's him. Right, accelerationism, and yeah. But I kind of got hooked on Nick with his Islamic Vortex. Early on in the Syrian conflict, he talked about kind of what was going on there, and I read it shortly after the things were happening, and the things ended up happening exactly the way that he said that they were going to. It was just a really insightful series of posts. So I've liked him ever since. I like him.
I like you.
Ooh, buy my book.
I thought you're late night Bill, not show Marchant.
Oh yeah, don't buy my book. No, buy my book and burn it. I don't care.
No, buy it or don't buy it.
I don't care.
Whatever. It's all
Do
good.
what you want, man.
All right.
That's just like your opinion, man.
You just don't get it, man. I still don't have a title for this episode.
Late night hangout.
Well, that's kind of boring.
Hashtag late night hangout.
I think you should be running with the DayBill.
Actually, I like that.
I also like that.
All right.
It should be
That'll
buy
be it,
Bill Marchant's book and then have the whole URL for his book and the title.
I don't know if that'll fit.
Aw, well, use that like link shrinker website. Was it a thing that people used to use for Twitter when Twitter counted links for
yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, they have those tiny URL, yeah. Can we make it another less than under half an hour left till if we want to stretch this thing to the maximum?
Let's take it to the max.
Yeah, we can do 20 minutes.
Yeah.
We can do 20 minutes.
20 or so minutes. Yeah.
So, Mr. Carlin, do you have any gypsy jokes to keep us busy for the next half hour?
Wait. I thought we were talking about serious stuff here, like Moldbug and all that.
Yeah.
Now I have. Sorry, one last thing about Moldbug. The thing that I think I've appreciated about him most is getting me back into Carlisle. Ooh, I like Carlisle. I am a Carlisle.
Well, you marry him.
Well, because he's dead. Can't do that.
Equal rights, equal love.
Yeah.
I feel like.
Why are you exercising your living privilege?
I feel like there's a Chesterton thing about that. His thing about tradition is the democracy for the dead, and I don't know what it would be, but is the marriage for the dead. Reading books is the marriage for the dead. I don't know.
Whoa.
Like that's his saying, right? That the democracy itself is chauvinism against people that happen to not have been born at this time, and that tradition is the way that the people that were born at a previous time have their say in how things are run. I think is how that goes.
I can sort of see that. Yeah.
I think that's from Heretics, but don't quote me on that.
Hey guys, we should give credit for Atlas being awake.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Good job, Atlas.
Atlas,
Proud of you.
You are the manless, or I don't know.
Thank you for not
You are
trolling.
the man.
You get an official Late Night Bill shout out. Yeah, I got nothing. That's it. That was the shout out.
So yeah, you want your shout out? Yeah, there it is. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, and he calls you names.
Yours.
What a jerk.
No, that's fine. I don't care.
Late Night Bill doesn't care.
It's good to have you back with us, Bill. I mean, you haven't been on in a while. And you too, Augustus.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, Thursdays have been nuts for me for the last, 6 months. So it just
really?
hasn't worked out. But, yeah, I had today, and I said that I would be here, and I'm going to be here for the whole time.
Or not.
Yeah, I'll just leave 5 minutes before the end. Late Night Bill don't care.
Yeah. Do what I want, Atlas. I don't care about that either.
Stop changing your name, Augustus.
I'm going to change my name again. Just take him off. Change it to Augustus Winter.
You know, I used
Augustus
to
Winter Soldier.
I used to try to make people laugh by doing impressions of people, but I was never very good at it. Got any requests?
Bill Clinton.
I will not raise taxes.
Actually, that's pretty good.
Yeah, it's not bad.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
Yeah, that's a good Bill Clinton.
I feel your pain. You remember that one?
I thought that was Oprah.
I just imagine him saying that to Monica Lewinsky.
Oh gosh. So, wait, somebody requested Oprah?
Yep.
I remember the only impression I can do of Oprah is the parody of her from Saturday Night Live. Oh my goodness, oh my lord, we got a good show for you today, girl.
That's pretty good.
You can also do something like,
I think it was
hey, I'm Oprah.
Tim Meadows. That reminds me of a funny story I heard from a guy back in when I was taking improv classes. He was telling me about this lady he met who was from some rural part of the state, and she said that he was relaying a story that she told him, and she said she was driving around in the back of a limo, and the limo stopped at a corner, and there's some black people standing on the corner, and she opens the window and says, "Hey, guess what? I got Oprah in here." Yeah. It's fun. It's a funny thing to imagine.
What they do?
Gregory. I don't know. That's just the idea that she thinks that would be noteworthy seems to be the funny part, I guess.
Oh. Well.
Who else wants? Gregory, can you do any impressions for us? Gregory, are you there?
Gregory fell asleep. Boo!
Okay. It's 8 a.m. Oh, he unmuted himself for a moment there.
I could do an impression for you guys.
Okay, who?
Cenk Uygur.
Oh, let's hear this.
The Armenian genocide did not happen. The Armenian genocide did not happen. Be rational, people.
Hey, Gregor, we can't hear you. If you're speaking into the microphone, maybe you need to plug it in or something. I don't know.
Was that a good impression?
Yeah.
I don't know about the voice.
I was fully satisfied with that.
Did you see that? Did you see that Cenk Uygur interview with Jared Taylor where he just acted like a jerk the whole time? Gregory Carlin left.
Oh, have you seen
He's like, "You're an idiot. You're a racist." and yeah, it was so bad that Jared Taylor actually hung up on him because he was just.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
And it's funny if you go to the Amran website and there are links to Jared Taylor interviews, it says, "Unfortunately, Mr. Uygur is a hardcore leftist with no indoor voice."
Well, have you seen that one video? Yeah. Have you seen?
Yeah, we can hear you.
So, have you seen that one video where like Cenk Uygur was doing a press conference and Steven Crowder walked in impersonating Cenk?
I heard about that.
Sounds good though.
Yeah.
With the mole.
Crowder was all like, "The Armenian genocide did not happen. The Armenian genocide did not happen. Be rational, people. Be reasonable."
Their
Crowder's pretty funny.
Was the best. That was the most fun thing to watch.
Oh yeah. Somebody edited that down to get all the highlights of it.
Yeah.
Where they were the election night coverage where Trump got elected.
Yeah.
The young Terps watched, and they're just getting angrier and angrier over the course of the night. It's so funny. They're like practically crying by the end. Yeah, that was classic.
Dude,
I feel like that,
Turks are like the worst collective that has ever walked planet Earth. Seriously. I mean, everybody hates them. They're responsible for more genocides than any other people.
Hashtag not all Turks.
Yes, all Turks.
Oh.
Hashtag not all roaches.
Hashtag Turks that aren't even born yet.
You know, it's like
hashtag all the Turks, all the atoms that are in the Turks.
I don't know. I used to know.
I
didn't try to genocide me.
What?
Well, that's because he didn't know you were. That's because you're not Armenian.
Or am I?
Ooh.
Who's Armenian here? It's pooh. I'm stuttering.
I know Sam's Armenian.
Yeah, Sam's Armenian. So Augustus is Armenian?
Oh, actually, I'm a Mossad agent.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Boy,
you
one of my
can't be
people.
Armenian and work for Mossad. Look at Mr. Ian. He's American and works for Mossad. They're a multicultural organization.
When did I start working for Mossad? I don't get this.
What? What?
When did I start working for Mossad? I don't remember doing that.
Seriously, the reactionary Ian podcast, like the Goyim won't catch on?
Well.
You just say it. It becomes true. All right, whatever.
Like Mark Citadel wants to genocide the Moldavians. Now reactionary Ian works for Mossad, apparently.
I'm the
Do you get bennies with that?
You know when?
I wish I was getting paid for this.
Yeah.
If Mossad paid me, hey, I might take him up. but I don't think they ever would because, well, I don't know. I'd be a good shitless
you know, it's because they're a bunch of penny pinchers over there.
Oi,
Yeah.
Atlas says I'm Jewish, not Armenian. Be quiet. Don't give my cover away.
Well, actually,
Augustus's voice seems really familiar.
No way.
Didn't we discuss
oh
this or something?
Augustus. When Augustus first came into the chat, I was scared.
I'm starting to think he isn't really that Roman Emperor guy.
Yeah.
Well, what Roman Emperor guy?
Maybe not.
Augustus, fuck, what?
Yeah.
Oh, you've never played Fallout.
No.
They have those in Turkey?
I hate heat, so I can't play games with deserts. It depresses me.
Must be hard in Turkey then.
Whoosh.
Turkey minor.
Hey, Thanksgiving. I just want a turkey major. Yum.
Yummy. Yummy. Let's see if I can do a Steven Crowder impression. I gotta think of something he would say though.
Hi, I'm Steven Crowder.
No.
Hi, I'm Steven Crowder. And did you know that Detroit has been run by Democrats for the last 60 years?
That's pretty good.
No, seriously, guys, did you know that Democrats are the real racists?
Yes, they're the real Nazis.
Yeah, they're the real fascists.
These people on the alt-right, they're not right. They're leftists.
Remember when he got a lot of people mad at him for saying Nazis were socialists or as bad as the same thing as communists or something like that? Or I forget exactly what he said, but I remember like
Bill actually
Wife
cared
with a Purpose was.
about something.
What?
Is it Bill actually?
Did you just say I cared about something?
You know.
Oh, them fighting words.
Speaking of Bill. Well, speaking of Bill, have you watched?
Are you caring about
Bill
anything that you care?
Steven Crowder.
No.
Wait, what? What are you saying, Sam?
Yeah, what was that,
like,
Sam?
Speaking of Bill, like, did you watch that, like, I Am a Bill video by Crowder?
No.
It's funny. Check it out. It was like, I am a Bill that wants to be a Jill. It's
is that the
like a parody of Schoolhouse. Yeah, it's a. Yeah, it's basically a parody of Schoolhouse Rock, talking about like the gender bathroom issue. Like,
yeah, I remember that. That was pretty funny, actually.
Yeah, it was.
Did you guys know that he used to be the brain on Arthur?
Oh,
you know,
yeah, when he was a kid, he used to do. Yeah. Steven Crowder used to do voiceovers.
Yeah.
That blew my mind when I found out.
He probably sounded completely different back then.
Yeah, then you got pregnant.
No, and then the killings started.
Oh yeah, that.
Hi guys, I love Jews. This is a kid Steven Crowder. I shield for Israel. Zionism, yay!
That doesn't sound like Steven Crowder.
Well, a kid.
I'm trying to offer the Koran challenge. I can't tell who I sound like. I mean, it's like a mixture of something else. I can't quite put my finger on what I'm doing.
I have a hot blonde wife, but I spend most of my time with a gay guy named Not Gay Jared. Totally not suspicious.
Okay.
Seriously, like, he has a babe for a wife, but the so-called Christian has a producer who's a fag.
Yeah. You know, like, he was like excommunicated for his church.
Really?
Yeah. It was because like he posted like supposedly for posting quote unquote pornography on his website, but it was really like pictures of like a topless feminist protesters with like that were censored with like censored boobs.
What
church
really
does he
hoping.
attend anyway?
I was really hoping
I don't know,
he was posting nude fascist
probably
bodybuilding, just embracing Bronze Age pervert.
No. You see, Steven has a wife, okay? So he's not alt-right, you know?
Yeah.
Well, he
He's
makes
far beyond the alt-right.
You know, like...
Wait, is that
the
me? I'm not
only-
alt-right.
You're only...
I don't know, are you?
You're only...
I don't know.
If you're alt-right, you're either single or you're married to Lana. Okay.
To what?
To Lana.
Locked
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
Like-
they're the only couple accepted in the alt-right.
Exactly.
Well, what about Seven's son and TRS? He's married.
Yeah, sure.
To a Jew?
Sure. Did
No,
you
that was
actually
like Enoch?
not being
Okay.
No, let me ask you
Okay.
this. Did you actually
Never mind, he's
see
married to a
Seven's son
man.
not being cocked?
Oh. Here's the thing about the alt-right. Like, nobody's actually married. Okay. That's my bad Enoch impression.
Oh, real quick, just before we get cut off, because we're gonna get cut off within the next like 5 minutes.
Probably 10 minutes. Probably more like 10 minutes, I think.
2 minutes.
However long it is.
Shut down.
I was on another podcast. The first one that I did was Grace and Steele podcast with Kevin Michael Grace and Kevin Steele. So that is another one that I have listened to before. I just didn't want to, in case the Kevins listen to the end of this 8-hour podcast at some point, I didn't want them to think that I had forgotten about them entirely.
Okay. Hey, real quick question, Bill. How do you get on these podcasts? Like, do they invite you on, or do you?
He doesn't care.
That's
Well,
where
I
Shield
care.
Marchant comes in.
It's a little column A, a little column B. I've asked to be, I asked to be on the last Exodus Americanus one to show for my book. The Grace and Steele one, I was talking to him. He kind of put out his feelers for, hey, is there anyone in the alt-right that wants to go on a podcast, preferably Canadian? And so I DM'd him, and we talked for a bit, and ended up going on like a month later. And yeah, American Folk, they invited me on, and yeah.
Kind of disappointed that I never get invited on podcasts. The only person who's ever invited me on their podcast is Argent, but that was only because I was in the text chat, and he's like, "Hey, do you want to join?" And I was kind of like not prepared to join at the time, so I said, "Not this time." But Argent, if you're listening to this,
DM groups on Twitter is like the main way that you get on podcasts.
Are people actually listening at this point? Seriously, 9 people.
That's why we're just.
Atlas says no.
That's why we're just.
Louis says, "Wait, is this still going on?"
Yep, this is still going on. Yeah, LUE-YEE, this is still going. We're trying to make it all the way to the 8-hour maximum. Just
9 people watching, dudes.
Hey, maybe I should do my impression of LUE-YEE. I'm the only Chinaman in this hangout.
We cannot get rid of Muslims from China. No, that sounds Middle Eastern.
No, let me try to do LUE-YEE. I think that we should be reading from the Book of Common Prayer.
He's like Asian Jared Taylor.
I'm more white than all of you.
Describe LUE-YEE.
I am truly the white man here.
I'm the only true Aryan in this hangout. I don't think LUE-YEE is amused. I'm very sorry for desecrating you like this, LUE-YEE. Your voice is.
Hey, don't treat Chinese Protestant guy like that.
Yeah. No, it's Chinese guy is his name. He has to defend Protestantism.
Oh, that's right.
The meme. You can tell by the quiver in my voice that I'm getting worn out here. So this is
Oh yeah,
I'm Protestant until you get the snakes.
Let's stop so you can get your beauty sleep.
8 hours is a
no,
long time, even for late night Bill.
We got no. It'll be, dude. I think in like 7 minutes left or something is how much longer we have to go until we get the whole thing. So,
dude, I can probably say with absolute accuracy that this is the longest reactionary Christian podcast in history.
it is.
Seriously, think about it. This is the first time
the
in
longest one
human
before this was
history.
like 5 hours.
This is the first time in human history that this has happened. Seriously. Nobody cares.
That what has happened?
But it's the first. 16 billion years the universe has existed, and this is the first time this has happened.
Yeah, there you go.
True.
And
true.
all of you here were a part of it.
Nobody
Turkish
has
history?
Christ cucked this much for this long a time. What, Christ cucking for 8 hours? Sure, why not? We talked about
any impression requests you have while we still have 5 minutes to go or something?
Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
No, not evil enough.
I am more qualified than Donald Trump.
Oh, there
no,
you go.
here's Hillary Clinton.
That's good. That's good.
I have a Hillary Clinton impression. Go ahead, Eve. Bite from the apple.
Oh. Oh.
Get
You're
it?
a
'Cause
woman.
she's Satan.
Isn't it about time that we had a woman for a president?
Dude,
That is a
young
pretty good
Hillary
move.
was cute. Too bad she's not into
Sorta.
Yeah, I wonder how much like being a career woman affects on your like skin.
Dude,
How much it ages you.
seriously, Uma Abedin is hot. I think so.
Yeah.
Uma,
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
And she
Is
married
she a
Anthony
black-
Weiner of all people.
oh,
What?
oh, Uma Abedin?
Well, she's desecrated by Anthony Weiner, but let's say you met her when she was young. Come on, she's not ugly.
Wait, who are we talking
She's
about?
all right.
She's
Uma Abedin.
desecrated by Hillary.
That's kind of hot if Hillary is young.
All right, 5 minutes left. That's what it says here. That's the warning.
Okay, before we go, everyone, I would like you to recommend a book. Just recommend me a book,
Well,
or the listeners a book. Just a good book that you've read recently.
I would recommend Northern Reaction by Bill Marchant, which is available on Amazon.
Yeah, I hear it's a good book.
That's so weird. I was going to
Except-
recommend that one as well.
Except
I read the review on
except
Cheshire Ocelot's blog.
that book is
Sounds
really good, Northern Reaction, but the gay sex scenes are too explicit. What was up with that? You didn't have to add them.
There are no,
Seriously, that was
there are no gay
hardcore.
sex scenes.
What?
I don't know what you were reading. I think that you were
Northern
reading the
Reaction.
porn parody
On your website.
Northern Erection. No, I'm in all seriousness, right now I'm reading The Everlasting Man by Chesterton and really enjoying it. So that's fun.
How about Coming Apart by Charles Murray? That's a good book.
Yeah.
I read that one. I actually own that. Because I'm like cool and I read books and stuff. I'm totally cultured, man.
This is gonna sound like pandering, but I'm absolutely serious. I'm actually studying through the Gospel of John, specifically the 5th chapter, because I was reading a little bit of Muslim works recently, and they like to go heavy on that chapter, so I'm kind of going through it for apologetic reasons.
Seriously, where do I know your voice?
I don't know. It's weird.
You've never been on the Hangout with him at the same time?
I think I do if I know his voice.
Like
Go back through the archives.
It's Giovanni and Henry Gloucester.
Henry.
Yeah.
Well,
and whatever he's gonna be called next month.
Yeah.
Is
Probably,
this your thing?
probably,
You
Mr.
change
Charlie.
your name?
Yeah, he's like a Puff Daddy or whatever is going now.
Yeah, you're the
He did.
Puff Daddy of racist Christian podcasts.
Yeah.
Oh, God, I'm sleepy. It's 9 a.m. here. The local.
Hey, maybe I can do a good impression of Gregory Carlin. Does this sound like Gregory people?
Seriously, how
Oh
thick is
God,
my
I'm
accent?
sleepy. It's 9 a.m. here.
Not Turkish enough.
I want to kill all the Hungarians and the Turks.
I love Hungarians.
No more Armenians. No more Armenians.
Armenians are good people, my friend.
I am
Just
the
ask
eternal
them.
Romanian.
That
Okay,
is
was
never
that-
going to be a meme, my friend.
Does that impression fall flat?
That sounds more like who's that old TV show host? Right here, center stage, ladies and gentlemen, the Beatles.
Ed Sullivan?
Ed Sullivan, that's right. Right
Okay,
here,
so-
center stage.
So if you want
Is
to...
my accent that thick?
I don't know. I mean,
Do you
I
guys
don't know what you're...
understand what I'm saying?
Yes, we understand.
Yes, we understand what you're saying.
Comrade. Well,
All
listen
right,
here,
I think
comrade.
Yeah.
Sorry, feel free to make fun of my Canadian accent. Or don't. I don't.
Okay,
What
I'm
are you talking about?
I'm a big old hoser and I like hockey and Tim Hortons and stuff.
Dude, why do Canadian accents sound so similar to Native American accents?
What?
Have you ever
What?
heard a Native American accent?
I
can't
don't
do
really
it.
hear the because we talk them like this.
Yeah, no, but he's right. Native Canadian accents are like supercharged Canadian accents, and I do
think
not.
this thing's gonna shut down soon, so I don't know if we're gonna get a warning or what, but I think we should start wrapping up here because we're probably gonna get some warning any minute here now.
Yeah, let's do a wrap up and then like just.
This is the end, my friend.
All right, let's just do a quick thank you to everybody who came. Thank you, William Scott. Thank you, Bill Marchant and Shell Marchant and Late Night Bill. Thank you to Britton. Thank you to Gregory Carlin. Thank you, LUE-YEE. Thank you, Sam Heidelberg, and thank you, Augustus Autumn, who had a new blog and a new